270. After visiting the Saber Master Room, Qin Pingon and Jin Su finally went to the Jingjian Pavilion. This way they did not have to take too many detours and did not have to take too many unnecessary detours. Previously at the Saber Master Room, the screen wall was filled with lists. Qin Pingon found 3 familiar names: Cui Dong, Su Ruo and Song Jiangqiang. Among them, Cui Dong had the most number of listings, as many as 6. The people who posted the listings came from 4 different continents. It was not hard to imagine how unpopular this former first disciple of the literary saint was in the vast world. Su Ruo from the Mo clan and the vassal of Dali each had 1. The reason was very strange. The person who posted the bounty on Su Ruo was a lady named Jade Water, Primordial Lady of Lofty Lake Lu Roshi. Her words were full of hatred and affection. As for the person who posted the bounty on Song Jiangqiang, his name was Han Wanzhan of the Gold Armor Continent. This person probably had too much money and nowhere to spend it. His reason was that he felt that the small Aquarius continent was not worthy of having a martial arts grandmaster. When Qin Pingon and Jin Su turned to leave, they passed by a group of 3 people on the other side of the street. Qin Pingon couldn't help but take another look because the woman was too tall. Her hair was tied into a ponytail and her figure was well proportioned. There was a sheathless long sword hanging from her waist, as if it was a freshly made sword. Under the sunlight, as the tall woman walked, the long sword reflected waves of snow-white rays of light. In fact, it was not only Qin Pingon. The people on both sides of the street, without exception, were all looking at this strange lady. A handsome man was walking side by side with her, whispering to each other. The lady nodded occasionally and said very little. Behind the 2 of them was a middle-aged retainer. He had a strong murderous aura that was difficult to conceal. Either he was a pure martial artist below level 7, and had not formed a golden body so he could not hide his aura. If he was above level 7 and still had such a presence, then it was a little scary. Among the thousands of sword cultivators in the vast world, the one in the central divine continent was the most extreme example. Even though Jin Su had walked far away, he could not help but turn back to look at the woman's back, reluctant to part with her. Although the woman didn't say anything, didn't wear luxurious clothes, and didn't even have a devastatingly beautiful face, Jin Su was envious of such a woman. He couldn't explain it clearly. Some people were always so different. One look at them and they would be remembered for many years. As for some people, no matter how many years they looked at it, they still didn't have it in their hearts. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to it. He quickly walked on his own path, sipping his wine as he thought about the stone arch bridge in his hometown. Of course, as he thought about it, he also thought about the golden arch bridge in the sky. The sea of clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. Along the way, the tall woman had never looked at anyone. She walked all the way to the screen wall of the saber room, raised her head and quickly browsed through the bounty list. She was not interested in most of them and was too lazy to look at them. Finally, her eyes stopped at a list on the top left corner and her eyes lit up. On this trip south to the Hanging Mountain, she had boarded the ferry Mirage, under the name of her dynasty, and traveled all the way to the north of the Central Plains. She had flown past one of the 5 Great Lakes, Lofty Lake, the world's largest mountain, Mount Zhou Xian, and then the southern Whirlpool continent. She had remained in her room the entire time, flipping through an ancient book from a destroyed dynasty's treasury. She had not shown herself, thinking of something to do on her way back north after tempering her sword in the Hanging Mountain. She reached out and pulled the bounty list into her hand. She said indifferently in the direction of the saber room's door, "I accept this bounty." The handsome man had been muttering to himself as he followed the tall woman's gaze. When she stared at the list, he muttered to himself, "Don't tear this one, don't tear this one, any other one will do." In the end, the heavens didn't go as he wished. The woman just had to tear down this old list that had been posted for who knew how many years. The Grandmaster retainers behind the man and woman were all smiles, not surprised at all. They had long known that this would happen. The man said with a long face, "Imperial Tutor, do we really have to go to White Emperor City and cause a ruckus? Isn't that demonic overlord close to us only a few ranks lower than the city lord of White Emperor City? He's also one of the 10 great demons of the world. Why doesn't the Imperial Tutor look for him? On this trip I might just be warming a pot of wine for the Imperial Tutor in the palace." Although this demon is wary of the Imperial Tutor in recent years and has gone into seclusion, there's even news of him relocating his sect. She smiled and interrupted the man's words. The reason I was able to break through is because of that person. I forgot to tell His Majesty that I've already killed him. The man was stunned for a moment. He said regretfully, "Why didn't the imperial tutor persuade him to surrender? If he had such help." The tall woman smiled again. "He did, but he proposed a condition. He wanted me to be his concubine. I thought about it and felt that it would be easier to get rid of him than to serve him tea." The man first sighed, then came to a realization. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Imperial tutor, tell me directly. Did you say these words before the fight?" The woman felt a little guilty. She smiled and patted the man's shoulder. "His Majesty is wise." Afterwards, that demon knelt at her feet and begged for mercy, kowtowing and admitting his wrongs. She didn't agree. After leaving that mountain of corpses, she galloped on a mountain path. The head of the spear in her hand was still hanging on the spearhead. She originally wanted to take it to the imperial palace in the capital to show it to His Majesty and see what the great demon looked like. But when she thought that the emperor would most likely blame her for not considering the big picture, she shook her wrist and shook the head off the spearhead. In this way she could pretend that nothing had happened. Thus she felt a little sorry for the emperor beside her. An emperor who even asked her about the empress's dethronement, the crown prince's choice, and the location of his mausoleum was very difficult to find in the vast world. He had to cherish him. The man was a little numb from his heartache. He weakly said, "Then I'll have someone send a message to the capital and have them bring that armor for the imperial tutor. The city lord of White Emperor City is too invincible. The imperial tutor cannot lower his guard." She suddenly shook her head, her eyes burning. "If we were to engage in a battle of life and death with White Emperor City, there would be no difference whether we wore that armor or not. There is no need for His Majesty to do this." The man's tone was heavy. "I've begged you many times. I'll beg you one more time. Don't fight to the death. Just decide victory and defeat. Then you can look at the rosy clouds with the city lord of White Emperor City, play chess and take a stroll by the river." The tall woman glanced at him and smiled. "Does His Majesty want the city lord of White Emperor City to one day marry into our dynasty?" The man gave her a thumbs up and shamelessly said, "Imperial tutor's plan is flawless." The woman indifferently said, "The only thing I want to marry in this life is the martial path." The man sighed and didn't say anything else. When the tall woman took down the list, no one from the saber room went out to socialize. All the chi refinement warriors near the screen wall had already scattered. The new top 10 experts of the Central Divine Continent were naturally those who had appeared in the past 100 years. Otherwise they would be excluded. In the end, the original 10 were all chi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms, such as the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master, but now there were only 9. This was the first time in the history of the world that a pure martial artist had entered this list. Furthermore, that female martial god charged into the top 5 in a spurt of energy. The 4th person was the city lord of White Emperor City. The tall woman turned to the retainer behind her and said, "You will go to the Aquarius continent for me. If he is really unwilling to hand over the scabbard, then forget it. Don't force him." The retainer man nodded. Before entering the Jingjian pavilion, Qin Pingon and Jin Su each had their own thoughts. Qin Pingon wanted to see if the Jingjian pavilion had the bamboo hat man's sword. There was, what was its name? How many demons of the upper 5 realms had been slain by the sword? And Jin Su wanted to admire the swords of those female sword immortals. Both of them had their own needs, so they went their separate ways. The venerating sword pavilion was divided into 2 levels. The sword replicas on the upper level were not open to the public, while the first level allowed one to walk all the way in. Because the sword replicas were placed in a room according to the demon slaying record every 1,000 years, the number of immortal swords in the room varied. However, none of the rooms appeared empty, only divided into more and more. Qin Pingon looked around, memorizing the ancient names one by one, and then came to a conclusion. The people who could carve words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi and their swords should be secretly enshrined on the 2nd level. The design of the Jingjian pavilion was extremely meticulous. Every sword imitations, other than being placed on a sword rack with their own characteristics, behind the sword rack, there would be a painting of a sword immortal that was half the height of a person. It was extremely lifelike, but it was not accurate to call it a painting. It was condensed from white mist and the fine details could be seen as though it was still alive. Although there were more imitations of the male sword immortals, Qin Pingan saw them quickly while Jin Su saw them slowly. In the end, Qin Pingan and Jin Su met in the last room, and coincidentally the two of them stood side by side at the same time. One of them looked at the male sword immortals, Zhu Yu, and his face changed, while the other stared at the female sword immortals, Yu Huang, with a complicated expression. The key point was that the male and female sword immortals did not look like paintings. Suddenly someone pushed Qin Pingan aside, cursing. Anyway, Qin Pingan did not understand the language, but his tone was very harsh. That person spat at the sword rack in imitations and at the same time, did not have a good attitude towards Qin Pingan, who was standing there. He said a bunch of words that confused Qin Pingan. That person seemed to have realized that the young man with a sword on his back could not understand their language and left angrily. Jin Su sighed, "Let's go." Qin Pingan had heard Wei Pai mention this past when he was outside the bamboo tower in Luapa Mountain. Not to mention the invasion of the Great Wall of Sword Qi by the demon race, there was the soul-stirring capture and slaughter that was used to decide the ownership of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or the demon race to return the remaining flying swords of the sword cultivators. Wei Pai said that outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a pair of male and female sword immortals died in battle. It was extremely tragic. Two great sword immortals with outstanding achievements and superb swordsmanship were actually killed by the great demon array in front of everyone. Both of them. Qin Pingan looked at the male sword immortal's name, and then turned to look at the female sword immortal's name. Jin Su was puzzled. "Qin Pingan, are you still not leaving?" Qin Pingan grunted. "You go back to the inn first. I plan to take a look at the venerating sword pavilion again. After all, this place is open 24 hours a day." She asked, "Do you know the way back?" Qin Pingan still did not raise his head. He nodded and said, "I do." Jin Su felt a little strange, but she only thought that the young man who carried the sword case all day long was too longing for the sword immortals in the world and was reluctant to leave. She walked out of the room at the end of the hall and walked past each room. It was as if time flowed backward hundreds, thousands of years. There were many foreign guests who came to the venerating sword pavilion to worship the sword immortals. Most of them were polite. Even the young man with the sword on his back, who had been standing in front of the dogwood imitation, squatting in the latrine and not shitting, did not say much. However, there were also people with bad tempers like the previous person. They either sneered or ridiculed the two sword immortals' swords that had once killed a total of 11 demons in the upper 5 states. Some even spat at the sword rack in the imitation. Qin Pingan did not understand what they were saying. However, he could feel the anger, ridicule, indifference, ridicule and gloating of those people. It was fun, interesting. Qin Pingan did not like this feeling. It was just like when he was on the sea outside Osmanthus Island. It was as if there was only malice left in the whole world. After Qin Pingan was knocked away by a burly man, the man strode forward and was about to smash the sword rack with a punch. At this moment, a middle-aged Daoist nun with a fishtail hat appeared out of thin air and smiled. "You can't destroy the collection of the venerating sword pavilion. Violators will bear the consequences." The man resentfully withdrew his fist and asked, "Can I spit? Is it against the rules of the inverted hanging mountain?" The Daoist nun smiled but did not say anything. The man understood tacitly. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the sword rack and turned to leave. The people next to him clapped and cheered. The burly man felt more and more heroic. He had done something that was very satisfying. Qin Pingan still did not understand anything. He silently walked to a corner of the room and squatted down to drink. Only at every interval when there were few tourists, he would quickly get up and wipe off the spit on the two imitation swords in the sword rack. After quickly wiping it clean, he went back to the corner to drink. Over time, some people mistakenly thought that the young man with a sword on his back was a handyman of the venerating sword pavilion who was responsible for looking after the room, lest the two imitation swords of the sinners of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were destroyed. Qin Pingan stayed in the room of the venerating sword pavilion until night time. The tourists were getting fewer and fewer, so he got up less and less often. In the darkness of the night, no one had come to this room for a full hour. Qin Pingan left the venerating sword pavilion and sat on the steps outside. He held the sword-nourishing gourd but no longer drank. His lips were tightly pursed. The male sword immortal was surnamed Ning. The female sword immortal was surnamed Yao. There was once a girl who introduced herself to Qin Pingon. "Hello, my father's surname is Ning and my mother's surname is Yao, so I'm called Ning Yao." During the battle with the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, the girl's words clearly meant that her parents were still alive. Moreover, from her performance in the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, she did not seem like someone who had lost her parents. Therefore, even when Wei Pai mentioned the death of the Sword Immortal couple at Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon did not even think about that girl. But looking back, there were already clues. She did not like to mention the word fierce on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She said that her future man must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the Great Sword Immortal. She had long traveled the vast world alone and asked someone to forge a good sword. Qin Pingon hugged his knees and sat on the steps. The sword case on his back contained the demon-slaying and demon-slaying swords that he named. The sword-nourishing gourd at his waist contained the 1st and 15th swords that he named. The straw sandals on his feet were also a pair. The young man's back was facing the Jingjian Pavilion. In the innermost room, Zhu Yu and Yu Huang still depended on each other. Qin Pingon sat on the steps in a daze for an unknown period of time. He only stared blankly ahead. Then he suddenly came to his senses and saw a girl standing not far away. She frowned slightly and went straight to the point. "Qin Pingon, why was the letter sent to my house not written by you but by Ruan Xiu? What's wrong with you?" Qin Pingon seemed to have been struck by lightning. He did not answer the question. "It's been a long time, Miss Ning." She looked at the silly look and sighed helplessly. She sat beside Qin Pingon and said unhappily, "It's been a long time? How long has it been?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and then scratched his head. For some reason Qin Pingon felt like a long time had passed. He walked thousands of miles. He practiced millions of punches. She glanced at the guy sitting upright and still, then looked at the sword case on his back. She suddenly laughed and could not help but say, "Qin Pingon, you're a..." Ning Yao inexplicably discovered that this fearless fool did not wait for her to finish speaking. She was so scared that she started to sweat. 271. Qin Pingon didn't wait for Ning Yao to finish speaking. He hurriedly said, "Miss Ning, please wait a moment." Then Qin Pingon turned his head, took off the blade's strengthening gourd and secretly drank a mouthful of wine. Ning Yao was a little confused. Could it be that this guy had done something wrong to her? For example, he had rushed all the way from the Pearl Grotto Heaven to the inverted hanging mountain and owed a huge debt to her? For example, he had thrown away the mountain-shaking fist manual long ago. After practicing a few thousand moves, he felt that it was useless. So now that he carried the sword case and started practicing the sword, he felt that it was useless to practice the fist and the sword? Or perhaps Qin Pingon had wandered the Jianghu and was surrounded by a large group of foolish confidants, who were now waiting for him at the inn. Ning Yao thought about all sorts of things. The only thing she didn't think about was whether Qin Pingon had lost the sword forged by Ruan Tong. How could this be possible? Through the endless mountains and rivers, spring, summer, autumn and winter, he would definitely deliver the sword. After drinking, Qin Pingon suddenly stood up and walked to the bottom of the steps to face Ning Yao. Behind Ning Yao was the Jingjian Pavilion, as if it was the place where the spirit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located for 10,000 years. Qin Pingon had squatted at the foot of the wall and thought about many random things. For example, in the poems recorded in the book, there was one less person stuck in the woods, there was one sitting alone in the woods, there was alliance and the word, Meng, and there were words carved in the thunder pool that had a longer history. Qin Pingon even imagined the scene of their first reunion. It definitely wouldn't be sitting foolishly on the steps of the inverted hanging mountain and then he saw her. Ning Yao sat on the steps calmly and leaned back. Languid elbows were pressed against the steps. She narrowed her eyes and her pair of narrow eyebrows looked even more slender and moving. After seeing this scene, Qin Pingon couldn't say a word. He turned his head and drank another mouthful of wine. Qin Pingon just opened his mouth to speak. Ning Yao suddenly raised an eyebrow and sat up straight, asking, "Qin Pingon, when did you become an alcoholic?" The words that they had mustered up their courage with great difficulty, as if they were climbing a mountain with great difficulty, were all scared back into their stomachs. It was as if they had fallen off a cliff to their deaths, each and every one of them smashed to pieces. Qin Pingon sighed and squatted on the ground, silently scratching his head with both hands. Ning Yao stood up and smiled. "Qin Pingon, you seem to have grown taller." Qin Pingon abruptly stood up and gestured to Ning Yao not to walk down the stairs. Miss Ning, wait for me to finish my sentence. The young man raised his head high and puffed out his chest. He gripped the wine pot tightly and looked at the young lady in a dark green robe. Ning Yao blinked, seemingly unable to guess what Qin Pingon was up to. Qin Pingon said, Miss Ning. He quickly shook his head and changed the way he addressed her. Ning Yao, I like you. Ning Yao sat back down on the stairs. If you have the guts, say it louder. Qin Pingon then shouted at the top of his lungs, Ning Yao. I like you. Ning Yao asked, who are you? Qin Pingon smiled brightly, no longer reserved. He said heroically, Dali Longquan Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon knew that after giving the sword to Miss Ning, it would be best if he could spend some time with her. It would be best if he could see Miss Ning's hometown and her friends at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At that time he could decide whether or not to tell her. That would be the safest thing to do. In the worst-case scenario, Ning Yao wouldn't like him. However, they might still be friends. However, Qin Pingon didn't want that to happen. Ning Yao stood up again with a strange expression. She asked Qin Pingon, is it that great to like someone? Qin Pingon was confused and didn't know how to answer. After being confessed to, did all girls in the world ask such a question? Qin Pingon couldn't help but complain about the masters of Sword Sage Song and Osmanthus Island's old boat master. One was a jinx, while the other refused to impart his experience in the pugilistic world. Ning Yao stepped down the stairs and arrived in front of Qin Pingon. She stretched out her hand. Give it to me. Qin Pingon grunted. He untied the knot and took off the wooden box on his back. He took out the sword forged by Saint Wanqing and handed it to the girl in front of him. After Ning Yao received the sword, she didn't unsheath it to check its edge. She hung it on the right side of her waist and walked straight ahead, brushing past Qin Pingon. When Qin Pingon abruptly turned his head to look, he only saw her raising an arm and gently waving goodbye. Qin Pingon's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. This was because all his strength and courage had been used to say those words. For a long time he didn't want to turn his head or look away. She walked further and further away, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Qin Pingon turned his head and walked to his original seat on the stairs. He began to mumble the words that he didn't have time to say. Miss Ning, how have you been recently? Miss Ning, I've seen a lot of interesting things on this trip. Can I tell you about them? Miss Ning, you must have never imagined that I promised you that I would practice 1,000,000 times. Now I'm only 20,000 away. Miss Ning, do you know that when we were at the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, when you smiled, I felt that I was the richest person in the world? Ning Yao, I saw Alliance, but Mr. Qi left. Ning Yao, I've been to Huangting Country, Great Sui Kingdom, Sai Country, Combe Country, Old Dragon City, and many other places. I've seen a lot of girls, but they're not as beautiful as you. Miss Ning, you used to ask me if I liked you. I said no and you didn't seem unhappy. But now that I like you so much, you don't seem very happy. I'm sorry. Miss Ning, I'm very happy to have met you. On the white jade square at the foot of Lonely Peak, the little Daoist boy with a fishtail crown continued to sit on the futon and flip through his book. These few days were important fasting days in Qingming world. Inverted Hanging Mountain had never considered itself as the ruler of the world. Therefore the gate to the Great Wall of Sword Aura would only reopen after the emperor. Otherwise, this place would be one of the busiest areas in Inverted Hanging Mountain. This was because only people passed through here, not goods. The real transfer hub was in the belly of Inverted Hanging Mountain. There were 8 ferries in the vicinity, including the Upper Incense Pavilion. Each of them had an inclined road that led downwards to the belly of the mountain. In the early years, they had a dispute over whether they should ask the master of Qingming world if they needed to dig through the mountain wall and build a new ferry in the belly of the mountain. The great lord of Inverted Hanging Mountain felt that it was inevitable. Why didn't Inverted Hanging Mountain earn the incense money? Other than being the gatekeeper, the little Daoist boy was also the second in command of Inverted Hanging Mountain. He felt that as long as the construction of Inverted Hanging Mountain involved the mountain seal, even a little bit, it would be a great disrespect to his master. At that time, the two of them could not come up with an answer and did not hesitate to fight. After that, they each lit 3 incense sticks in the Upper Incense Pavilion, which alarmed the master, who stayed in the sky beyond heaven all year round. The master first returned to the Baek Okekyung building in Qingming world and personally issued a decree. Only then did the two brothers stop fighting. However, after that, the little Daoist boy who originally held great power and was not inferior to his senior brother no longer handled any affairs of inverted hanging mountain in a fit of anger. He threw everything to the great Lord of Heaven and guarded this futon by himself. The man holding the sword who sat on the hitching post slept soundly the entire day. When night fell he was very awake. His eyes were as bright as the bright moon and his face was full of smiles. He looked around as if he was waiting for someone. After waiting for a long time he did not see the person he expected. He became impatient and jumped off the hitching post. He went around the mirror door and squatted beside the little Daoist boy. Only the sound of the little Daoist boy flipping the pages of a book could be heard. The little Daoist boy had been in a bad mood recently. Although he was a Daoist of the great Lord of Heaven's lineage, he was close to the third supreme leader Zhou Xian. Whenever he saw that sissy with the surname Liu he would feel annoyed. The little lady was very arrogant and was even more annoyed. His senior brother the great Lord of Heaven lost a fight with someone and was still annoyed. Why were there so many troublesome things in the world? Previously, when he was not tricked by the little supreme leader Zhou Xian into coming to the inverted hanging mountain and staying in the Beko Keikyung building, he did not have so many troublesome things. Every day he would accompany the supreme leader Liu for a stroll on the top floor and wait for his master to return to the Beko Keikyung building from the heavens beyond to recuperate. Occasionally, if he was lucky, he would even meet the Daoist master, who was a once-in-a-century occurrence. The Daoist master was a busy man and rarely appeared in the Beko Keikyung building. He would either wander in some unknown arcane realm to help stabilize fate and build a cave for cultivators to live in or observe Tao in the Little Lotus Cave. Of course, the Daoist master did not need to comprehend Tao. The so-called observing Tao, according to his master, was just observing other people's Tao. The little Daoist boy could not stand the man holding the sword beside him. At the end of the day, you're just a little girl. What's there to see? The man holding the sword laughed. You don't understand. I'm a sinner and I'm being punished here. It's rare for me to be a little interested. The little Daoist boy closed the book and grinned. Oh, you're just a doorway and you're in the vast world. You even have a great sword immortal in the immortal realm. A little interest? How little interest? The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. There's no point in chatting with people like you. The man added, it's still the couple next door who get along better than us. They've already started gambling for fun. The little Daoist boy's interest was piqued. What are we gambling on? The man holding the sword asked tentatively, can you lend me half of the praying mat? The little Daoist boy did not move and sneered. What do you think? The man did not harp on this point and continued. Old Yao next door is betting with the saber-wielding Daoist nun on whether the little girl will return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone or with two people. The little Daoist boy asked, can't she not return at all? The man holding the sword shook his head and looked into the distance. She will definitely return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The little Daoist boy asked, because of the glory of the Ning and Yao surnames. The man sighed and had a complicated expression. The little Daoist boy's eyes lit up. He waved his sleeves and chanted the two names in the Eastern Aquarius continent's accent. Two green talismans were drawn and disappeared in a flash. The man holding the sword flicked his finger and the two talismans that were fainter than green smoke were shattered. He said angrily, see no evil, hear no evil. The two talismans, one was the Heaven and Earth Echo Talisman and the other was the Breeze Talisman. The former could travel quickly between the heaven and earth. As long as there was a conversation that involved the words chanted by the person who drew the talisman would begin to work and record the conversation. The latter was the Breeze Talisman, which allowed one to find the person drawn by the talisman and send back images. The two talismans were of high quality and were extremely difficult to draw. However, they were of little value to the Daoist talisman on the mountain. Be it the Echo Talisman or the Breeze Talisman, they would rapidly deplete the talisman's spiritual energy when used in places that were filled with restrictions and evil spirits. For example, the mansion of the crashing deity, the Wenwu temple, the city god's pavilion, the mass grave, etc. Even if the talisman paper was of good quality, it would cause a huge backlash. If the commotion was too big, it would be noticed by the cultivators and they would naturally see it as a provocation. Following the clues, it would be easy to find the person who drew the talisman and eventually cause a dispute. Therefore, the two talismans were only suitable for roaming and scouting in lawless places. However, the little Daoist boy had no problem controlling the two talismans in his own territory on the inverted hanging mountain. It was a pity that the inverted hanging mountain sword deity broke it with a flick of his finger. The sword-hugging man asked, "Do you want to bet?" The little Daoist boy was uninterested and shook his head. "No. You're a gambling addict and your gambling habits are terrible. You can be ranked in the top 3 in the inverted hanging mountain. I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll definitely give you something. If I win, I won't get anything. What's there to bet on?" "No way." The man's attitude was bleak. "I don't have much to look forward to in this life. I can't even be ranked first as a gambling addict." The little Daoist boy thought of something interesting and laughed. "You're considered good. Look at those 2 broken swords in the venerated sword pavilion and then look at yourself. All the people who pass by here, whether they're from the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the vast world, who doesn't respect you? In their eyes, even a fart from a living great sword immortal is fragrant." The sword-hugging man was not angry and said self-mockingly, "If that's the case, I really shouldn't have any complaints about being a guard here." The little Daoist boy put down his book and held the back of his head with both hands, looking up at the sky. The man muttered, "To the commoners, their hometown should be their hometown after leaving home for 100 years. To the Qi refinement warriors, 1,000 years counts. Then what about us, the convicts and refugees who have lived for 10,000 years? The little Daoist boy did not answer this question. He could not answer it. It was deep in the night on the inverted hanging mountain. On the other side of the gate, the scorching sun was hanging high. Similarly, there were 2 people guarding the gate, one from the Great Wall of Sword Aura and one from the inverted hanging mountain. An old sword cultivator in gray was refining his natal flying sword openly. Beside him stood a middle-aged Daoist nun with a Dharma saber. The nun frowned. "Little Ning went to the inverted hanging mountain without permission. It's against the rules. If the great heavenly lord questions me, I'll tell him the truth." The old sword cultivator nodded. "Just tell him the truth. I'll take responsibility." A group of young boys and girls walked over from afar. They were all famous children of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Although almost all of them came from prestigious backgrounds and were favored by the heavens in the recent war, this group of children had gone to war 3 times in less than 3 years. They had also lost 2 friends. One of them, who was nicknamed Little Grasshopper, died on the battlefield in the south of the city wall. The other one had returned to the Confucian Academy after completing his training. The handsome young man had 2 long swords hanging from his waist. One of them had a scabbard which was called sutra and the other had no scabbard which was called cloud pattern. A fat young man was born with a smiling face, but he was the most murderous. He had a sword at his waist. A one-armed girl was carrying an ill-fitting greatsword, mountain-suppressing sword. An ugly young man with a tanned face full of scars carried a sword with red makeup. The old sword cultivator looked at this group of brats with an unpleasant expression and continued refining his sword. On the other hand, Daoist Nun Sherdao, who was not related to the big families of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, greeted the children with a sincere smile. Although these fellows were called children, it was only because of their height and age. In fact, all of them had bright futures and high achievements in the future. Almost everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Aura could see it. This was especially so when they walked up and down the city wall to the battlefield in the south. They had personally experienced many battles and had won enough respect. In the Great Wall of Sword Aura, no matter what your surname was, you had to rush to the battlefield. Of course, there were some differences. It was in the cultivation realm of the sword masters that protected the formation. The sword cultivators from poor families could only obediently accept the arrangements of the sword masters from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. As for the disciples of the big families, when they went to war in the early days, there would definitely be people secretly following them. Most of them were powerful retainers who did not have any missions at the moment. However, unless they were in a life-or-death situation, these people would not easily lend a hand. In the north of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, every inch of the soil was soaked with sword aura that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the south, every inch of the soil was soaked with the blood of the ancestors. The fatty pestered Daoist Nun Sherdao and imitated a certain person's vulgar words. In the end, he was called a fool by the Daoist nun who was hanging upside down. The one-armed girl stared at the old sword cultivator's sword refining technique. The handsome young man had a displeased expression. The tanned young man stared blankly at the gate. It was said that another world was just a stone's throw away. Moreover, there was only one sun and moon over there. The scenery over there was beautiful, and the young man could not imagine what beautiful mountains and clear waters were. The handsome young man kept patting the sword hilt with his palms. He appeared to be a little impatient and complained, "If I see that fellow, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist slashing at him. When that happens, you guys must stop me." The fatty chuckled and said, "Stop what? Just kill him. When the time comes, you will be chopped into minced meat by Ningyao. Wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? Don't worry, I will keep the scripture and the cloud pattern sword for you." After joking, the fat young man was a little helpless. About that fellow, Ningyao didn't want to say much. She only said a few words. "The fool of the Pearl Grotto Heaven, the good guy, the miser. Why do I feel that if I have to choose, the bookworm of the school is more likable? In any case, he has fought side by side with us many times. He even saved Dong Haitan once. He is barely worthy of Ningyao." The ugly young man glared at the fat young man. How could the latter be afraid? He threw a flirtatious glance back. The handsome young man asked, "Could it be that we are thinking too much? With Ningyao's personality, who can she like in this life?" The one-armed girl thought about it seriously. She was a woman of few words. She concluded, "It's difficult." In the middle of the night, a heroic girl in a dark green robe with two swords at her waist appeared near the foot of the lonely peak. She did not even look at the man holding the sword and the little Daoist nun. She walked straight into the mirror. In an instant she walked out of the mirror again. The scorching sun was in the sky. She raised her head and squinted her eyes subconsciously. Inside and outside the gate, the man holding the sword, the little Daoist nun with the swimming fish crown, the gray-robed old sword cultivator, and the Daoist nun Sherdao looked at each other. As for the girl's peers, her friends who were full of admiration and respect for her, they were all relieved. They felt that the weather was really good today since Ningyao was the only one returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As they walked, the charcoal-like young man with the surname Dong turned his head and said, "Sister Ning?" Ningyao nodded and quickened her pace to catch up with them. She passed by them again. The four people who were laughing and chatting became silent. Outside the Jingjian Pavilion on the inverted mountain, Qin Pingon stood up and planned to return to the Stork Inn. Just as he stood up, he saw a middle-aged man and woman who looked like a couple coming from afar. They were dressed simply and elegantly. They looked ordinary and had a smile on their faces. They only glanced at him and then looked at the Jingjian Pavilion behind them. Qin Pingon lowered his head and put away the wine gourd that he had not drunk before. He was about to leave. The woman smiled softly and said, "This is our first time visiting the Jingjian Pavilion. I heard that it is very big. Is there anything special about it?" Qin Pingon stopped and thought for a while. He nodded and said, "Why don't I show you around?" The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and said, "Okay." (272) Qin Pingon was actually a little surprised. It was rare to meet someone who could speak the language of the Eastern Bottle Continent in the inverted hanging mountain. However, after walking for so long, he knew that monks did not talk about their names and Taoists did not talk about their lifespans. It did not seem appropriate to ask strangers about their origins. Qin Pingon then led the couple into Jingjian Pavilion and told them everything that Jin Su had told him. Moreover, Qin Pingon had a good memory since he was young. Among the immortal sword imitations and sword immortal paintings in the house, as long as he put his mind to it, Qin Pingon could immediately tell the couple the name of the immortal sword, the name of the sword and the general background. As he led the couple on a tour, Qin Pingon had an idea. Since he had used a sword, he would stay in the inverted hanging mountain for a while and record the sword immortals and immortal swords in the Jingjian Pavilion. When he brought them back to the bamboo house in the Luopa mountain, he could take them out and flip through them when he was bored. Just like those little bamboo slips that were engraved with beautiful poems and principles of the world. When he looked at them under the sun, Qin Pingon would feel particularly comfortable and warm. It was as if the sun was not shining on the bamboo slips and words, but on his heart. When he was copying, he could practice calligraphy. He wondered if the ink and paper in the inverted hanging mountain would be expensive. The young woman smiled and said, You have a good memory. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts and grinned. This little ability was nothing on the mountain. He thought that the lady must be just being polite. Qin Pingon really belittled himself this time, because the couple with good eyesight had already confirmed that every time Qin Pingon looked at an immortal sword imitation, he already had a card up his sleeve. This was called the idea that the eyes had not yet arrived, but the mind was already there. This was a famous bottleneck of sword cultivation. It determined the ultimate height of sword cultivation, whether it was a small sword cultivator whose heart was detained by the flying sword or a sword immortal of the great Tao who could control thousands of sword wills. After walking through more than half of the house, Qin Pingon was still patiently following the couple who looked carefully. In fact, he had already talked about the general history of the Jingjian Pavilion. What followed was nothing more than choosing the sword immortals or famous swords based on interest. However, the woman would occasionally chat with Qin Pingon, so Qin Pingon continued to follow them. From beginning to end, the man did not speak much. He just suddenly said, "I'll go ahead and wait for you." The woman nodded and did not think much of it. She continued to chat with Qin Pingon. Although Qin Pingon had been to the Jingjian Pavilion before, he knew almost nothing about the Great Wall of Sword Qi other than the famous sword immortals on the wall. Instead, it was the woman who came because of its reputation who told him many legends about sword immortals. For example, the reason why the ancestor surnamed Dong's sword was called Three Corpses was not because he believed in Taoism, but because he had once entered the hinterland of the demon world alone and killed 3 great demons of the 5 realms. The Dong clan rose from the Great Wall of Sword Qi because of this. Later on, almost all the heads of the Dong clan had personally killed great demons of the Jade realm or even the Immortal realm. Since they were talking about the Dong clan, the woman would then excitedly bring Qin Pingon to look for the imitation immortal sword called Bamboo Box. The owner of the sword was one of the ancestors of the Dong clan. At that time, the Dong clan was already on the wane. The head of the family was severely injured by a great demon and there was a shortage of sword qi in the clan. Then a young sword cultivator of the golden core stage of the Dong clan resolutely took the ancestral sword, 10 feet tall, and embarked on the path of slaying demons that the ancestor had walked. Under the circumstances that no one thought highly of this person 200 years later, this sword cultivator returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone with his sword. He even carried a bamboo box with him which contained the head of a great demon of the 13 realms. Before he ascended to the top of the wall, he carved the character Dong on the Great Wall of Sword Qi with his sword that was almost shattered. From then on, this person forged a new sword and named it Bamboo Box. Since then, the Dong clan had always been one of the most influential surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After chatting, the woman learned that the young man's surname was Qin. She smiled and asked Qin Pingon if he had noticed the flying mountain. Qin Pingon smiled shyly and was a little embarrassed. This was because the owner of this strange immortal sword was surnamed Qin. Therefore, Qin Pingon paid special attention and remembered it clearly. In fact, as long as it was a sword immortal with the surname Qin, Qin Pingon would even remember the sword that the immortal carried. If not for the fact that he had never learned painting and did not have a skilled painter like Osmanthus Island to consult, Qin Pingon would have hoped that he could bring the appearance of these sword immortals back to Luapa Mountain in the following period of time. After that, the woman smiled and selected a few old friends of the Qin family's sword immortals for Qin Pingon and told him those heart-stirring stories. When someone spoke with words instead of cold words and a few concise and comprehensive records, the story would often be very exciting. It was like the monuments on the banks of the long river of time, the willow trees. People of the future could feel their shade when they stood under the trees. Outside the shade of the trees, there was a violent storm. That river of time was turbulent and unrestrained. Qin Pingon, who had originally planned not to drink anymore, could not help but drink again. It was a very sad thing to not be liked by a girl he liked, but the sky did not fall. He still had to live how he should live. This was something that Qin Pingon suddenly understood when he returned to Jingjian Pavilion. However, Qin Pingon would not feel that his sad matter was insignificant after understanding the elegance of so many sword immortals. This made him feel even worse than Qin Pingon being beaten to a state worse than death at Luapa Mountain's bamboo house. The two kinds of discomfort were different. If the former was endured, then so be it. But the latter's discomfort was like a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even a lifetime might not be able to endure it. The strangest thing was that Qin Pingan would feel even worse when he thought that one day he would fall in love with another girl. The book said that drinking to drown one's sorrows would only make one more sorrowful. That was why he was so scared that he did not dare to drink. Unknowingly, from Qin Pingan's lead at the beginning to the woman's lengthy description and explanation, the two naturally did not feel that there was anything wrong. Then Qin Pingan saw that man. He stood at the door of the last room and smiled at him and the woman. The man did not like to talk. When they were walking together, he would occasionally look at Qin Pingan. After entering the last room and walking to the sword rack next to the dogwood and Yu Huang, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there no portraits of these two? I heard that the owner of the dogwood sword is a very handsome man from the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. He carefully glanced at the man beside him. "Don't knock over the vinegar jar." He did not expect the man to immediately return the look. The mistress of Yu Huang is also a rare beauty. Qin Pingan immediately felt injustice for the woman. So what if the woman was joking? As a man you should be more magnanimous. How can you be so tit for tat? The woman rolled her eyes at her man and smiled at Qin Pingan. "Thank you for leading me to Jingjian Pavilion this time." Qin Pingan waved his hand. "It's okay. I like to walk around here myself. I will come again in the next few days." The man narrowed his eyes. "I heard that there is a little fool in Jingjian Pavilion who likes to wipe the saliva on these two swords in the sword rack. Could it be you?" Qin Pingan did not want to complicate matters. He pretended to be at a loss and waved his hand. "No, no. How can I be so stupid?" The woman secretly stepped on the man's foot and then said to Qin Pingan, "We are leaving. Do you want to leave with us?" The man suddenly asked, "I see that you also like to drink. Do you want to drink? I know a good place to drink. It's cheap and good. I won't call anyone I don't know." Qin Pingan shook his head. The man said in annoyance, "If I invite you to drink, then drink. Why are you afraid of bad people in inverted hanging mountain? Besides, look at us husband and wife. Do we look like people who would covet your broken sword and broken blade strengthening gourd?" Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. This man was a little too straightforward. The man was kicked by the woman again. The latter complained, "Who said that he hates people who urge him to drink the most?" The man did not dare to argue with his wife. He glared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan then smiled at the woman. The man became more and more annoyed, but he was already dragged to the door by the woman. The three of them walked out of Jingjian Pavilion and down the steps. The man held back for a long time and asked, "You really don't want to drink?" All the drunkards and wine immortals in vast heaven want to drink the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. It is said that it is a unique wine brewing method left behind by the Confucian sage of rites. There is no such shop after this village. Kid, think carefully before you answer me. Qin Pingan looked down at the blade's strengthening gourd. There was not much osmanthus wine left in it. The man clicked his tongue and said, "Kid, with your wishy-washy temper, it will be difficult for you to find a wife." This knife stabbed Qin Pingan's heart. He thought to himself, "I'm just too wishy-washy. Now I'm like a lonely ghost, wandering around inverted hanging mountain in the middle of the night. Otherwise, I might be taking a stroll with Lady Ning to enjoy the scenery." Qin Pingan snorted coldly, "I don't want to drink. If I don't have a wife, then I don't have a wife." This was rare for Qin Pingan to lose his temper. Qin Pingan shifted his line of sight to the woman. His expression was much better. He cupped his fists and said, "Madam, we will meet again someday." The young woman smiled and said, "You should try the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. Even ordinary Qi refinement warriors of pure jade state can't get a cup of it. We have some relationship with the shopkeeper over there. That is why we can enter the wine shop. If you really like to drink, don't miss it. Yes, even if you don't like to drink, it is best not to miss it." Qin Pingan was a little hesitant. The man began to complain. "Look, you are so wishy-washy. Can you like it? Anyway, I don't really like it." Qin Pingan's face darkened. He thought to himself, "What do I want you to like it for?" In fact, Qin Pingan was like a drunkard tonight. His temper was really not good. After all, even a clay bodhisattva had a temper. The woman ignored the petty man. She patted the young man's shoulder and joked, "Come, let's drink together. I can tell that you have something on your mind." When we drink, don't care about what this guy is nagging about. Just drink your own wine. The world is big, but the wine cup is the biggest. The mountain is high and the water is far, but the wine is the deepest. Qin Pingon scratched his head and followed the woman. The man followed behind the two. He looked back at Jingjian Court and the corner of his mouth twitched. A Daoist nun from Inverted Hanging Mountain who was in charge of guarding Jingjian Court was thrown out of Jingjian Court. She came to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak and wept in front of the little Daoist child who was flipping through books. She complained about the man's crimes to her master. The little Daoist child listened to the angry words of the Daoist nun absent-mindedly and asked, "You still don't know who he is, right?" The Daoist nun of Golden Core Realm shook her head blankly. The little Daoist child nodded. "Then the ignorant are innocent. You can go." The Daoist nun became more and more confused. The man holding a sword on the hitching post behind her gloated, "It's the teacher's fault for not teaching strictly." The little Daoist child said angrily, "Bullshit, this is what the Confucian school says. My school has never advocated this. Since when is being a human and cultivating Dao not a matter of one's own?" The Daoist nun was so scared that she trembled. She stayed where she was and lowered her eyes, not daring to move at all. The man holding the sword did not stop while he was ahead. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, "No wonder the portrait of your Daoist ancestor is hung so high in the fragrant brothel. It's thousands of miles away from your three masters." The little Daoist child jumped up. "Are you looking for a beating?" The man holding the sword laughed. "Fortunately, you didn't say you're looking for a beating. Otherwise, I would have criticized you for talking nonsense. I don't have any other good points. Just like Alliance said, I'm a straightforward person. So, when it comes to flattering and exposing people's shortcomings, Alliance said that I'm one of the best at the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The little Daoist child was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She put her hands behind her back and spun around on the large praying mat. She muttered to herself, "Do you think you're the Alliance here? You're just a refugee born and raised there. If it wasn't for my master's warning to be kind to others, I would have beaten you until you're unrecognizable today. I don't care if you're suppressed by the heavens and earth here and dropped half a realm. So what if I won with an unfair advantage? I'll beat you until you don't dare to show your face for a year. That'll be satisfying. I'll beat you until you're like that senior brother on the Lonely Peak. I've disliked you for many years now." The Daoist nun who wanted her master to back her up was filled with regret when she saw her master who was angry for the first time. She should not have made this trip. Especially after her master accidentally revealed some heavenly secrets. The Daoist nun felt that her days in the Inverted Hanging Mountain would be very difficult. That martial uncle of hers, the heavenly monarch who oversaw the central peak, might not be bothered with her. However, his eldest disciple, that true monarch Flood Dragon who held a horsetail whisk in his hand and was now the third in command of the Inverted Hanging Mountain, was famous for being respectful to his master. He would definitely make her life difficult for him until the end of time. He definitely would. The Daoist nun wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did he end up with such a Shurzuan who never protected his children? On the street outside the Jingjian Pavilion, Qin Pingon was baffled. After walking around the Jingjian Pavilion with the woman, he was baffled as to why he followed the two of them to a wine shop to drink some worry-free wine. Occasionally, he would be absent-minded or asked a question by the woman. After what seemed like a long time but also like less than half an hour, the three of them arrived at a wine shop that was not closed yet. However, the business was very quiet and there was not a single customer in the shop. There was only a young waiter who was napping on the wine table and an old man who was playing with a caged bird behind the counter. The old shopkeeper glanced at the couple. Rare guest. This wine must be taken out." Then he glanced at the young swordsman behind the two of them and frowned. However, he sighed and did not say anything. It was as if he was turning a blind eye because of their relationship. Then the old man shouted at the lazy waiter, "Su Jia, sleep. Why don't you just sleep to death? There are guests. Go get a jar of wine." The young man named Su Jia suddenly woke up. He wiped his saliva and stood up weakly. He bent over to get a jar of wine and placed it on the table of the three of them. He yawned and said, "Guests, drink slowly. As usual, there is no food in this shop." The woman nodded her head in greeting. Then she smiled at Qin Pingon who was sitting opposite her and said, There was a very powerful monk who once wandered here and drank the worry-free wine. He praised it endlessly and said, "Only this wine can break the Buddha in my heart." The old shopkeeper smiled and said, "That's right. The old monk is really powerful. I'm afraid that even if Alliance slashed a few times, he would not be able to break that monk's abbot world." In the end he still wanted to say that his wine was the best in the world. However, when Qin Pingon heard others mention Alliance in the inverted mountain, he was still very happy. Therefore this time he really wanted to drink some wine. In the end the old man slammed the counter and said angrily, "Damn it. Whenever Alliance is mentioned I get angry. He owes me more than 20 jars of wine. He is the only one in the world who owes me money. Back then, Qin Chunan from the Hassa continent, the female martial god not long ago, and those old things from the 100 schools of thought even earlier, who dares to owe me money for wine? Let's talk about that scholar from the Central Plains. When he was at his lowest he had not yet made a name for himself. He was just a small chi refinement warrior of the sea-viewing realm. He had hundreds of poems about wine. What wine competition? My wine competition is my wine competition. However, he came and went 3 times and only owed me a total of 4 to 5 jars of wine. Alliance has sinned and I have suffered. The woman winked at Qin Pingon as if to say that the old man had such a temper. Let him say whatever he wants and ignore him. The young man said unhappily, "Old man, can you not mention Alliance anymore? Miss has not returned to the inverted mountain because of him. I miss her so much." The old man's voice suddenly became much softer. He muttered, "That kind of heartless girl, it's better to leave her outside to harm others." He opened the wine jar and poured a bowl of wine into 3 big white bowls. Just like what his wife said, he hated people who urged him to drink the most. He said bluntly, "After this, if you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it." Qin Pingon carefully took a small sip. It did not have much taste. It was slightly stronger than the osmanthus wine, but it was not to the extent of burning a knife and breaking the intestines. Qin Pingon took 2 more small sips. There was still no reaction from his throat and stomach. He was completely relieved. He reckoned that there was something special about this forget wine and not in the taste. After 2 big bowls of wine for each person, the jar of wine was empty. The woman turned to the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked for an extra jug. The old shopkeeper looked at the smiling woman and sighed. He personally went to get an extra jug and gently placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. "These 3 jugs of wine are all on me. It's not on the bill." Qin Pingon drank until his face was flushed red. However, his mind was clear and he did not seem to be drunk or drunk. However, he could clearly feel that kind of tipsy state he was in. After drinking the wine he wanted to say more. Just like those drunken burps, it was nothing to hold it in. However, it was better to spit it out. At first it was the man who buried his head in the wine. Otherwise he would look out of the shop and wander thousands of miles. The woman seemed to like chatting with Qin Pingon. She talked about Qin Pingon's hometown and the 2 trips they took. Since Qin Pingon was not drunk, he only picked those people and things that he could talk about. Later on they somehow talked about that lady. Qin Pingon, who had made up his mind to stop drinking after 4 big bowls of wine, silently poured himself a bowl of wine. He still did not talk about the sword. He just said that he had something to do and had to leave his hometown. He came to the inverted hanging mountain and happened to know a lady. Her home was on the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Then the 2 of them met. It was that simple. The woman smiled and said, "Then you walked a long way?" Qin Pingon held the bowl and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, "Not far. I thought that with every step I took I would be closer." The man sneered, "How long have you known that lady? How long have you been together? You keep saying that you like her? Isn't that a little too frivolous?" Qin Pingon did not know how to refute. He only said unhappily, "I can't control who I like. If you think it's frivolous, then go ahead. I don't care." The man snorted. He was probably hurt by Qin Pingon's words. Most importantly, the young man said it very sincerely. No one knew if the rumors on the mountain were true or not. After drinking the Forget Worries wine, one would be a true person. The woman comforted, "Then you were rejected by the lady? Don't be discouraged. Have you ever heard that some people are destined to meet each other and it's right? If you can still meet each other again, that would be the best." Qin Pingon drank a big mouthful of wine. His eyes were hazy from the alcohol, but his eyes were clear like a stream. Happiness, sadness, regret, joy, they were all flowing cleanly. The young man shook his head and laughed. If you like someone, you have to make her happy. If you feel that the person you like must be with you, is that still liking her? At this point, the young man's tears flowed down. But that's just what I say. Actually, I'm about to die from sadness. I actually want the entire inverted hanging mountain, the entire world, to know that I like that lady. Then I only hope that there's only one lady in the world who likes me. At the end, Qin Pingon was really drunk. He even forgot to drink a few big bowls of wine. His head was on the table as he muttered. He even forgot how he quarreled with the man and even fought with him. It was like a dream but not a dream. While he was awake but not asleep, he seemed to have risen from the 4th realm to the 7th realm in a fit of anger. From then on, he had no fate with the strongest 4th realm of martial arts. The woman seemed to have asked him if it was worth it to give up his martial arts future just to stand up for a lady's parents. How are you going to become the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the great sword immortal? Qin Pingon's answer at the time was, liking a lady is not just a matter of words. If I didn't do what I did today, if you were Ning Yao's parents, do you think that I, Qin Pingon, would give up something important for your daughter when I'm really rich, have a high cultivation level, and really become a great sword immortal? That kind of liking is actually not that much. It must have been a lie from the start. Qin Pingon could no longer remember all of this. The old shopkeeper's expression was calm. He was used to seeing all kinds of people in the world for thousands of years. The young man's shop assistant watched with great interest. In the end, Qin Pingon was completely drunk. The man looked at the young man and drank a mouthful of wine. I still don't like this kid. He's a blockhead, stupid, boring, not romantic enough, not magnanimous enough. His aptitude is passable, but his temperament is sloppy. One look and you can tell that he's stubborn. If he quarrels with our daughter in the future and neither of us is willing to take a step back, what should we do? With our daughter's temperament, will she admit her mistake? The woman smiled and said, admit her mistake? You also know that it's most likely our daughter's fault first? You know that the young man will always give in to her? The man felt a little guilty and resentfully stopped talking. The woman suddenly smiled and said, I remember. Previously you said that the child wasn't romantic enough. Is it the romantic of a scholar or the romantic of galloping through a field of flowers? Hidden murderous intent. The man had a flash of inspiration and greatly admired himself. He picked up the wine bowl and said boldly, it's the romantic of carving words on the great wall of sword chi. The woman smiled. The man laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. Actually, this silly boy is quite good. Our daughter really needs to find someone like him. The woman smiled warmly and looked out of the shop. She muttered to herself for no reason, I'm sorry. The man beside her, her daughter Ning Yao, the great wall of sword chi and the vast world. She was sorry for the woman. After Qin Pingon got drunk and passed out, the camouflage that the man and the woman had used had all disappeared. The girl that Qin Pingon liked was like him and also like her. The man sitting beside her gently held the woman's hand. We only let our daughter down. We don't let anyone else down. The man suddenly smiled brightly and looked at Qin Pingon. Our daughter's taste is very impressive. The woman smiled and nodded. Follow me. The man suddenly said helplessly, this silly girl. Is it that difficult to say that sentence? The woman nodded and said, of course it's very difficult. Which man who likes another girl hopes that the young man who likes him will fall in love with a girl who will die on the battlefield? The man touched his forehead. It's over. I'm going to die. The great wall of sword chi on the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform. She lay there and said softly, Qin Pingon, listen to me. It's not that I don't like you. First set a small goal such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version reading website. $2.73. The early morning sunlight spilled into the wine shop. The old shopkeeper was currently whistling to tease the caged sparrow. The little sparrow was as cold and aloof as a fairy from the mountains. The old man, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. He did his best to show off his skills and whistled smoothly. The young man's shop assistant was diligently cleaning the room, making the originally spotless tables and stools even cleaner. From time to time he would exhale and carefully wipe it with his sleeve. His whole person was brimming with a satisfied expression. It seemed that for the young man who sold wine on the upside-down mountain, cleaning up a room was the greatest happiness in the world. Qin Pingon, who was lying on the wine table, slowly woke up. He didn't have the splitting headache of being dead drunk, but his entire body was in a trance. He sat there blankly trying to remember what happened last night, but he couldn't remember anything at all. He only remembered that he promised that couple to drink the forget sorrow wine that even cultivators at the unpolished jade stage could rarely drink. Who the couple were, what he talked to them about when they left, he forgot everything. He clearly said that it was the forget sorrow wine, but what did he forget? On the contrary, Qin Pingon felt even more worried. He always felt that there was a faint sadness lingering in his heart, which could not be removed. It was like a yellow sparrow stopped at the yellow window of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley at dawn, chirping, somewhat disturbing one's sleep, but unwilling to chase it away. Qin Pingon looked around and saw the young man who was working hard in the shop, and the leisurely old shopkeeper. Qin Pingon asked tentatively, "Pay the bill?" The young man who was squatting on the ground and wiping a table leg grinned, not saying anything. The old man smiled and said, "You drank a total of 4 jars of wine, 3 of which were given by me. Kid, you really have to pay the bill for the remaining jar." Qin Pingon asked, "How much?" The old man laughed, "Money? If you really have to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine, then it's a bit too much." The young man who was called Su Jia by the shopkeeper laughed. "Last night, there was a rich young master from the Snow Mountain continent who came to buy a jar of forget sorrow wine. The shopkeeper was not willing to sell, saying that it was not a matter of money. The young man pestered and insisted on asking for the price. In the end, when he asked for the price, he was scared silly and sat outside the door in a daze for the whole night. He probably still hasn't given up." Qin Pingon asked, "Lu Yuzhou?" The old man nodded. "It's this young man, the future head of the Snow Mountain Continent's Lu clan. He is known as the child of many treasures. He has an abbot's item that contains many magic treasures. Because of the Yuan residence, the entire Hanging Mountain knows of this rich young master's name. There was once when he was training with someone in the Central Divine Continent. There were 7 people in the group. When they encountered a strong enemy, the young man took out 7 high-grade magic treasures in one go and made himself look like a tortoise shell. Not to mention the saint's name rune, he wore 2 of the deity armor. The other 7 relied on this to kill an earth immortal item that was 2 realms higher than them. Obviously, in the eyes of the old shopkeeper, this young man was worth a few more words. He laughed and said, "Such an interesting young man. Even I almost could not resist giving him a bowl of yellow millet wine to drink." Qin Pingon was a bit embarrassed. Lu Yuzhou was so afraid of death. Qin Pingon was a bit nervous. "Old mister, how do I pay the bill?" The old man thought for a while. "I haven't thought of how to pay the bill yet. I'll look for you when I remember." Qin Pingon's heart was in a mess. The old man laughed. "It's also possible that I won't remember even after you've lived through this lifetime. So don't be afraid." Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Pingon stood up and was about to leave the wine shop when the old man asked, "Young man, there's still half a jar of yellow millet wine left. Aren't you going to drink it before you leave?" Qin Pingon reached out and shook the wine jar. There was indeed half a jar left. He asked doubtfully, "Can't I take it away?" The old man shook his head. "If you take it away, you won't be able to forget your worries. It's worse than ordinary wine. It's a waste of natural resources. I advise you not to do such a stupid thing. This wine has some tricks. Actually, it's a big waste for the couple to treat you to it now. The later you drink it, the better. However, it's hard to find the best in this world. Just muddle through. It's fine as long as it's good." Qin Pingon sat down again and asked curiously, "Isn't it called Forget Worries wine? Why does the shopkeeper always call it yellow millet wine?" The young man named Su Jia widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "You don't know where this is?" Qin Pingon was even more puzzled. "Isn't this an inverted mountain?" Su Jia grinned. "Then you should have heard of yellow millet blessed land, right?" Qin Pingon still shook his head. The old man helped Qin Pingon out of his predicament. "It's normal that you don't know. This blessed land is in the same situation as your hometown's Pearl Grotto heaven. It's destroyed." Su Jia hurriedly threw away the rag and said anxiously, Shopkeeper, let me continue. Miss said that I was especially handsome when I was telling this part. The old man chuckled. Either my daughter is blind or she's drunk and talking nonsense. Which do you think is more likely? Miss is doing well. Su Jia coughed to moisten his throat and said seriously, now there are only a few ruins left in Yellow Millet Blessed Land. In the early years when Yellow Millet Blessed Land was at its peak, all the frustrated people in the world would go there. It was very lively, beautiful women, good wine, and good dreams were all available in this blessed land. Moreover, it was guaranteed to suit one's desires. This was the rarest place as it could reflect one's Tao heart. Many cultivators in the unpolished jade stage who barely made it to the upper 5 realms were lucky enough to break through to the upper 5 realms. In fact, they used many secret methods and unorthodox methods, so they would specially make a trip to this shop on inverted hanging mountain. First, they would peel off one's soul and one's spirit to stay awake. Then they would drink a jar of forget worries wine and reveal their true feelings. Su Jia was speaking with a cadence when the old man impatiently said, "Stop, stop. Flipping through an old history book again and again, aren't you afraid of ruining it?" In short, now Yellow Millet Blessed Land is only as big as our shop. Qin Pingon poured a bowl of wine and looked left and right. He was unable to link a blessed land to a shop. There was actually a blessed land in Aquarius continent, Clear Pool Blessed Land, which was controlled by a continent's orthodoxy Xianxia sect. It was said that Tongyi continent's Jade Gui sect's Jiang clan also controlled a cloud cave blessed land. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and asked, "Old mister, I didn't act crazy when I was drunk yesterday, right? And what about that couple?" The old man asked back, "You don't remember?" Qin Pingon shook his head. The old man laughed. "You don't even remember? Why should an outsider like me remember?" Qin Pingon could not refute and drank silently. He still could not tell the difference between good and bad. He just felt that it was easy to drink. The old man thought of something and pointed to a wall and said to Qin Pingon, "Do you see that wall? Anyone who can sit down and drink can go over there and write a poem or write a few sentences." Su Jia spoke in an old and experienced tone. After drinking, one is to die drunk and spend the rest of their lives in the wine jar, and until they die they will not be able to sober up. The other is to be completely sober and see through life. Even before one's life is over, they will have tasted the taste of a few lives. I feel that the things written by these two types of people will be extremely interesting. Customer, do you want to try? The old man laughed angrily. "Forget it, my teeth are about to fall out because of you. You are just a big fart and all you think about is imitating Alliance. Aren't you ashamed?" Su Jia spoke confidently. "Young Miss likes Alliance so much. If I don't learn from him, who will I learn from?" The old man sighed. "Those who learn from me will live. Those who imitate me will die. You have seen so many drunkards and heard so many drunken words and you still can't understand this logic?" Su Jia chuckled. "I learned from Alliance but not from you." The old man threw a wine cup over. "You only know how to talk nonsense with me all day long." Su Jia gently caught the wine cup and after throwing it back to the old man he quickly jogged over to Qin Pingon to get a pen. "Leave some mementos on it." Qin Pingon put down the wine bowl and said helplessly, "My handwriting is really bad." Su Jia rolled his eyes. "Can it be worse than Alliance's earthworm crawl? Besides, aren't those famous calligraphers also criticized by their peers as toads crushed by rocks, dead snakes hanging on branches, generals embroidering flowers and old women wearing armor?" The youth whispered, "I'll tell you the truth, no matter how bad anyone's handwriting is, in front of Alliance's handwriting, they are all as beautiful as fairies. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look yourself." Qin Pingon did not take the brush for the time being, but he got up and walked towards the wall. From afar it was just a white wall without any calligraphy. But when he got closer he found that it was full of poems, sentences and warnings. It was a dazzling sight. Some people's calligraphy stood out. It was a poem written in cursive that took up a lot of space. It was like a cluster of flowers competing for beauty and only one peerless beauty took the limelight. There were also some handwriting that was out of place. The most striking one was a line of large, crooked words. Even Qin Pingon felt that it was unsightly. The content was even more speechless. "When I think of so many girls waiting for me with infatuation, my conscience hurts a little." The key point was that at the end of the words, there was a smiley face and a thumbs up. There was no doubt that it was Alliance's handwriting. Ordinary people would not have the face to write these words. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and turned to ask, "Old mister, you kept this too?" The youth who was helping to pick up the brush said sickly, "Firstly, Alliance was shameless. He said that if he erased a word he would treat it as if he had paid off a jar of wine. Secondly, my family's young mistress especially liked this paragraph. She felt that Alliance was praising her. My family's young mistress even specially used a jar of yellow millet wine to exchange with a novelist's ancestor for a rouge novel. It was written specifically about her and Alliance. Shopkeeper, what's his name again?" The old man sneered, "Lingering sentiments." Su Jia nodded. "Yes, actually my young mistress also hinted to the novelist's ancestor that the more straightforward and explicit it was, the better. Later that person probably couldn't bring himself to write, so he wrote more subtly. My young mistress was very unhappy. This time she ran away from home. She said that she eloped. One of the things she wanted to do was to find trouble with this ancestor. She thought that his writing was bad and that he was a liar fishing for fame. She wanted to spit on his face." Qin Pingon's gaze scanned the high wall. Finally he lowered his head and saw a small row of words in a small corner. The words were still written by Alliance, but they were not eye-catching. "Small, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." Finally, Liang smeared the word "after little" into an ink block. Qin Pingon asked, "Can I write anything?" Su Jia handed over the brush and nodded. "Anything is fine. As long as it's written in the blank space, anything is fine." The young waiter didn't forget to remind him, "Sir, don't write something like, Sunto was here. That's too tacky. Even if it's something as shameless as Alliance, it's better than here." Qin Pingon took the brush and suddenly turned around and ran to the table. He drank a big mouthful of wine before returning to the wall. Half squatting, he picked up the brush and wrote a small chi character on the ink block after the small character. "Little chi, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." The old man joked, "Words actually don't have much spiritual energy. They're just rules. But when it's beside Alliance's character, it's better." "You're cheating. No, you can write something else." Qin Pingon nodded and began to choose a blank space. But the middle of the wall had a tight structure. If he really wanted to find a gap, it was fine. But he always felt that it would be disrespectful to the predecessors. And those who dared to write in the middle of the wall mostly wrote very well and had a lot of charm. Qin Pingon really didn't dare to write here. He tried to look to the sides, high or low. Su Jia reminded him and pointed to two places. There was still a lot of space. One was on the right side of the highest point and the other was on the left side of the lowest point. Qin Pingon moved and squatted on the far left. He took a deep breath and wrote 3 words. Before writing, he thought of the many sword immortals and immortal swords in Jingjian Pavilion. So the 3 words he wrote were, Sword Chi Chong. Su Jia looked at the 3 words. It was really boring. The young man shook his head gently and disagreed. He couldn't help but mutter, "One look and I can tell that he didn't read much." It was rare for the old man to agree with the shop assistant. He nodded and smiled. Also, he didn't drink enough wine. "Hey Dolly, young man, don't be anxious. Drink a big bowl of wine first. Drink to your heart's content. Write something from the bottom of your heart. It's not as difficult as you think. The 3 jars of wine that I treated you to can write 3 sentences. There's still one last chance." Qin Pingon had already handed the brush back to Su Jia. He smiled at the old man. "I'm not writing anymore." The old man didn't care. Immortals leaving behind calligraphy after getting drunk was just a small matter. It was just icing on the cake. Since the young man couldn't write well and wasn't a sword immortal, the old shopkeeper naturally wouldn't force him. Qin Pingon hesitated and asked, "Sir, can I leave this half jar of wine first? I want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I'll drink it when I come back. Is that okay?" Su Jia shook his head vigorously. "Our wine shop doesn't have such a rule. Once a jar of golden millet wine is opened, you have to drink it in one go. There's no reason to drink it after you leave the shop." The old man thought for a moment and nodded. "It's okay this time." Su Jia asked anxiously, "Why?" The old man put the birdcage beside him and leaned on the counter. He smiled and said, "I like the saying 'leave it.' It's auspicious and festive." After Qin Pingon stepped out of the wine shop, he staggered. When he stood still and looked back, the wine shop was gone. It was empty. In the wine shop that had disappeared, The old man opened the birdcage and a little yellow sparrow with a golden beak flew out. However, before it could get close to the words on the wall and check the martial arts fate of a person, it quickly hid in the birdcage. Su Jia was stunned. The old man thought for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. He's just a young man from a small continent. Even if he has signs of marriage, it doesn't matter. It's only 100 years. It doesn't matter if I check it or not." Su Jia glared at the words written on the top of the wall. Most people wrote from top to bottom. In the past 100 years after Alliance, there was a female customer not long ago. She was the second person to write horizontally. After that, the little yellow sparrow was so scared that it fluttered around. In the end, it didn't recover for a long time, as if it was seriously ill. Su Jia couldn't help but complain, "It's all because of that female martial god. Her martial arts fate was too strong. Her momentum was too scary." The old man looked at the poor little yellow sparrow lovingly and murmured, "It's been hard on you." There was a pair of strange sparrows in the world that could peck at literary and martial arts fate. It was said that the male sparrow was caught by Zhou Xian, the leader of the Daoist branch, and the female sparrow was raised by the ancestor of the miscellaneous school. Qin Pingon walked in a secluded alley. Although he was drunk, Qin Pingon suddenly understood one thing after he walked out of the shop. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank the little osmanthus wine left. He murmured while drinking, "Miss Ning probably doesn't like you anymore. Otherwise, how could she pretend to forget that she promised to give you the scabbard in the Pearl Cave? Qin Pingon, you're really unlucky. Miss Ning doesn't like you or not. It's a matter of whether she hates you or not." Thinking of this, the young man found joy in his misery. He was a little relieved that he didn't waste his time in the Jianghu. However, he still decided to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in person. He kept telling himself that he just wanted to take a look at the words engraved on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the worst-case scenario, he would accidentally bump into a certain girl at a certain place and time and greet her with a smile. However, Qin Pingon wasn't sure which was more appropriate between the opening remarks of, "What a coincidence," and "You're here too." Qin Pingon thought carefully. He didn't even notice that there was a girl who was about to die of anger behind him. She was wearing a dark green robe. "274. When she couldn't help but kick Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon disappeared into thin air. It was as if someone had pulled her into another world. He felt empty all of a sudden. Her vision and heart were both empty. Then she was filled with anger. Just as she was about to slash out with her sword in an attempt to follow Qin Pingon's footsteps, she suddenly blushed. It was as if she had heard someone speak. "Oh," she said, then gave a cold harumph in the direction where Qin Pingon had disappeared. Then she flew all the way to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak. Seeing this unruly fellow again, the little Daoist boy was about to explode in anger. He slammed the book in his hand and jumped up from the futon, scolding, "Little girl, do you really think the inverted hanging mountain is your house?" He had come and gone as he pleased. This was the third time. Even the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi may not be able to come once in their lifetime. But you twice in one day. The man holding the sword yawned, "Hit her if you have the ability." The little Taoist boy said angrily, "Do you really think I don't dare? If I didn't pity her background, I would have punched her." The heroic girl walked through the mirror door expressionlessly. She leaned back slightly and turned her head. "Why do you pity me? I don't know you well." The little Taoist boy always felt that the girl's words were unreasonable, but also seemed to be reasonable. The man holding the sword laughed at the hitching post. At the same door of the inverted hanging mountain wine shop, Qin Pingon left the shop and came to a secluded alley. Lu Yuzhou was squatting under an old pagoda tree outside the high wall of a courtyard, counting ants in boredom. The old woman of the earth Immortal quietly waited at the side, not disturbing her young master's days. The sky was turning bright. Lu Yuzhou stood up with bright eyes and turned to the old woman who seemed to be asking for credit. "I finally understand. The ants that grew up in the inverted mountain are no different from the ants in the market." The old woman was used to the young man's imagination. She smiled and nodded gently. Lu Yuzhou glanced at the old pagoda tree. He was not very interested. "I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. I still feel bad for the New Year's money that I saved up for so many years." The old woman heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the young master would be impulsive and sell everything he had to buy a jar of daylily wine. It was meaningless for a chi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms to drink this daylily wine. No matter how rich the Lu clan was, they should not be so extravagant. By then the young master was destined not to be punished. Perhaps the family head and the elders would grit their teeth and squeeze out a smile, praising him for being a descendant of the Lu clan. He had the demeanor of a general. He would definitely be reprimanded. She wasn't blaming the young man because of this, but she thought that the young man was better. With so much New Year's money, wouldn't it be good to buy a half-immortal weapon? Why squabble with a jar of wine? Lu Yuzhou began to return home. He suddenly asked, "Granny Lu, do you think Auntie Lu has returned from the northernmost ice field?" When the young man mentioned Auntie Lu, the old woman's wrinkled face immediately brimmed with pride. She should have returned. If she's lucky, this wretched lass might have already reached the 9th realm of martial arts. Young master, according to the agreement, she can bring you to the northern ice field to travel and kill big demons. Lu Yuzhou still had the temperament of a young man. His words were somewhat childish. What's the point of reaching the 9th realm so quickly? My father said that Auntie Lu's martial arts is the strongest 8th realm. It's very significant and is not inferior to ordinary masters who are at the 10th realm. My father has advised Auntie Lu to not break through the realm casually unless she has no other choice. The old woman laughed softly. Of course, the family head has good intentions. However, one shouldn't go to extremes. If one can successfully break through the realm and forcefully suppress it, it's not good for a pure martial artist. I'm afraid that one will lose all possibility of reaching beyond the 10th realm. Of course, it's fine for ordinary geniuses. To be able to reach the 10th realm is already an extravagant hope. However, your Auntie Lu is different. Lu Yuzhou had never been interested in matters that involved the fundamentals of the Great Tao. Instead, he was thinking about the least important matters. He sighed. Auntie Lu is really something. Every day she shouts about where the good men in the world have died. She also likes to ask me if I've met a good man. I'm a big man. How can I answer her? But my father has introduced so many young talents to her in the Snow-White continent. I don't see Auntie Lu being moved by any of them. It's really a headache. Lu Yuzhou's thoughts were like the antelope's horn. He then asked a question that made the old woman laugh. If one day the demon army drowns the Great Wall of Sword Qi, what will happen to the inverted mountain? The ants under the tree crawl so slowly. When the time comes, won't it be too late to move? The old woman's expression was kind and gentle as she said, "Young master, how many years has it been since the Great Wall of Sword Qi stood tall and strong? In the world next door, the demon race would start a war almost every 100 years. For so many years, how many corpses have been left at the foot of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Haven't they returned empty-handed every time? Some powerful demons would at most stay on the city wall for a while. In the end, they would be chased down by some old sword immortals." Lu Yuzhou made a no sound but then jumped back to his own thoughts. He couldn't extricate himself and said worriedly, "Our Yuan Ravager mansion is worse than an ant's nest. There's no way to move it. Fortunately, the Snow-White continent is the furthest away from the inverted mountain. The Pasua continent is a bit miserable. When the time comes, there will be smoke for thousands of miles. I don't know if the elder of the Melochan clan who can carry the sun and the moon can turn the tide and stop the demon clan from entering the land." The old woman was amused by the young master's groundless worries. She couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. Our Snow-White continent and the inverted mountain are not only separated by the South Pa continent, but also the Central Divine continent, which is inferior to the 8 continents combined. What are you worried about, young master?" Lu Yuzhou murmured, "I'm not worried about the safety of the Snow-White continent. I just feel that many people will die in a war and I feel a bit uncomfortable. The Pasua continent at least has the #1 disciple of the quasi-sage overseeing it. But the Southeast Tongyi continent that we visited and the Fuyao continent that we're about to visit, it seems that there are no particularly powerful people that we can bring out." The old woman was still laughing. "Young master, you can't compare everyone with your father. A chi refinement warrior who is inferior to our family head is not powerful? There's no such thing. The richest person in the Snow-White continent and the strongest chi refinement warrior in the Snow-White continent were the same person. Lu Yuzhou's father. This man had a higher cultivation and stronger combat strength than any other elder in the history of the Lu clan. The most terrifying thing was that the people of the Snow White continent were valiant and their immortal masters were warlike. No one had ever been able to successfully test this man's ultimate strength. This man had a well-known saying on the mountain. If something can be solved with immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons, then there's no need to use fists and feet, right? Lu Yuzhou seemed to have some complaints about his father. What's so good about having a group of wives and concubines? Even if the old woman was beaten to death, she would not dare to comment on the good or bad of this family head. It was one thing for the family head to have a good temper, but it was another thing if the servants did not know the rules. The Lu clan had a tight grip on the mountain range of snowflake money and jade mines. A tall tree attracts the wind. Every year there were many servants who died because of this. There were also many members of the Lu clan who died suddenly. At this moment, Lu Yuzhou was wearing a bright yellow bamboo robe, cool and refreshing. This was once a treasure that the great dynasty's emperor was fond of, and was hailed as a small grotto heaven. And the other bamboo robe, summer shelter, which was put together by the Snow White continent's Lu clan, had the reputation of a small blessed land. Lu Yuzhou liked to wear them alternately. It was comfortable to wear and it was not ostentatious. Otherwise, those Daoist talismans, robes and deities' armor would be too eye-catching. Wasn't this clearly telling people that he was rich? He was rich, but he did not like to say it. Besides, actually, Lu Yuzhou was not really rich. Wasn't it because he could not bear to buy a jar of carefree wine last night? Lu Yuzhou sighed. Granny Lu, I really can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The old woman's tone was firm. The family head has instructed that you are not allowed to go. Lu Yuzhou asked a very direct question. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword Qi is still the world's convicts and refugees. Their relationship with us is actually not as good as imagined. There are many dirty things in the inverted hanging mountain. They have been fighting with the demon race for so long. Didn't anyone betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi and seek refuge with the demon race in a fit of anger? The old woman thought for a while. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has those old sword immortals and experts from the three sects watching over it. There shouldn't be any big trouble. However, there will definitely be such people. I think the Great Wall of Sword Qi is unwilling to publicize their family's dirty linen. Young master, actually you don't have to be too concerned about the situation over there. According to the intelligence from the Yuan residents, this generation of young sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi have especially good aptitudes. Moreover, it's not just a few of them. They are like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They are almost comparable to the sword immortals from 3,000 years ago. That generation was really powerful. They suppressed the demon race to the point that they did not dare to provoke the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 800 years. Many demons have never seen the wall in their entire lives. Therefore, in my opinion, the inverted hanging mountain will be prosperous and peaceful for the next few hundred years. The young man was a little sad and muttered, but the main source of our Lu family's income is the wealth of the dead. The old woman wanted to remind the young master to be careful with his words in the inverted hanging mountain. However, when she saw the young man's disappointed face, she could not bear to do so. A steward from the Yuan residence appeared in front of the two. There were two carriages parked by the roadside. The old steward said softly, "Young master, an important guest has arrived." Lu Yuzhou nodded and boarded one of the carriages. When they arrived at the Yuan residence, Lu Yuzhou saw a cultured man and a tall lady. The middle-aged man with a scholarly aura was admiring a hanging painting while the lady was sitting there drinking tea. The man seemed to be an expert in calligraphy and painting. He praised, "I never thought that this rickety old lotus painting was the real deal. It is indeed a powerful and upright painting. Just in terms of drawing lotuses, there hasn't been such a person in the past 500 years." On the way here, the steward was cautious and did not tell Lu Yuzhou who it was. It was only when they crossed the threshold of the Yuan residence that he whispered to Lu Yuzhou that it was the emperor of the Great Duan dynasty and the imperial tutor of the Central Plains. Lu Yuzhou bowed with his hands clasped. Lu Yuzhou greets His Majesty and the imperial tutor. The man turned his head and smiled at the youth. This time I took advantage of the fact that the imperial tutor needed to use the little laissez to temper his sword. That was why I was able to take a break from my busy schedule and come to the inverted hanging mountain to take a breather. Originally, I didn't want to disturb the Yuan Ruan residents. However, I heard that young Master Lu was also in the inverted hanging mountain, so I wanted to come and ask for a cup of tea. Lu Yuzhou bowed again. His Majesty is too courteous. Great Duan was one of the newest 9 great dynasties. After annexing more than half of the territory of an old dynasty, the new Great Duan had many things to do. Logically speaking, the emperor and the imperial tutor shouldn't have left the court. However, these secrets weren't something Lu Yuzhou could speculate about at the moment. As for why the Great Duan Emperor was willing to give face to the Yuan Ruan residents, Lu Yuzhou was very clear about it. Great Duan was able to destroy one of the 9 great dynasties, the Taishan dynasty. A war that involved countless forces lasted for nearly 10 years. Great Duan forcefully destroyed the Xianxia clan. The Lu clan of the Snowy Mountain continent, or rather his father's money bag, contributed greatly. Lu Yuzhou straightened his back and bowed to the imperial tutor, the Great Duan woman. This young one has admired the imperial tutor for a long time. Actually, the Lu clan was one of the benefactors of the Great Duan dynasty. As the future head of the Lu clan, Lu Yuzhou didn't need to lower his status. The woman revealed an unprecedented smile and put down the teacup. Your temperament is too different from your father's. That's good. The Great Duan Emperor blushed with shame. Was that a compliment? The tall woman smiled and asked, have you been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Lu Yuzhou didn't even take a seat. He stood respectfully and shook his head, not yet. My father doesn't allow me to go. He's afraid of accidents. The woman thought for a moment. My only disciple is currently training at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If young Master Lu is willing, he can travel with me. There won't be any accidents. The old woman and the old steward of the Yuan Ruan residence exchanged glances. They both felt troubled. It wasn't that they felt that the imperial tutor was boasting. It involved the wishes of the head of the clan, and the servants didn't dare to make the decision. Fortunately, Lu Yuzhou shook his head and declined. It's not good to go against my father. I hope the imperial tutor can forgive me. The tall woman didn't mind and nodded. My disciple will soon leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted hanging mountain. It's good to let him train at the Snowy Mountain continent. If young Master Lu doesn't mind, you can bring him along. Lu Yuzhou's expression relaxed and his tone became lighter. He smiled. I'm more than happy to. After all, he was a youth facing the 5th strongest person in the Central Divine Continent. His father was already invincible in the Snowy Mountain continent, but he said that he was at the bottom of the 10 strongest people in the Central Divine Continent. Seeing the woman stand up, Emperor Duan smiled. I will inform the Yuan Ruan residents of the exact time we leave the inverted hanging mountain. There's no need to send us off. We can leave by ourselves. A man and a woman walked out of the Yuan Ruan residence. Or more accurately, a man and a woman. Because no matter how one looked at it, the tall woman was Emperor Duan, and the man looked like a retainer. Only then did Lu Yuzhou sit down. He tugged at the collar of his bamboo clothes, sweating profusely. He glanced at the treasure of the Yuan Ruan residence on the wall, the crooked old lotus painting. He instructed the old steward, take it down and pack it well. Send it to Emperor Duan. The old steward had a difficult expression. Lu Yuzhou smiled brilliantly. Listen to me. The old steward nodded silently and followed the order. After the old steward took the painting and left the main hall, the youth looked at the blank wall and smiled. Granny Lu, what do you think of hanging the painting of the youth rowing a boat? The old woman's face was filled with fear. She was about to persuade the youth not to act on impulse. Lu Yuzhou smiled to himself and said, I won't hang it here. When I return home, I will hang it in my study room. To show my sincerity, I want to paint one myself. Granny Lu, quickly get the servants to serve me with brush and ink. The old woman had a playful expression. The 4 maidservants of the Yuan Ruan residence were lovely and moving. 2 of them were Qi refinement warriors of the cave realm. When they looked at the legendary young lord with anticipation and exhausted all his energy to finish the painting, the maidservants became even more lovely and moving. Took them a lot of effort to hold back their laughter. Lu Yuzhou was rather proud. Although it was ugly, it was full of sincerity. Lu Yuzhou's painting was similar to someone's words on the wall of the shop. It was a pity that Lu Yuzhou could not bear to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine. Otherwise, when he saw those crawling earthworms, he might have a hero's appreciation and regret that he did not meet them sooner. There was a city wall between heaven and earth. There were 18 big words engraved on it. Dao Haoren Western Heaven. The sword Qi existed for a long time in the lightning pool. Qichen Dongmeng. After the gambling battle where both sides sent 13 peak experts, the demon race broke the agreement. Not only did they not hand over all the broken swords left behind by the swordsmen at the south of the Great Wall, but they also flew into a rage out of humiliation. They started an attack. However, compared to the desperate attacks before the gambling battle where they exchanged lives for lives, the attacks this time were slightly inferior. It was said that there were many great demons within the demon race who were unwilling to join in the attack. Therefore, the demon race's arrogance was not high. The Great Wall of Sword aura was still the same as before. It was just that there were 18 more words. It originated from this Great Wall. It was once a pass formation jointly created by the sages of the 3 sections. Unless it was completely destroyed in one go, it would be restored to its original state very quickly. If not, no matter how tall the city was or how sturdy the mountain was, it would have been razed to the ground. In the face of the swift and violent attacks of the peak great demons, as well as the fierce attacks of the sword immortals from the past generations on the city wall, the surging sword aura poured everywhere. It was inevitable that the wall would be destroyed. The demon army stationed 100 miles away was so large that they were like a cluster of ants. Recently they had stopped attacking for more than a month. The Great Wall of Sword aura welcomed a rare peace. Just the horse path at the top of the city was 10 miles wide. There was an old man of unknown age living on the city wall. The old man's descendants had already spread their branches in the northern cities of the Great Wall of Sword aura and became one of the largest families. However, the old man had never left the city wall. Year after year he guarded the city wall. The old man had a strange temper and did not allow his descendants to come and see him. However, he would occasionally smile to some children of other surnames. Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. On the Great Wall of Sword aura, Great Sword Immortal and Old Sword Immortal. The difference of one word was also like heaven and earth. This was because if a sword cultivator wanted to live long on the Great Wall of Sword aura, he could only rely on his combat strength and not his surname. As the oldest person in the Great Wall of Sword aura, this old man had experienced too much and definitely had too many regrets. The most recent regret was probably the biggest in the long life of the old man. The old man regretted that he was unable to participate in the battle due to the rules. That was why he had caused such a pair of immortal juniors to die in such a dishonorable manner. The old man had watched the two of them grow up. They grew up year after year and rose through the ranks. In the end they both became great sword immortals. The old man felt that looking at such young people gave him some hope in life. It made the old man feel that the world would never deteriorate and that there were still good young people. Tonight the old man sat alone on the city wall with his legs crossed. Apart from his intrinsic flying sword, his other swords had been broken one after another. In the end he decided not to use them. All the elders and children of the Great Wall of Sword aura were too familiar with this old man. In addition, the old man had a strange temper and did not like to interact with the old man. A few years ago, there was a young man of unknown origins who shamelessly built a small cottage behind the old man's cottage. Recently, every time the demons attacked the city, the young man would only guard the old man and his cottage. Otherwise he would not take action. Actually, no one was harsh on the young man. After all, it was already very difficult for a pure martial artist of the fourth realm to stay on the city wall to eat, drink and defecate. The old man with sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones sank into his thoughts. If he was not on the city wall but in the vast world on the other side of the inverted mountain, probably no one would believe that this frail old man would be nicknamed Great Sword Immortal by some sloppy guy who had carved the word fierce on him. A couple appeared behind the old man. The old man did not turn his head. He said hoarsely, "You don't have much time left. Do you still need me to do anything? Just tell me. It doesn't involve the direction of the two worlds. It's just your private matter. I don't have to care about the rules. Besides, when I forcefully collected your remnant souls back then, I already broke the rules. Didn't those two old fellows also turn a blind eye to it?" The man gently held the woman's hand and shook his head. "It's already very good." The woman glared at the man and smiled. "Yes. The old man squeezed out a smile. The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him? It's a good thing. It's better than finding a good-for-nothing. Tell me, do you want to give that kid an immortal weapon or do you want me to teach him swordsmanship personally? The woman hesitated. It might be more difficult. The thin old man turned his head. What do you mean? The man said helplessly, that kid's longevity bridge was broken. The old man frowned. We sword cultivators are the best at destroying people's longevity bridges. However, to rebuild a longevity bridge is harder than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there has never been a powerful sword cultivator in history who has ascended to the upper 5 realms. After all, cultivating the Tao is already going against the heavens. If you repair the bridge after breaking it, you'll be hated by the Tao. It's very likely that you'll be targeted. Have you really thought it through? Aren't you afraid of backfiring? As he said that, the old man smiled. After all, it isn't easy for others to ascend to the heavens, but it isn't for me. The woman was a little hesitant. She had an argument with the man on this matter. The man felt that he should let nature take its course, so martial path wasn't impossible. As a sword cultivator who had stood at the peak of the mountain, she knew that martial path mountain was lower than chi cultivators. That was a fact and also had a reason. It wasn't that she looked down on the kid's martial path, but the chances of him reaching the peak of the martial path would be even smaller. It was just too small. Moreover, what was a broken path? What was the longevity bridge for chi cultivators? What would happen to their daughter then? The man smiled towards her. Why don't we just do that? Let the kid head out himself. It's up to him where he can go. The woman still couldn't let it go and asked, why don't we help him ask Grandpa Chen for a celestial weapon as our daughter's dowry? On the sword energy Great Wall side, be it young or old, they were used to calling the old man Grandpa Chen. Only 2 people were exceptions. Of course, the person who wore the hat and carried a blade was an exception. The man said angrily, let's not talk about whether he can afford an unruly immortal weapon in his life. Let's just talk about how Qin Pingon as a man doesn't need this kind of opportunity. The woman interrupted the man's logic. He is just a teen. The man had nothing to say. Although the old man liked the young couple, he didn't like to listen to their small talk. However, when he heard the teen's name, the old man turned his head and asked, the teen's surname is Qin? The woman smiled and said, don't you think it's a coincidence? After he drank the golden millet wine, the words he wrote on the wall as he pleased were, sword or a chong. The old man smiled as he looked towards the couple. The man waved his hands. I didn't plan anything, it was natural. The woman nodded her head, her expression was really calm. She was afraid that this respected old sword celestial would misunderstand that they were scheming against him. The old man was furious. This was catastrophic. The old man casually reached out his hand. He grabbed a teen from the inverted mountain of the vast world and brought him to the top of the city wall. Sword chi and sword intent covered the sky and covered the earth. They were everywhere. It was as if seawater was pouring into his chi palace. He almost suffocated. It was like a small fish that was originally swimming leisurely in the stream had been thrown onto the shore. Moreover, the so-called shore was the kind of dry and cracked muddy ground that was exposed to the sun. A casual struggle and jump would cause the remaining water vapor in the body to disappear without a single drop left. The old man sized up the young man who was suspended in the air above the city wall with a face full of pain. He waved his hand and sent the young man back to where he was hanging upside down on the mountain. He smiled at the confused couple and said, isn't this good? Qin Pingon wobbled and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Currently, the talisman hidden within the sword sheath was inhabited by the skeletal female ghost that Qin Pingon had subdued in the beautiful Robes Kingdom. Qin Pingon had suffered greatly during this long journey, but in fact she was even more miserable. She had almost completely vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the time was short and the natural, scholar tree manner of the sword sheath was rich with yin energy. It had resisted the majority of the sword energy. At that time, Qin Pingon, who was suspended in the air, saw a skinny old man, the couple, and a glimpse of the Great Wall's city wall. At the square at the foot of Lonely Peak, a girl with 2 swords at her waist walked out of the mirror. She thought for a moment and slowed down slightly. However, she was still expressionless. She reluctantly took the initiative to greet the dumbstruck little Daoist. I'm a little more familiar with you this time. Actually, I'm still not familiar with you. The little Daoist murmured, so lawless. Doesn't the great wall of sword energy do anything about it? The man holding the sword looked up at the night sky with only one bright moon and said to himself, for you so many people have died. Doesn't the vast world care about it? First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. $275. Qin Pingon was already dizzy. He had no idea where he was at inverted hanging mountain. There were no tall trees around to allow him to look around. There were only houses and high walls on the street. Qin Pingon did not dare to stand on the wall. However, it was early in the morning and there were very few pedestrians. There was not a single person who knew about Oriental Bottle Continent. If it were any other time, Jean Su of Storken would definitely be anxious when she thought that he had not returned for an entire night. She might even alert the people on Osmanthus Island who were unloading goods. Qin Pingon would inevitably be anxious. However, as he strolled on the deserted street today, Qin Pingon actually felt that he should just walk slowly and let fate take its course. He would just see whatever scenery he could. How could a person not trouble others for everything? There was no need to feel guilty if it happened once or twice. Then as he walked, Qin Pingon saw her. Ning Yao stood at the end of the street and slowly walked towards Qin Pingon. She was wearing a dark green robe. If he remembered correctly, it was very similar to the new clothes he bought for her in Pearl Grotto Heaven. It was just right for her to wear. Qin Pingon jogged forward and stood in front of Ning Yao. He blurted out, "What a coincidence." Ning Yao twitched the corner of her mouth. Then she put on a straight face and did not speak. Qin Pingon said softly, "Originally, I wanted to finish my tour of Inverted Hanging Mountain in the next 2 days and take a look at more shops before deciding to buy a few things from Lingjizhai. When the time comes, I'll give them to you along with the sword that Master Wan forged." Ning Yao said unhappily, "What good things can Lingji shop have? At most there is that Rui Lingji and a blade strengthening gourd. They are passable but I have no use for them. Besides, Lingji shop will not sell them. You can't afford them." Qin Pingon replied with an "oh" and scratched his head. He felt a little regretful. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. She still stubbornly insisted on her own character. For the first time she said another sentence as if she was explaining, "I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I won't think too much. My mind is a mess now. Thinking about anything gives me a headache." Ning Yao asked, "Does your head hurt when you see me?" Qin Pingon hurriedly said, "Much better." Ning Yao asked, "Where do you live? Why are you wandering around like this? Are you trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress?" Qin Pingon sighed and said, "Last night I drank the Forget Sorrow wine from Huang Liang Blessed Land. As a result, after leaving the shop I don't know how to get back." The two of them walked casually on the street. Ning Yao asked, "How can you afford to drink Forget Sorrow?" Qin Pingon lowered his voice and said, "There was a couple who treated me to a drink. It's a little strange. I was taken to the Great Wall of Sword Qi just now. I clearly saw the two of them on the city wall, but last night they said that it was their first time visiting the Jingjian Pavilion. However, they were very familiar with the many senior sword immortals. Could it be that it's easy for people from Inverted Hanging Mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but it's difficult the other way around? However, although this matter is strange, I still think that the couple is a good person. It is a good thing that they invited me to drink. If there is a chance in the future I will definitely invite them back." Ning Yao replied vaguely, The two of them walked in a quiet alley. The walls on both sides were covered with vines. Ning Yao was silent the whole time. Qin Pingon asked, "Miss Ning, you left in a hurry that time. I forgot to ask you if you hate me." Ning Yao said straightforwardly, "No." Qin Pingon stopped and subconsciously grabbed the wine gourd. However, he quickly let go of it and looked straight at Ning Yao. "Miss Ning, then do you like me?" Ning Yao was silent. Qin Pingon imitated her actions in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. He stretched out 2 fingers, revealing only a small gap. "This little bit of like, do you?" Ning Yao did not answer this question. Instead she asked, "Why do you like me?" Qin Pingon turned his head and took off the blade strengthening gourd. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he smiled brightly and said, "This is a long story. I will tell you slowly. No matter what, Miss Ning, you must listen to me. Even if you are angry, don't interrupt me. I am afraid that if I interrupt you, I will never dare to say it again in this life. Miss Ning, you are very beautiful. Before I met you, I had never seen anyone more beautiful than you in Pearl Cave Heaven. Later, when I was recovering in Mud Bottle Alley, you didn't even complain that my house was broken. You also taught me how to read. It was because you helped me explain the mountain shaking fist manual that I started to practice it. That is why I can walk to this inverted mountain today. On the other side of the covered bridge, you lent me the skirt pressing knife. Then we fought side by side and beat up the mountain moving ape of Xingyang Mountain. We almost died, but we didn't die in the end. How good was that? In the Immortal tomb I almost killed Ma Kuxuan. We went to the mountains in the west together to help the girl of the Qin family in the Hassa continent find the exemplary tree. Later you were angry once. You didn't want my help and insisted on boiling the medicine by yourself. I thought you were very cute when you were burning it. You once said that the great Tao should not be so small. I didn't understand it at that time. This time I really understood it when I went on a long trip. When you advised me not to be a good person and a child of wealth, I was actually very happy. When you left Pearl Cave Heaven, you had gone so far with those immortals. But you were still willing to return on your sword and say goodbye to me. After you left, I ate the tong hulu that made me drool when I thought about it when I was a child. It was tasteless. After Mr. Qi left, I took Little Treasure Bottle and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom. When I saw beautiful mountains, I thought of Miss Ning's eyebrows. When I saw beautiful water, I thought of Miss Ning's eyes. When I saw beautiful girls on the journey, I thought of Miss Ning. Then they seemed to become less beautiful. After saying all this in one go, Qin Pingon began to feel dry in his throat and his face turned red. He felt that the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand weighed tens of thousands of pounds. But Qin Pingon didn't regret saying so much. Qin Pingon said in a trembling voice, "Miss Ning, it's my business that I like you. It doesn't matter if you don't like me." Ning Yao leaned against the wall. The wisteria was still not as beautiful as her. She asked, "If I don't like you, will you like other girls? For example?" She thought for a moment. Wan Xiao? Qin Pingon looked at her and realized that he liked a very good girl. But she didn't seem to like him very much. It was such a sad thing, but he didn't think it was necessary to be sad. "If I can't see you again as long as I like other girls, then I won't like anyone else in my life. I can be thousands of miles away where you can't see me and I can punch you 1,000,000 times. But I will still like you." Ning Yao rolled her eyes. "Am I that unreasonable?" Qin Pingon was stunned. Then Ning Yao said resolutely, "Yes, I'm that unreasonable." She suddenly laughed, full of childish pride. When she laughed, her eyebrows became more picturesque and lively. She crossed her arms. "Who told a fool to like me?" Then she took 2 steps forward and hugged the dolly boy, murmuring, "Qin Pingon, I like you as much as you like me." She actually wanted to tell him that this was their first reunion. "I don't like you." But it was so difficult. She let go of him, her eyes slightly red. She had the rare annoyance and shyness of Ning Yao's life. "Why are you so stupid?" Qin Pingon said blankly, "How can you really like me?" Qin Pingon was the same as Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden. When you like a girl, you will like her so much that you think that the girl will never like you in this life and you won't feel wronged. Ning Yao finally recovered a little. Her eyebrows flew up like the sharpest flying sword in the world. "Do I, Ning Yao, need a reason to like someone?" In fact, there were many reasons. It was just that she was too embarrassed to say it. She was a girl after all, not a thick-skinned person like Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon suddenly hugged Ning Yao as if aided by the gods. Ning Yao's face was crimson. She curled her lips and didn't struggle. Instead, she quietly raised a hand and gently pinched Qin Pingon's lapel. In the small alley of the Hanging Mountain, the young man and girl quietly hugged each other like this. At this moment, the world seemed to come alive. Ning Yao was Ning Yao and Qin Pingon was Qin Pingon. The two didn't continue to be so shy and timid. After the two separated, Ning Yao led the way, saying that she wanted to finish the half jar of yellow millet wine. She led Qin Pingon to an old pagoda tree. She raised her hand and bent her fingers as if she was knocking on a door. Soon, ripples appeared in front of Ning Yao, and the appearance of a wine shop appeared. Ning Yao took the lead and stepped over the threshold. Qin Pingon followed closely behind. The waiter Su Jia saw Ning Yao and was especially enthusiastic. "Miss Ning, you've come. Let me treat you to a drink." Ning Yao glanced at him. Who was this? He didn't remember. She didn't bother to pay attention to him and directly sat down at a table. Su Jia became listless. He felt that this young lady in front of him was the most beautiful woman in the world, second only to the young miss. The first time he saw her, Su Jia had a deep impression of her. That was a few years ago. The first time the young lady left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and came to the Hanging Mountain, there was a fellow who brought her to a wine shop. That fellow drank 2 jars of wine, but she only took a sip and didn't drink anymore. At that time she was wearing black clothes and a saber. She wasn't like today with 2 swords hanging from her waist. She also wasn't wearing a dark green robe. Her expression was cold, and even when the old shopkeeper looked at her she didn't care. When Alliance was drinking, she walked to the wall and looked at him for a long time without saying a word. After that she returned to her seat. In Su Jia's eyes, this young lady had too much personality. She was so dazzling that he didn't dare to look at her directly. At that time, Alliance didn't smile cheekily and only drank. Su Jia could see that Alliance didn't know how to persuade the young lady. It was as if the young lady was going to do something extraordinary. Alliance was very bored from drinking. Only then did Su Jia know that Alliance also had times when he was helpless. When the young lady insisted on not seeing Alliance off and insisted on leaving the wine shop alone, Alliance didn't drink anymore. He said that he was half a daughter and flew away. Su Jia glanced at the dolly youth called Qin Pingon. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this fellow wasn't good enough for Miss Ning. Even if 100 Qin Pingon were added together, they might not be a good match. Qin Pingon asked for the remaining half jar of carefree wine. It was just enough for 2 big white bowls. Qin Pingon poured half a bowl for each of them. The 2 of them sat side by side on a bench. Ning Yao didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Su Jia hid in the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of carefree wine. He suddenly felt that the wine seemed to be much better than last night. He smiled at Ning Yao. Ning Yao glared at him. The 2 of them didn't speak and just sipped the wine. Qin Pingon suddenly asked miserably, "Ning Yao, you're not a fake, are you?" The old man who was teasing the caged sparrow was amused by the youth's silly words. Ning Yao sighed. "He's a fool, but I'm even more foolish. Who was the one who said that this guy would definitely find a simple-minded girl?" Qin Pingon put down the wine bowl and stretched out his hand to the person sitting next to him. Ning Yao looked at him and wanted to know what this guy wanted to do. Qin Pingon pinched her cheeks with 2 fingers and gently tugged at them. Ning Yao didn't move. Qin Pingon stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Ning Yao's cheek. Su Jia broke out in cold sweat. He felt that this lustful guy was most likely going to die. In the end, Ning Yao slapped away Qin Pingon's troublesome hands and warned, "Qin Pingon, if you continue to be so simple-minded, I'll fall out with you." Qin Pingon resentfully retracted his hand. "It's good that you're serious." Ning Yao took a big gulp of wine and asked, "You should already know that my parents have passed away. Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Su Jia felt that if this kid dared to say that she was pitiful, he would definitely be dead this time. Qin Pingon said without hesitation, "You're pitiful. You lost your parents. If this isn't pitiful, what is?" But when he said these words, Qin Pingon pursed his lips tightly and the corners of his mouth turned down. The youth seemed to be even more aggrieved than her. He wasn't pitying the girl in front of him because he had also lost his parents. Moreover, he had lost them earlier. It was just that when he was young he had no strength to live. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he had no choice but to beg for the kindness and charity of others. This was something that couldn't be helped. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to live. But after he grew up he didn't need to be pitied by others. He could live well and even had the ability to repay the kindness of his early years. Therefore his heart ached for her. But when the words reached his mouth, Qin Pingon couldn't control himself. Ning Yao coldly snorted. "Who are you to pity me?" Qin Pingon blinked. Ning Yao's face turned red. Under the table she stepped on Qin Pingon's foot. Su Jia was stunned. He felt as if the great sword Immortal had stabbed him in the heart several times. After that, the 2 drank and whispered to each other. Su Jia felt as if he had been stabbed again and again. He couldn't continue living like this. He didn't stay in the wine shop anymore. He moved a small stool and sat by the door. Out of sight, out of mind. But he couldn't help but glance back. He saw that the girl's long and narrow eyebrows were no longer sad like when they first met. Instead they were charming and warm. The stab to the heart was equivalent to Alliance's stab. Then he saw that dolly youth. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were warm. It was as if he was saying that he liked Ning Yao and that it had nothing to do with the two of them. He only liked this girl. Even an outsider like Su Jia felt that the two of them were quite compatible. Then this stab to the heart was the legendary city-saving stab of the great sword Immortal on the city walls. Su Jia turned to the old shopkeeper and wailed, "When is the great miss coming home? I miss her to death." The old man replied, "You want to die? Just don't die in the wine shop." At this time Su Jia was excited. After the peer knocked on the door, he immediately opened the door to welcome the guest. An extremely handsome youth walked in. Su Jia smiled and asked, "Why did you come back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" He was dressed in white and had a warm smile. He raised his hand and high-fived Su Jia. He said to the old man, "Shopkeeper, as usual, I want to buy a jar of wine. Hang the money on my master's head." When the old shopkeeper saw this youth, he also smiled. As long as it was an old man, there was almost no one who didn't like this youth who gave off the feeling of the sun in the sky at such a young age. And while he could still look down on this youth because of his age, he had to cherish this opportunity. After all, he wouldn't have this opportunity very soon. On the wall, the youth's master had just written a domineering sentence. "Martial Dao can be higher not long ago." The handsome youth smiled at Su Jia. "Su Jia, I'll go right first. Help me get the brush. Yes, I want to put it together with my master's words." Su Jia's heart was no longer hazy. He ran to get the wine and the brush. As he ran, he turned his head and smiled, "Okay, wait for me." When the handsome youth walked to the wall, he kept looking at Ning Yao, who was sitting beside Qin Pingon. It was a pity that Ning Yao only glanced at him and continued to talk to Qin Pingon about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The handsome youth smiled and walked to the wall. He took a stool for himself and wrote 4 words on the female imperial tutor of the Great Duan dynasty. "Higher because of me." Qin Pingon quietly retracted his gaze and asked in a low voice, "Who is it? Seems very powerful." Ning Yao thought seriously, "I forgot the name." (276) Qin Pingon had seen many good-looking people of the same age, such as his neighbor Song Jisun from Mud Bottle Alley, Zhao Yao and Lin Shui from Mr. Chi's school, as well as the androgynous man in red makeup from Osmanthus Island, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian. But none of them could compare to this youth from the Yellow Millet wine shop. After this person finished inscribing on the wall, he held the wine jar and sat at the next table. He asked for 2 large white bowls and called Su Jia to drink with him. Su Jia, who knew the price of yellow millet wine the best, did not find it inappropriate at all. He opened the seal and helped pour the wine. They clinked bowls and drank happily. The old shopkeeper's smile also widened. It was a pity that the bird in the cage had its back to the sun and looked sickly. The youth took the initiative to raise his bowl to Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "My name is Xianxia from the Great Duan family of the Central Plains." Qin Pingon could only follow suit and raise his bowl. "My name is Qin Pingon from the Dolly family of the Aquarius continent." Xianxia nodded, his eyes full of admiration. "Your foundation in the 3 realms of martial arts is very good." Qin Pingon did not know how to answer and could only silently drink a mouthful of wine. He felt that something was a little strange. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured it out. It turned out that this youth from the Central Plains, whether it was his aura or tone, did not seem like someone of the same age. Instead, he was very much like the barefoot old man from the bamboo house in the desolate mountain. It was just that this youth lacked the condescending aura of the old man surnamed Chui. On the contrary, this great Duan youth called Xianxia spoke calmly, but even if they were casually chatting, Qin Pingon still felt an invisible pressure. Ning Yao did not feel anything about Xianxia. She was just a little unhappy that an eyesore had appeared out of nowhere, so she lost a lot of interest in drinking. After drinking half a jar of yellow millet wine with Qin Pingon, he pulled Qin Pingon towards the door of the wine shop. Just as Qin Pingon was about to leave the wine shop, Xianxia called out to Qin Pingon with a smile, "You like Miss Ning very good." The only bad thing is that you don't remember my name even though we've met so many times. Qin Pingon smiled and replied, I think it's even better. Xianxia laughed heartily. She raised her wine bowl with one hand and waved goodbye to Qin Pingon with the other. She smiled sincerely and said, Qin Pingon, in 3 days, you will begin to strive to become the strongest fourth realm cultivator in the world. It was another sentence that would sound very strange if one were to think about it. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and didn't say anything. He turned around and followed Ning Yao out of the narrow golden millet paradise. Inside the wine shop, Su Jia asked in puzzlement, Do you like Miss Ning? Xianxia smiled and waved her hand. I like my master who is invincible in my heart, I like the Empress who has 2 little dimples when she smiles, and I like Miss Ning who doesn't take me seriously. But it's not what you think. The love between a man and a woman is very burdensome to cultivation. Xianxia took a sip of wine and sighed. I really can't imagine what a certain girl I like will be like in the future. Su Jia made an O sound. He believed whatever Xianxia said. Then the shop assistant's face lit up with joy. He changed the topic and said, From your tone you're about to reach 5th realm? Xianxia nodded and said, I've endured so long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's about time for me to break through. Su Jia grinned and said, If you were in your hometown, I reckon you'd be at 7th realm by now. Before Xianxia could speak, Su Jia immediately added, And before 7th realm, you'll be the strongest 4th realm, 5th realm and 6th realm. When Su Jia talked about this, he was even happier than Xianxia herself. The old shopkeeper said that your current 4th realm is the strongest 4th realm in history, and not the strongest among 4th realm martial artists. Is it true that no one in history can surpass you? Xianxia said helplessly, Unprecedented, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just a pure martial artist. I don't know how to calculate the martial fate of the world for the next 100 or 1,000 years. Su Jia laughed loudly. Xianxia, if there's a day when I can't help but go find Miss, I'll definitely go to the Great Duan Dynasty to find you. Xianxia nodded. Then I'll prepare good wine long ago. Su Jia suddenly lowered his voice and begged, Xianxia, why don't we have a fight? Then you can purposely lose to me. After I leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, I'll go around telling people that I beat Xianxia. Think about it, 10 years later, 100 years later, you'll be invincible. You'll even beat Qing Ming Tian's number 2 from being truly invincible to truly having a match. I'll be the only person who beat you, Xianxia. At that time, the whole world will definitely ask who this guy is. Maybe Miss will see me in a different light. Xianxia smiled until her eyes narrowed. She held the bowl in one hand and patted her head with the other. Alright, you Su Jia beat me, Xianxia. After you leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, just tell people that. Su Jia was a bit guilty. You don't care now, but you won't regret it in the future, right? Xianxia drank the wine in the bowl and turned her head. She waved at the old shopkeeper and said, Old Lu, can you bear to give me a jar of wine to drink? I'm regretting it now. Without wine I can't suppress the regret. If I drink a jar of carefree wine, I won't regret it for at least 100 years. Su Jia looked at the old shopkeeper pitifully. The old man smiled and said, Su Jia, go get a jar of wine for Xianxia. Also, remember to think more about the shopkeeper in the future. Don't secretly scold me for being stingy or complain that I don't let you roam the Jianghu. Su Jia eagerly went to get the wine. Xianxia only had one last bowl of wine left. When the new wine was on the table, she held the wine bowl in her hand and stood under the wall. He looked around. It had been nearly 3 years since she drank wine for the first time. There were many new words on the wall. Finally, Xianxia looked at the 3 words in the corner. They were written properly but rigidly. She asked curiously, Old Lu, the words that Qin Pingon left on the wall are, Sword Aura Chong? The old man asked, Why? Is this kid not simple? Xianxia squatted down and took a sip of wine from the big white bowl. She looked indifferent. He might be the strongest in the 3rd state after me. The old man felt it was a pity. The martial sparrow in the cage had a time limit for measuring the martial arts fate of a pure martial artist. It couldn't fly out of the cage and peck it out at any time after the inscription. However, before and after Qin Pingon inscribed the words, it happened to be the beginning and the end of the inscription. He didn't expect the martial sparrow to leave the bird cage at all. He didn't have the guts. Xianxia and Su Jia drank another jar of carefree wine in half. Su Jia couldn't hold his liquor. The more he drank, the drunker he got. In the end, he fell asleep on the table. Xianxia was a person who became more sober the more she drank. Her eyes were shining. Xianxia suddenly said, "If my master didn't come to pick me up, I would really like to go to the world south of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. In at most 40 or 50 years I would be able to arm wrestle with a dozen big monsters. Before that there would definitely be a hardy battle of life and death." The old man smiled and said, "Do you believe that you will die as soon as you walk out of the city?" Xianxia sighed. The reason was simple. The old man understood it immediately. Xianxia was very likely to be in the eyes of the big monsters at the peak. He was someone they had to kill. They definitely wouldn't give him 40 or 50 years, not even a day more. Xianxia said helplessly, "Then I'll just go back to the central divine continent." The old man said, intentionally or otherwise, "The Dong family patriarch who killed his way through the wilderness and finally came out of nowhere. One great wall of sword aura is enough. There will only be one. If the demons raise a tiger again and raise a Xianxia who has a chance of reaching the 11th state of martial arts, I think they should kill themselves." Xianxia nodded. "I have to ask my master if he has reached the 11th state. I hope he hasn't." The old man smiled and joked, "As a disciple, you are too heartless. Why don't you remember your master's kindness? Xianxia, you are similar to Su Jia in this aspect. That's not good. You are Xianxia. How can you be so mediocre?" Xianxia shook her head. She lifted her arm and extended her palm over her head. She swiped it across the table. Her voice was soft but her eyes were resolute. "Now that Master's martial arts have reached such a high level, he's almost on par with those at the peak of the mountain. If it weren't for the 11th level, then wouldn't my master or perhaps the future me?" The old man smiled. "You can wait and see." Xianxia turned to look at the old man. "There are too few seniors who are as easy to talk to as you." The old man said self-deprecatingly, "That's because this old man has already accepted his fate." Xianxia sat quietly by the wine table. Su Jia's snoring was as loud as thunder. The old man was nowhere to be found. He had gone somewhere else. Of course, Huangliang Blessed Land was bigger than she had imagined. There was more than just a wine shop. However, it was indeed broken and incomplete. If it were not for the efforts of one of the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, it would have been no different from Liju Wonderland. It would have completely lost the suffix of blessed land. What were the sages of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought busy with every day? Where did the 10 big grotto heavens, 36 small grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands come from? After the pearl grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent was broken, were there only 35 grotto heavens left? In reality, many of the sages of the vast world needed to open up new territories and expand the territory of the vast world. In this regard, the Taoist sages of the Qingming world were different. They mainly pursued the height of the white jade capital. Layer upon layer they continued to climb. As for the Buddhist world, they pursued the farthest reaches of the Buddhist Dharma. Whether it was the past, present, or future life, they wanted people to live without questions and without attachments. Of course, other than opening up new grotto heavens and blessed lands and educating the masses, the Confucians of the vast world also needed to keep an eye on the demon race of the desolate world. The other 2 worlds were not idle either. The Daoist sect master Lu Qin was stirring up trouble in the vast world. Could it be that the Confucian secondary sage was not taking in disciples and teaching the Tao in the vast world? In the wine shop, even though there was no one to talk to and no wine to drink, Xiaoxi's mind was still calm as she sat there. It was hard to imagine that a martial artist would find breaking through to the next realm boring. Breaking through to the next realm was more fun. When the old shopkeeper returned, he smiled and asked, "Xiaoxi, other than reaching the peak of martial arts, you don't want to think about anything else in this life?" Xiaoxi smiled, "I'm just thinking about what I want to think about." The old man teased, "Then you can't compare to my Su Jia and that dolly young man." Xiaoxi nodded. In the end, the white-robed young man walked out of the wine shop. He did not look for his master, who was staying in a private residence in the inverted hanging mountain. Instead, he went straight to the foot of the lone peak. When he reached the entrance of the square, the young Daoist and the man carrying the sword greeted the young man. Xiaoxi stopped and chatted with them for a long time before entering the mirror. When he reached the mirror, the old sword cultivator who was immersed in refining his natal sword and Daoist nun Sherdao who had a Dharma saber on her waist also greeted him with a smile. Zhou Xian stopped again and chatted with them for a long time. They talked about Daoist techniques, sword techniques, and the world. Zhou Xian could talk about anything with people. It had been like this for the past few years. As for those senior immortals who had already made a name for themselves, whether they were reclusive experts or sword immortals who were at the peak of their fame, some would even benefit greatly. They would even feel ashamed of their inferiority in front of a young man who was only at the fourth realm of martial arts. Zhou Xian of the Central Divine Continent. His family background was ordinary. His ancestors had been farmers for generations. He could not even be considered a wealthy family. After a war, his paradise was razed to the ground. He began to drift from place to place with the refugees. Every day he would be separated by life and death. Then he was seen by a tall woman who rode a horse alone in the Jianghu and was taken in as a disciple. At that time the woman held him in her arms. In the snowy night they rode a horse together. She smiled at the child who was only 7 or 8 years old and said, "Zhou Xi, from now on, you are my only disciple." Zhou Xi slowly passed through the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Along the way he would chat with people he knew. If there was no one to talk to him, he would occasionally stop and look up at the flying kites, the high eaves, or the dull painted door gods stuck on the doors. Finally he slowly walked to the top of the city wall and returned to the small cottage behind the old cottage. Since he had nothing to do, he casually flipped through a few books. After reading a few pages he put them down. Walking out of the cottage, he walked on the horse path for 7 to 8 miles before he found Grandpa Chen, who was standing on top of the city wall and looking towards the south. The youth in white lightly leaped onto the city wall. The old and the young were speechless. After leaving the shop, Ning Yao asked for the location of the Stork Inn. Then she brought Qin Pingon in the direction of the release hunters. In the end, at the entrance of the small alley where the inn was located, Qin Pingon met the anxious Madame Gui and the unhappy Jin Su. Seeing that Qin Pingon was safe and sound, Madame Gui felt relieved. She didn't say anything harsh and didn't even ask why Qin Pingon hadn't returned. She only greeted the Miss Ning that Qin Pingon mentioned and returned to the Osmanthus Island where the release hunters were located. With a big business, she was very busy. Coupled with the matter of the young master of the Jade Gui sect, she was very annoyed. Jin Su originally wanted to complain a little. This fellow caused her to be scolded by her master. But when she saw the young girl in the dark green robe with a sword at her side, the young girl surnamed Ning with a calm expression, Jin Su didn't dare to speak. The three of them didn't go to the small alley inn. When Ning Yao heard that they were going to visit the scenic spots of the inverted mountain, Alp Cliff, she said that she hadn't been there before and that they could go together. Although Jin Su was a little uneasy, she didn't want to appear too timid. She took the initiative to chat with the Miss Ning, who didn't seem easy to get along with. Actually, Ning Yao wasn't arrogant. He was just lazy. However, if someone unfamiliar like Jin Su asked her, Ning Yao would still answer. It was just that her answer was very simple. In the end, Jin Su really didn't know how to interact with her. She became silent and the atmosphere was a little awkward. However, deep in her heart, Jin Su was in a mess. This young Miss Ning claimed to be from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Outsiders could enter the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the inverted mountain as long as they had money. However, if a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi wanted to enter the inverted mountain, it was said that even sword immortals with outstanding battle achievements would find it difficult. No wonder Jin Su was daydreaming. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Miss Ning's surname played a big role. However, Jin Su was only half right. Madame Gui wasn't willing to tell her proud disciple too much about the inside story that happened at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, Jin Su only knew about the soul-stirring Battle of 13. Even if the girl beside her had the surname Ning, she only dared to think that she was one of the direct descendants of the Ning family from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This trip might be a family mission. The reason why Jin Su didn't dare to rely on the most exaggerated truth was simple. They still had Qin Pingon by their side. Due to Ning Yao's appearance, Jin Su felt restricted when she went to the Elk Cliff, Xianxia Loft and Luai's Terrace. She felt uncomfortable and tasteless. After all, Jin Su was born as a young lady. Not only was her cultivation talent excellent, she was also born with a delicate heart. Therefore there were many times when she purposely distanced herself from Qin Pingon to let the quiet Miss Ning be alone. When Ning Yao was with Qin Pingon, she would often speak whatever was on her mind. Qin Pingon wasn't interested in the turbulent changes of dynasties, the general situation of the world, or the rise and fall of the human race. Actually, he didn't understand and didn't want to understand. However, since Ning Yao said these things, he was willing to remember them and keep them in his heart. Jinsu was actually a little puzzled. Why would such a cold girl be willing to chat so much with the taciturn Qin Pingon? During this time, the three of them went up the Luai's terrace with the other tourists. Suddenly, an old Daoist holding a gold and silver horsetail whisk appeared. He stood on the stairs and smiled at Ning Yao. Master said that if Miss Ning needs anything at Inverted Hanging Mountain, you can ask. You can even go to Lonely Peak to see the Three Clears bow. Ning Yao naturally looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon shook his head slightly. She shook her head and said, "We're not going to Lonely Peak." The old Daoist smiled. "Then I won't disturb you. If you need anything, Miss Ning can find a Daoist to inform Inverted Hanging Mountain." Ning Yao didn't want to talk at first. However, when she saw Qin Pingon cupping his fists to thank the old Daoist, she nodded and said, "Okay." Jinsu murmured, "True Lord Flood Dragon?" The old Daoist was about to leave the Thunder Lake Tower. As the third in command of the Inverted Mountain, his Taoist skills were so profound that even the cultivators of the South Saw continent heard him like thunder. Jinsu could even hear the old Daoist's voice clearly. He smiled and asked, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Jinsu was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just that I admire you so much that I couldn't help but speak. Please forgive me." The old Daoist laughed heartily. "I'm not that domineering. Besides, the rules of Inverted Hanging Mountain don't say that you'll be punished if you call me by my Daoist name." The old Daoist disappeared in a flash. Jinsu swallowed his saliva. This old immortal of Inverted Hanging Mountain was a Daoist perfected lord who was famous for killing the Southern Sea Flood Dragon. Then he just stood in front of him and chatted with him? True Lord Flood Dragon's cultivation was at the 11th realm. It was definitely enough to crush most of the pure Jade Realm Qi refinement cultivators in the world. No one doubted that the title of Heavenly Lord belonged to the old Daoist. In the end, when the three of them returned to Stork Tavern, Ning Yao took the initiative to chat with Jinsu. The latter spoke less than usual. Ning Yao was in a good mood. Previously, Qin Pingon bought a pair of small spiritual weapons from a vendor at the foot of Elk Cliff. They were in the style of Yin-Yang fish. When they arrived at Stork Tavern, the stern young shopkeeper said that the tavern was full. Ning Yao didn't say anything. She took out a piece of grain rain money and placed it on the counter, asking if it was enough. The young shopkeeper's eyelids twitched. He was about to speak when Qin Pingon snatched the grain rain money back. He smiled at the young shopkeeper. "Miss Ning is our friend. Shopkeeper, can you make an exception for us?" The young shopkeeper smiled. "I want to, but I can't chase away the other customers, right? Stork Tavern doesn't want its reputation. How will it do business in the future?" Ning Yao said directly, "Then I'll find another tavern to stay at." Qin Pingon took a deep breath. He took out another piece of grain rain money and placed it on the counter. "Can I trouble you to discuss with the customer?" The young shopkeeper smiled and kept the grain rain money. "Sure, please wait here." Qin Pingon returned the grain rain money to Ning Yao. She asked, "What's this for?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I'm treating you to a tavern." Ning Yao shook her hand and weighed the grain rain money. She said helplessly, "It's hard for you to earn a piece of grain rain money. But in our Great Wall of Sword Qi, this thing isn't worth much. You're just puffing yourself up at your own cost. It's very boring. What's the big deal about changing to another tavern? I'm not as delicate as you think." Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and smiled. "Then why don't you return the grain rain money to me?" Ning Yao rolled her eyes and decisively kept the grain rain money. She gloated, "Just wait for your heartache." In the end, the Stork Tavern vacated the largest room. It was a private courtyard outside a study room. Qin Pingon felt that it was very good. Ning Yao didn't feel anything. Before the young shopkeeper left, he smiled and placed the grain rain money on the table in front of the three people. "After thinking about it, I feel that this money might be too hot to handle. I don't dare to accept it. Miss, you're staying here just like young Master Qin. I'll record the amount and ask for money from Osmanthus Island later. Qin Pingon was confused. Jin Su responded with a grateful look. Qin Pingon sat at the table and was about to reach out to pick up the grain rain money when Ning Yao slapped him down and put it away. Seeing Qin Pingon's blank face, Ning Yao raised her eyebrows slightly as if provoking him. Qin Pingon smiled and pretended that nothing happened. Jin Su tactfully bid farewell and left. After the door closed, Qin Pingon took out all his belongings and treasures and placed them on the table one by one. Even Ning Yao was a little surprised. She sighed. Qin Pingon, you're really something. Your ability to earn money is so great. How did you change from a child of wealth to a child of wealth? You're the fake Qin Pingon, aren't you? Qin Pingon imitated Ning Yao. He leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. The young man's face was full of pride. Today on the inverted mountain, there was a Ning Yao who had never been like this. There was also a Qin Pingon who had never been like this. Until the two met and reunited. (277). There was a dazzling array of items on the table. It was both Qin Pingon's harvest and Qin Pingon's jianghu. There was a top-grade snake gallstone that He Xiaoyang had returned to Qin Pingon on the Kuan ship. There were also some ordinary snake gallstones that had faded in color. There was a golden script gallstone from the city god of Tsai country, Shenwen. Other than that, there was a small pile of gold and silver fragments beside it. There were silver fragments from the civil and military officials, as well as the broken golden fragments of the mountain gods of Yanji County. According to Shenwen, the seal, which had originated from a certain generation of Mount Longhu's great celestial master, needed to be used in conjunction with the Daoist Five Thunder True technique in order to unleash its full power. However, the most vivid part of the seal that Qin Pingon remembered was this phrase: "Only the virtuous can possess it." There was a small pile of copper coins. There was money for Guyu, money for summer, and money for snow. There was a pile of small bamboo slips. Some were cut from ordinary bamboo, but most of them were leftover bamboo from Mount Xianxia when Wei Pai built the bamboo house. They were engraved with famous sayings and poems. There were articles of sages recited by Cui Dong when they practiced martial arts together. There were words drawn by Li Shixing on the wall outside the bamboo house. There were words that Qin Pingon had extracted from his travel notes. There were also unintentional words that he had heard in Jianghu. There was a cockfighting cup that he had bought at the ferry of Shushui country. It was not worth much, but it was a rare extra expense for Qin Pingon. There were 2 golden dragon whiskers that the swordsman had given him. There was also a golden robe left behind by the mischievous old dragon after its death. There was also an old pearl that looked like a yellowed pill. There was a white porcelain brush washer that he had obtained from the assassin of Guyu country, Lady Snake Scorpion. In the end, he did not sell it at Qingfu Square because Qin Pingon liked those lively words. There was a book of swordsmanship classics, and a jade token that was close to him. They were all given by the old dragon city's Xing Dafeng. There was a Confucian classic that had been given by the old scholar. There were a few travel notes and letters that he had obtained from the governor's mansion in Yanji County. There was a seal that was engraved with the words, "calm and proud." There was a water seal without the mountain seal as a companion. It seemed a little lonely. It was placed by Qin Pingon in the position closest to his hand. Of course, there was also the mountain shaking fist manual that had accompanied him the longest. Ning Yao rummaged through the items and looked at them one by one. Finally, she smiled and said, "You're giving them all to me? Don't you want to keep some money for yourself?" Ning Yao was a little annoyed. What's with the secret stash? I can't be so heartless when talking to Qin Pingon in the future. Remember, this is not the cultivation of the sword Dao. Qin Pingon clearly didn't notice the deeper meaning behind Ning Yao's words. He pointed at a few things and said with a serious expression, "You know that this mountain-shaking fist manual isn't mine. I'm just helping Gu can keep it, so I can't give it to you. The seal that Mr. Qi gave me won't do either. Also, I don't think it's appropriate to give you the Celestial Master Seal that Lord Xing Wang gave you. As for the rest, you can take them if you want." Ning Yao curled her lips. "I don't care. You can keep them all." Qin Pingon patted his head and took off the ginger gourd from his waist. He put it on the table and took out the talisman with the skeleton female ghost living in it from the sword case. He explained, "This talisman is the reward for buying a few mountains. Mountain god Wei Pai helped me get it from Dolly. There's a fierce female ghost living in this talisman. With the help of Osmanthus Island, she signed a 60-year contract with me and now lives in the sword case. Madame Gui said that this is called the Huai Manor. When otherworldly items live here, they can nourish their souls and increase their cultivation. It's like a small paradise for them." Ning Yao asked, "Is the skeleton female ghost beautiful?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment. She's not as beautiful as a wedding dress female ghost in a villa, and she's not as beautiful as you." Ning Yao angrily said, "Qin Pingon, did you learn from Alliance that you've become so glib?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Glib and glib are two different things." Ning Yao laughed. "Then did you cheat the hearts of many girls?" After saying that, Ning Yao laid on the table and turned to look at Qin Pingon, who was much taller and had much whiter skin. She seemed to be somewhat disheartened. "I can no longer fight against 500 Qin Pingon with one hand. Then, after you walk through half of the Aquarius continent, there will be so many ladies from small places. Maybe they will treat you as a deity and like you." Qin Pingon quickly waved his hand and said, "No girl will like me. Along the way I'll either have to fight with my enemies or meet by chance." Qin Pingon sighed. He leaned on the table and used his finger to poke the blade's strengthening gourd. "When I left my hometown, I took a Kun boat from the Julu continent's ritual mountain. On it I met a pair of sisters. One was called Chunshui and the other was Qiushi. They were about the same age as me. Later the Kun boat crashed and I might never see them again." Qin Pingon glanced at the inconspicuous brush washer on the table. It was less than a foot away from him. But he was already very far away from them. Not only did Ning Yao not think that Qin Pingon was having thoughts, she even comforted him softly. "Life and death are inevitable." She still leaned her cheek on the table. "On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the old and the young, men and women, as long as there is a war, many people will die. Some you don't know, some you know. You can't care about being sad or you'll be the one who dies. Only after the war ends will the survivors have the time to be sad. But there won't be too much sadness. Towards the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the most you'll do is send a cup of wine. Everyone will be like that." Ning Yao's gaze was deep, just like the iron lock well in Qin Pingon's hometown. It was cold. "Just like when we were drinking the carefree wine at the wine shop, I casually mentioned a small matter to you. When I was drinking the farewell wine with my friends, there would be people who would talk about my parents. You asked me if I was angry. Of course I was angry, but I didn't think as much as others. Why? Do you know?" Qin Pingon looked at her. He lay there and could only shake his head slightly. Ning Yao gave the answer. "Because the person who said those strange words will also die on the battlefield one day. Moreover, he will definitely die generously, just like his ancestors did before him. When I think of this, I feel that there's no need to be too angry. It's just a few words. It's not even as heavy as the sword qi around me. Maybe one day I'll be fighting side by side with these people. Or maybe I'll save someone. Or maybe I'll only be able to watch someone die." Qin Pingon nodded and then sat up. He shook his head and said, "Miss Ning, if you think this way." Ning Yao rolled her eyes. "I don't want to listen to reason. Don't bother me." She didn't need to listen to other people's reason. The elders in her family, the sword immortal on the city wall, Alliance who had sent her off from the inverted mountain, and her friends of the same age as her. But if it was Qin Pingon who said it, she could only be bothered by him. In that case, she might as well have stopped him from saying it from the start. Qin Pingon made an "oh" sound and continued lying down. As expected, he really didn't talk about those reasons that he had painstakingly read from books. Ning Yao suddenly sat up. "Are you really going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Qin Pingon sat up straight and nodded. "The elder who taught me the fist technique said that as long as I can ascend to the city wall, it will help me temper my soul. As long as I don't die there, it will be a great reward. And I don't know why, but after drinking the worryless wine with that couple, I have a feeling that going from the 4th realm to the 6th realm is a matter of course. It feels like as long as I want to ascend to the next realm, I can easily do it. But of course I won't stupidly break through all the realms. If I don't take the first step firmly, it will be difficult in the future. But I have a feeling that after drinking the wine of golden millet paradise, it will be much easier for me to break through the 4th to 5th and 5th to 6th realms before the 7th realm. Ning Yao took the blade's strengthening gourd and shook it casually. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Then you have to thank them properly for giving you such an opportunity. Qin Pingon nodded and said, of course. So I'll go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time and see if I can meet them again. Ning Yao thought about it and didn't say much. Qin Pingon was a little nervous. But it was too uncomfortable to be taken to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm afraid I can't even stand properly. How can I climb up the city wall? Ning Yao explained, actually it's not as exaggerated and scary as you think. The city wall is where the sword qi is the most abundant. If you enter the pass from the inverted mountain and walk step by step towards the city wall, you'll gradually adapt and feel much better. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is similar to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's a place where Ascendant Realm sword cultivators of the 13th realm will not be forced to ascend. No one cares about our life and death. Even the heavenly axiom doesn't care about this place. So many sword cultivators from other places like to come here to train and participate in wars. The last time you saw the heavenly axiom in the sky above Pearl Grotto Heaven, they were Qi cultivators from the Julu continent. This time, with their help on the surface, the demon race's 3 attacks failed and tens of thousands of corpses were left under the city wall. All of them became our capital to buy the inverted mountain ferry. But I don't think it's that simple. I believe that Grandpa Chen, who took you to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the other 2 sages who are guarding this place, can see it clearly. Ning Yao smiled. The higher the realm of a cultivator, especially the upper 5 realms, whether it's a human or a demon, when they enter someone else's territory, the more uncomfortable it is for them to acclimatize. This is the key to the sages guarding this place and taking advantage of the right time and place. For example, when Lu Qin, the Daoist leader of the Green Netherworld, entered the vast world, the highest realm he could reach was the 13th realm. This was the rule set by the Sage of Rites early on, and the scholarly sage was no exception when he entered the Green Netherworld. Between the sages there is a competition of the great Tao, but it doesn't mean that they don't respect each other. You might not believe it, but among the demon race, there are also existences that are worthy of our admiration, even if they are enemies who have to fight to the death on the battlefield. Similarly, among the demon race, there are also many great demons who admire some of our powerful sword cultivators. In our Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as one is not a sword cultivator, martial artists like you and the Qi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought will have a hard time. It might be a great fortune, but it's even more likely that the sword Tao will completely destroy the foundation of their great Tao. There are 2 examples. One is a cave-dwelling realm sword cultivator in the history of the Julu continent. He became an immortal cultivator step by step here. The other is an immortal cultivator in the Fuyao continent. Not only did he not find an opportunity to break through here, he fell back to the nascent soul realm. Qin Pingon suddenly said, Alliance taught me the 18 stops qi circulation technique. Ning Yao was stunned for a moment. This fellow treats you well. On our side, only sword cultivators who have made great contributions have the qualifications to pass on this method of circulating energy to others. Almost all of them pass it on to their favorite disciples or family heirs. But don't be happy too early. The 18 stops is more of a ritual. It seems to be saying that the Great Wall of Sword Qi has been passed down for generations. There will always be descendants who inherit the sword Tao of the first generation of ancient sword immortals. Actually, the 18 stops itself is not considered a brilliant qi circulation sword art. The great family clans in the northern cities all have truly superior sword arts. The Qin family's sword art can strengthen the bones, the Dong family's sword art can cleanse the marrow, the Qi family is good at refining the spirit, the Ning family sharpens the natal sword, the Yao family focuses on the sword Qi's illusory and real state, the Nalan family's sword Tao complements each other's Qi. They are all better than sword cultivators in the vast world like you can imagine. But no matter what, since you have learned the 18 stops, you will be able to adapt faster at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This is a good thing. Qin Pingon grinned. Ning Yao asked casually, according to the time, you have been learning it for almost 2 years. How many stops have you completed? 15, 16? You should have completed at least 12 stops. After that, it will not be like before. Every stop will be harder to complete. After all, you are not a native of the Great Wall of Sorchi, so it is normal for you to be slower. For some of my friends, Fatty took 8 months to complete the 18 stops. Little Dong's talent is better and he only took half a year. As for the others, they took between 9 months and a year. However, Little Dong's elder sister is better and she only took 3 months. It is just that the Dong family has been hiding this for so many years, unwilling to reveal the truth to the outside world. There are about 30 people around my age who have completed the 18 stops on the Great Wall of Sorchi. Therefore, our generation is considered to be the best in the 3,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sorchi. The elders all say that as long as we are given 50 to 60 years, the monster race will not be able to see the Great Wall of Sorchi for the next 1,000 years. Qin Pingon was stunned. He had gone through untold hardships before barely breaking through the threshold of the 7th stop. He was able to complete the 12 Qi palaces in one go. Then the snow began to seal the mountain and even thunder could not move it. This made him feel that his chances were too slim. Ning Yao noticed Qin Pingon's expression and stopped talking. Then let's not talk about me. Qin Pingon probed. How long have you been? Ning Yao gave a fake smile. Haha. Qin Pingon wasn't willing to give up. How long is haha? Ning Yao endured for a long time. Seeing that Qin Pingon had no intention of giving up, she could only honestly answer, it's ha for so long. I learned it as soon as I finished listening to the 18 stops mantra. Qin Pingon sighed. He took the blade's strengthening gourd and silently drank a mouthful of wine. When I obtained the mountain shaking fist manual, I learned it like this. Now that I've reached the 18 stops, my sword training is still the same. Will I never be able to catch up to you for the rest of my life? If so, how will I become a great sword immortal? However, Qin Pingon didn't wait for Ning Yao to say anything. He had already thought things through. But it doesn't matter. You have to take things one step at a time. How others are doing is the good of others. As long as you know that you're getting better and better, it's fine even if you're a little slower. When I promised you that I would finish 1,000,000 punches, I didn't even dare to imagine that I would be able to finish them in my lifetime. But now I'm only left with 20,000 punches. Who knows what will happen in the future? Ning Yao asked. Others? Qin Pingon, who had said the wrong thing, wore an embarrassed look. He could only chuckle. Ning Yao thought for a moment. Then shall we head to the Great Wall of Sword Beams early? Qin Pingon took off the jade token at his waist and said hesitantly, but I should only be able to enter seclusion tomorrow night. Ning Yao had already stood up and said, put away your things. I'll bring you there. Didn't that true Lord Flood Dragon say that he had something to discuss with them? Since Inverted Hanging Mountain said so himself, it's not good to go back on his word. Let's go. Qin Pingon had nothing he couldn't let go of in Inverted Hanging Mountain. Thinking that it was a good thing to practice his punches at the Great Wall of Sword Beams early, he stored all the items on the table into Flying Sword 15. When Ning Yao saw the intrinsic flying sword again, she reminded him, it's a flying sword and also a square-inch item. It's very rare. You have to treasure it. If even Ning Yao found it rare, it definitely wasn't some ordinary priceless item. Qin Pingon nodded and noted it down. Qin Pingon first went to inform Xianxia that he was going to the Great Wall of Sword Beams in advance. Miss Osmanthus stood at the door of her room with mixed feelings. Finally, she bid farewell to Qin Pingon and Miss Ning with a smile. After leaving the Stork Inn, Ning Yao brought Qin Pingon to the foot of the lone peak. However, the little Daoist who was sitting on the second seat of the inverted mountain glanced at the young man's jade token that was not in accordance with the rules. Then he looked at the little girl's face that was full of righteousness. The little Daoist was so angry that he jumped up from his praying mat. Fortunately, Qin Pingon had already started to explain, Immortal Elder, we met True Monarch Flood Dragon at the Thunder Lake Tower. He told Miss Ning that the old True Monarch's master had already issued a decree that he could make an exception for Miss Ning. If Immortal Elder is still worried, you can discuss it with the old True Lord. If it really doesn't work, I'll go through this door tomorrow night. The little Daoist child glanced at Qin Pingon from the corner of his eyes. Who are you? Are you this little girl's lover? Qin Pingon just blinked and didn't say anything. He pretended to be dumb with the little Daoist child. The little Daoist child said in his heart. He chatted with True Lord Flood Dragon, who was considered his martial nephew according to seniority. Then he looked at Ning Yao and Qin Pingan. You can go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi now. Since he had made up his mind, the little Daoist child didn't make things difficult for the two of them. He sat back on the cushion. Probably because he felt that the little girl was too infuriating, he simply lay back on the cushion and opened the Daoist book to cover his face. Out of sight, out of mind. Ning Yao held Qin Pingan's hand and said softly, remember, after entering the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it's normal for the Sword Qi seawater to flood your Qi residence. You can't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic your Qi will be. It will only be a mess. Qin Pingan nodded. I understand. I'll treat it as if I'm pulling blanks. As long as my heart is steady, everything will be stable. Ning Yao rolled her eyes. Bumpkin. Qin Pingan smiled and held her hand. Ning Yao quickened her pace and held Qin Pingan's hand as they hurriedly stepped through the mirror door. The man holding a sword sitting on the hitching post clicked his tongue in wonder. I reckon that many of the younger generation over there are going to go crazy. This silly boy's treatment won't be any better than the demon races. The little Daoist child whose head was covered by the book said sullenly, although I don't like this girl's bad temper, I still feel a little heartache when I see her being tricked by a silly boy. One is heaven and the other is earth. How did these two get together? Isn't it a random matchmaking? Who's the one who pulled the red string? Stand out. I'll definitely stab this half-baked moon elder to death. I'll stab him half to death first and leave him half alive so that I can scold him to death. On the top of the lone peak, one of the 3 clear bells rang. It was quiet and inaudible. It wasn't announced to the world, but it resounded throughout the inverted mountain. Then a wisp of qi swept past the little Daoist child's head and into the book. Then the book seemed to be possessed by a deity as it slapped the little Daoist child left and right. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. The little Daoist child who couldn't dodge in time felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then he came to a realization and held his head while begging for mercy. Martial uncle, I was wrong, I was wrong. After stepping into the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Ning Yao's heart trembled, but she quickly felt relieved. It turned out that after she brought Qin Pingan across the inverted mountain mirror, they didn't appear near the door where Old Man Nalan and Daoist Nun Sherdao were. Instead they directly arrived at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This directly saved them the long journey of passing through the city and ascending the top of the city. However, in this way Qin Pingan would probably suffer. As expected, Qin Pingan, who suddenly arrived at the top of the city wall, flushed red. Then his face turned ashen and finally his whole body trembled. However, Qin Pingan's eyes were always clear, like an ancient well without any ripples. Previously he was too caught off guard. Now that he was mentally prepared, even if he reached the top of the city wall in a single step, Qin Pingan was very familiar with suffering. It was just returning to the second floor of the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain. As long as he didn't die on the spot, Qin Pingan's state of mind was as firm as a hitching post and as strong as a river's cornerstone. At the top of the city wall where the two of them were, there were no sword cultivators patrolling around or practicing their skills. A stooped and thin old man walked over from where he was and smiled at Ning Yao. He was blushing a little. The old man smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. Although he had already seen through Dolly's background, today he still walked around Qin Pingan and nodded. As expected. Then the old man was a little regretful and muttered to himself, even if Alliance has stayed here for 100 years, the scholarly aura in him still hasn't been completely wiped out. Otherwise, after getting that sword he could almost be on par with the second Daoist. Now that he has given up everything and is only exchanging fists in the heavens beyond heaven, what meaning is there? A sword cultivator without a sword, a Daoist who is purely a martial artist, what a scandal. But then again, with her temper she may not be willing to follow Alliance. But to choose this simple young man, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that she is struggling before death and is unwilling to disappear from the world? No, her temperament is definitely not like this. She's too arrogant, just like... I can't say it like that. She should be extremely similar to me. Then who was it that convinced her? Qi Jingchun from the line of the Sage of Literature? Qi Jingchun is a scholar and should be very knowledgeable, but he is not on the same path as her. Logically speaking, he should not be able to convince her. Strange. Although the old man's surname Qin was close to Ning Yao and the old man was not muttering in his heart, he was speaking a long speech. However, Ning Yao could not hear a single word. The old sword immortal could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. There are too many things in the world. As long as they are not near me, they are not important. Moreover, it is not just one world. The old sword immortal felt that he had to think of something that could make him happy, so he smiled and looked at Ningyao. This little girl was really good. The Great Wall of Sword Aura. This generation of young sword cultivators produced geniuses in large numbers. It was a grand scene that had not been seen in 3,000 years. Vaguely, she had already shown signs of outshining everyone else. Even the old sword immortal who had carved more than one word on the wall was looking forward to the birth of her intrinsic flying sword. Previously, during a long trip, the last Ningyao did not care about anything and almost summoned her immature intrinsic flying sword. Due to the existence of certain mystic arts in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he and the few old fellows on the wall sensed the abnormality even though they were separated by a small world and two large worlds. The one with the worst temper almost broke the rules and barged into the vast world. Fortunately, the last stopped at the last moment and did not ruin the foundation of the Great Tao. Ningyao asked softly, "Grandpa Qin, will he be fine?" The old sword immortal, who was serious in speech and manner, was never stingy with his smile when facing Ningyao. He smiled and said, "If something happens to him, I believe something will happen to Grandpa Qin as well, right?" Ningyao glared at the old man. The old man quipped, "Oh, you finally look like a young lady. Seems like this outsider kid has contributed greatly." The old sword immortal stopped teasing the lass. "This kid's martial foundation is excellent and he has a calm temperament. Not bad, not bad. He will definitely be able to endure it. Don't worry. Let him endure it on the city wall for the time being. Back then my neighbor Xianxia also walked step by step like this. Make sure not to bring him to the northern city. It's a foul place. Even the best seedlings will be destroyed." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked forward. This time he did not use his divine powers to perform ground contraction at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The old man silently guarded the city wall. It had been 1,000 years. After that, Qin Pingon spent 10 hours before he could slowly move his feet. Another 10 to 10 hours later, he attempted to practice the 6-step stance. He was unfamiliar with it, as though he was a child learning a fist technique for the first time. Ningyao would come to the city wall a few times a day. She did not speak much before returning to her family in the northern city. Qin Pingon gradually became familiar with the 6-step stance. Just like that, he kept punching towards his left hand slowly and firmly. The moment he felt exhausted, he quickly turned into a sword furnace stance and stopped moving. During this time, Qin Pingon did not dare to approach the city wall. He only walked on the horse path. It was said that south of the city wall was the wilderness. Furthermore, in this world there would be 3 bright moons hanging in the sky at night. Qin Pingon felt more tired after punching 100 times at the Great Wall of Sword Aura than a few thousand times at the vast world. Just like that, he walked and stopped. On the 3rd day, when Qin Pingon could vaguely make out the outline of the 2 thatched cottages, he saw Xianxia. He was on the top of the wall a li away, practicing his boxing stance. His steps were light and agile and his punches were like rainbows. Even if Qin Pingon was not a 4th realm martial artist and was just a layman with shallow eyes, he could not help but sigh in admiration at Xiaoxi's boxing stance. Qin Pingon walked from right to left, while Xiaoxi, who lived in the small thatched cottage, walked from left to right. Their gazes met. Neither of them had any intention of stopping. They continued walking and finally brushed past each other. At that moment, Qin Pingon's fist intent was extremely weak. Most of it had been suppressed by the sword aura. On the other hand, Xiaoxi's strong fist intent leaked out violently. It was visible to the naked eye, as if it was suppressing the sword aura around the city wall. Qin Pingon walked slowly and finally approached the thatched cottage where the old sword immortal lived. Xiaoxi had already finished a round of practice and caught up with Qin Pingon. Then Qin Pingon saw Ningyao beside the old sword immortal. Xiaoxi saw the old man's master, the imperial tutor, and the female martial god, Pei Wan. After Ningyao confirmed the progress of Qin Pingon's practice, she was relieved to bring him to the northern city wall near the thatched cottage. She leaped up the city wall with him and looked at the city. She told him where her home was and where her friends lived. Not far behind them, Xiaoxi was practicing a new fist stance. The female martial god smiled and watched from the side. From time to time she would point out some flaws in his fist stance. That night, the female martial god stood on the city wall and closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Xi practiced for an entire night. Qin Pingon practiced until late at night. In the latter half of the night he sat cross-legged on the northern city wall. He maintained the sword furnace and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the old sword Immortal came near the two parties and suddenly suggested that the two youths spar. Xiaoxia didn't care. Qin Pingon didn't care either. Thus, the old man used his finger as a sword and opened up a temporary small world with a radius of 100 feet. A female martial god watched the battle from the side and actually found it quite interesting. On this day, in a situation where there were no restrictions, the two of them seemed to be in an ordinary battlefield. Flying swords, dharma treasures, fist techniques, as long as they were willing they could use them. Moreover, before the spar, the old sword Immortal told the two youths, who were both fourth realm martial artists, to forget that they would not die on the city wall. They treated it as a true battle of life and death. Qin Pingon fought with all his strength and lost all 3 battles. It was unknown how much strength Xiao Xi had held back, but he won all 3 battles. (278). After the last battle, Xiao Xi bid farewell to her master and left. The master and disciple should have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and returned to the Central Plains. Before Xiao Xi left, she said to Qin Pingon, before you return to the inverted hanging mountain, can you help me take care of that little cottage? Qin Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. No problem. This was Xiao Xi's unique kindness. The white-clothed youth and the female martial god walked further and further on the horse path. The old sword Immortal reminded Qin Pingon, I'm going to remove the small world. Qin Pingon nodded, indicating that he was fine. The old sword Immortal casually removed the restrictions of that world, and the sword Qi immediately surged over. Qin Pingon's soul was shaken and he was heavily injured. He could only obediently use the sword furnace to resist. After 2 hours, Qin Pingon was finally able to walk. He and Ning Yao came to the southern city wall and she asked, Are you all right? Qin Pingon shook his head. This injury is nothing. Ning Yao frowned and pointed at her heart. I mean here. Following the girl's slender finger, Qin Pingon's gaze didn't move for a long time. In the end, Ning Yao slapped Qin Pingon's head. Qin Pingon scratched his head and quickly made up for it. My heart is even more fine. A man's head and a woman's waist. One couldn't be slapped and the other couldn't be touched. However, Qin Pingon didn't dare to say such words. Ning Yao leaned against the city wall and asked worriedly, Are you really fine? Within a day, Qin Pingon lost 3 times, losing to the point where he could not lose anymore. The first time was when Qin Pingon and Xiao Xi exchanged fist techniques. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding and were very pure. However, Qin Pingon seemed to be slightly slower than Xiao Xi every time he punched. It wasn't that Qin Pingon's fist techniques weren't up to standard. On the contrary, the female martial god who was watching from the side nodded several times when the old man with the surname Cui taught him fist techniques such as the deity drumming style and the great cloud swamp style. On the other hand, Xiao Xi seemed to be too relaxed. She seemed to be taking a stroll in the courtyard. She seemed to be able to predict the future and predict the enemy's moves. Qin Pingon's punches and kicks seemed to be exactly where he wanted them to be. Qin Pingon had never hit Xiao Xi, not even once. Just as the elderly sword Immortal and Ning Yao felt that 1 round was enough, it was the female martial god's turn to suggest another round with a smile. She also wanted Qin Pingon to move freely and not be restrained by his fist techniques. In the second round, Qin Pingon used Flying Sword No. 1 and Flying Sword No. 15. He even used several kinds of talisman. However, compared to Xiao Xi's movement technique, it was still slightly slower. It was not much slower. This time, even Ning Yao felt helpless on behalf of Qin Pingon. It was like playing chess. It wasn't strange for a strong 9th rank to defeat a weak 9th rank. However, if this strong 9th rank player won by half a point every time, it probably meant that the difference in chess ability between the two was abnormally large. The last round was suggested by Qin Pingon himself. Xiao Xi nodded in agreement. In the third round, Qin Pingon began to change. He no longer looked like he was exchanging blows with Xiao Xi, but competing with himself. He constantly changed the path of his fist techniques. Just think about it. Whether it was the deity drumming style or the cavalry chisel formation style, they were all the immortal hands that the old man with the surname Cui had practiced countless times. Qin Pingan's actions seemed to be a bit of a mess. As a result, Cao Ci's punches were no longer just a bit faster than Qin Pingan's. Many times Cao Ci had shattered Qin Pingan's fist intent at the beginning of Qin Pingan's punch or in the middle of his stance. She had lost even more miserably than in the previous 2 rounds. However, the 3 people present, even Ning Yao who was not a martial artist, could see that Qin Pingan's sudden changes were on the right track. The most important difference was still in their foundation of level 4. After the 3rd round, Cao Ci gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. She only said 4 words. Keep up the good work. If it wasn't for Cao Ci and Qin Pingan, everyone would probably think that Cao Ci was provoking them, flaunting her strength, or looking down on the loser from above. However, Cao Ci's calmness and Qin Pingan's calmness could not change a fact. They were both level 4 martial artists, but Qin Pingan was now Cao Ci's defeated opponent. That was why Ning Yao, who had a clear and sharp sword heart, asked this question. She was worried that Qin Pingan would lose the 4th round. It was an invisible battle of states of mind. Once Cao Ci crushed Qin Pingan's martial arts state of mind, it would be difficult for him to reach level 7, let alone the limits of martial arts. Fortunately, Qin Pingan said that it was fine. Ning Yao believed him. She knew that Qin Pingan was not afraid of death when she was in Pearl Grotto Heaven. He had almost died at the hands of the mountain-moving ape and had almost exchanged his life with Ma Kuxuan for her. However, not being afraid of death did not mean that he was not afraid of losing. When one was poor, one had nothing to lose. However, when Ning Yao saw the table full of treasures in the inverted mountain stork inn, she realized that Qin Pingan was already quite rich, especially in martial arts. Therefore, Ning Yao was worried that Qin Pingan would be stubborn. Fortunately, that was not the case. The 2 of them sat side by side on the south-facing city wall. Ning Yao placed the 2 swords, one new and one old, on her knees. Qin Pingan still carried the locust tree sword case on his back. She actually felt that the name Demon Subduing was rather tacky. However, when she thought about how Qin Pingan was carrying a demon slayer sword, she did not argue with him. Qin Pingan placed his fists on his knees and leaned forward. 1,000 miles away was the encampment of countless demon soldiers. According to Ning Yao, every time the demon army attacked the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the valley would be filled with demons. However, there would also be a dense cloud of flying swords above their heads. When Qin Pingan and Ning Yao were together, they talked about whatever came to mind. From the old sword Immortal, Grandpa Qin, to Cao Ci and the female martial god, to the great Duan dynasty of the Central Plains, to the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, who owned one of the 4 great immortal swords. When it came to immortal swords, it naturally involved the invincible Dao number 2. This was because his immortal sword was known as the 1 foot in the mortal realm. Then it was the inverted mountain under Dao number 2. Finally, it returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Qin Pingan's fist techniques. Going around in circles, they talked about whatever they wanted. Qin Pingan had never sat in a place with such a wide view. Even more so in his state of mind. It was as though he was directly facing the world. Qin Pingan couldn't help but say, "In the beginning I practiced fist techniques to survive. When I didn't have to worry about my lifespan, I started to think about why I practiced fist techniques. For the first time I felt that my fist had to be faster than anyone else. Later I felt that my fist might not be the strongest, but it must be the most logical. So I read books, asked others for advice, and learned how to conduct myself. I asked the people around me to tell me when I made a mistake." Qin Pingan took off his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said helplessly, "When I talk reason with others, it's to make them talk reason too. It's not because I feel that my reasoning is necessarily right. It's a pity that after this trip, many people aren't even willing to talk reason. Their official robes, surnames, the silver in their pockets, and their cultivation levels. They probably don't need to worry about anything. They probably think that these are enough to reason things out." Qin Pingan suddenly thought of sword cultivator left and right. That man's sword skills were so high that he was invincible. It seemed that Mr. Qi's senior brother, sword cultivator left and right, also didn't like to talk reason. However, there was a world of difference between the two. One was actively evil. The other was that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, then it was his bad luck. Therefore, he chose to stay away from the human world. Furthermore, he had said something that basically meant that all cultivators of the Tao could no longer be considered human. Instead, they were aliens. Apart from the literal meaning, Qin Pingon didn't understand the deeper meaning, but he felt that it was a very heavy sentence. Qin Pingon turned to Ning Yao and smiled. Of course, if my fist techniques and sword techniques can be the fastest, even faster, that would be the best. After Qin Pingon handed the blade strengthening gourd to Ning Yao, he stood up and began to practice his fist techniques slowly, matching the 18 stops that Alliance taught him. Alliance once said that his 18 stops were different. Ning Yao frowned and said, Qin Pingon, you have to practice so many punches every day. Why do you have to think so much? I'm just thinking. Qin Pingon's face was full of smiles. His punches were relaxed and unhurried. However, it wasn't laziness, it was natural. Ning Yao turned her head to look at Qin Pingon, whose body was filled with the true intent of his fist art. She asked, then have you ever thought that thinking so much will slow down your martial arts cultivation? Xiaoxia, I definitely won't think so much. Qin Pingon didn't stop practicing his fist techniques. He smiled and said, he's a genius and he's definitely the best kind of genius. I'm not. I have to think more and do more at every step. I'm just an ordinary teacher. Didn't you also say that I'm a bumpkin? Therefore I have to do not bad at every step first. Then it's right, very right, the most right. I can't rush it. In the past I would sit for an entire afternoon. Only when I don't make any mistakes can I produce good embryos. It's a very simple principle. Qin Pingon habitually added, right? Ning Yao asked back, simple? Qin Pingon was a little puzzled. Isn't it simple? Ning Yao drank some wine from the blade's strengthening gourd and didn't answer his question. It's fine as long as it's simple. Qin Pingon's punches were no longer according to the mountain-shaking fist manual or the boxing stance taught by the old man surnamed Chui. Instead, they were improvised. His body followed his fist without any worries. He stopped and paused, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Qin Pingon's mind was completely immersed in it. My natal porcelain is broken. My longevity bridge is broken. I used to practice boxing just to hang on to my life. Then I finally came here and found you. Qin Pingon thought that I was very great. Qin Pingon's punches were getting faster and faster. So much so that his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Back then, when I was sitting on the Golden Arch Bridge in the Sea of Clouds, the fairy sister told me that I must not disappoint Mr. Qi's hopes. Because she chose me first, it was because she chose to believe in Mr. Qi that she was willing to bet on that 1 in 10,000 chance with him. With this one, I am this one, and that's enough. On the city wall, Qin Pingon's punches suddenly slowed down without any abruptness. He moved his feet horizontally and kept punching at the wasteland. In an instant he went from the slowest to the fastest, whistling like the wind. The old man surnamed Chui once said that he wanted to teach the martial artists in the world that they would feel that the heavens were above them when they saw his punch. Qin Pingon seemed to be answering a question in his heart. As he punched, he laughed and said, okay. Ning Yao opened her mouth slightly. Was this still Qin Pingon? Ning Yao was a little melancholic for the first time. After drinking a mouthful of melancholy wine, she stretched out a hand and complained, Qin Pingon, I can't beat more than a few of you with one hand now. Qin Pingon stopped punching and squatted down. He smiled and said, you can hit me but I won't fight back. Ning Yao rolled her eyes and said, are you still a man? If this were to spread, be it at the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the Righteous World, you would be a laughingstock. Qin Pingon's eyes were firm. If you were to be bullied one day, no matter what realm I am at, my punch will be the fastest. Ning Yao pointed to the south of the city wall. Aren't you afraid of a peak realm 13 great demon? Qin Pingon nodded. Ning Yao pointed behind her. Aren't you afraid of the Righteous World's Confucian Temple sages? Qin Pingon nodded again. Ning Yao pointed above her. Aren't you afraid of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor? After Qin Pingon nodded, he whispered, Ning Yao, don't die on the battlefield. Ning Yao turned her head and no longer looked at Qin Pingon. She hugged the blade-strengthening calabash and looked down at the 10,000-year-old battlefield beneath her. She nodded with a determined look in her eyes. I can't guarantee that I won't die, but I will definitely strive to survive. Ning Yao suddenly laughed. Qin Pin gone, then hurry up and become the world's #1 great sword immortal. Qin Pin gone scratched his head and said, I can't guarantee it either, but I will try my best. Qin Pin gone sat beside Ning Yao. Their shoulders leaned against each other. Ning Yao was a little shy. She gently bumped into him as if she wanted to push him away. Qin Pin gone leaned back every time. Qin Pingan's shoulders shook just like that. In the end, the two of them looked toward the south quietly. He carried the hopes of Mr. Qi and his fairy sister on his shoulders. He carried the hopes of his beloved girl on his shoulders. Although it wasn't like the willows and grasses, nor was it like the spring sun with green mountains and clear waters. However, Qin Pingan felt that this was already very good. It couldn't be any better. Pei Bei and Chao Xiai walked slowly on the city wall. Chao Xiai looked back in the direction of the thatched cottage and said with a serious expression, although his foundation at the third realm is still quite far away from mine. However, I feel that Qin Pingan has hope of following behind me. The martial goddess smiled and said, that's a very high evaluation. Chao Xiai asked, Pastor, what do you think? She shook her head lightly. I think it's meaningless. It depends on how you and Qin Pingan go in the future. The speed of your ascension, the thickness of your foundation at each realm, and the final level of your martial arts. Of course, who can live longer is the most important. Chao Xiai nodded and asked, Master, if there are no major accidents, how long can you live? Regarding such matters of life and death, her tone was calm. Ordinary 10th realm martial artists can live up to about 300 years old if they try their best to reduce the consumption of their origin energy and avoid life or death battles that are difficult to cure. I can live up to about 200 years. However, with the extra 200 years I can do more things. Chao Xiai sighed. In the end, Qi refinement warriors live longer. Pei Bei didn't comment and asked, do you have any other thoughts about Qin Pingan? Chao Xiai shook her head. No. Pei Bei reminded, before reaching 7th realm, you can leave the Great Duan dynasty, but you are not allowed to go to other continents. Got it. Chao Xiai still didn't care. In her martial arts, her only true opponent was herself. The tall martial goddess of the Middle Plains couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and rubbed Chao Xi's head. Chao Xiai said helplessly, Master, don't always treat me like a child. Before Pei Bei walked down the city wall, she looked back at the thatched cottage. She quickly retracted her gaze and smiled. Pure martial artists in the same era as Chao Xiai would probably be very sad. Those who respected and admired him could only look up to him for the rest of their lives. Those who envied and were jealous of him couldn't compare. Those who hated him would be heartbroken. Pei Bei looked forward to her disciple's ultimate peak. After all, there was no second place in martial arts. Qin Pingan had been on the city wall for close to 10 days. Today Ning Yao came and left, saying that there was an important guest at home and she needed to show her face. Qin Pingan continued to walk along the city wall. After walking for more than 10 miles, he saw a little girl in a loose black robe standing in front of him. She had a cute ponytail and seemed to be taking a nap. She was swaying as if she was going to fall off the city wall in the next moment. Qin Pingan was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but want to support that reckless little girl. However, after 2 long travels, Qin Pingan had matured a lot. In the beautiful robes nation, the inverted hanging mountain and the great wall of sword Qi, the 3 were worlds apart. Therefore, Qin Pingan only said hello and pretended to ask. He used the Great Wall of Sword Qi dialect that Ning Yao had taught him and asked awkwardly, do you know who the old man in the thatched cottage is? The little girl didn't pay any attention to Qin Pingan and continued to swing on the city wall. Qin Pingan stopped at a distance that he thought was reasonable and sized her up. There were still mucus bubbles on her young face. She was indeed sleeping. She was so carefree. Qin Pingan felt that she was most likely a genius sword cultivator. In an instant, the girl with ponytails fell off the city wall. Qin Pingan instinctively wanted to rush over and grab the little girl's ankle. However, a hand pressed down on Qin Pingan's shoulder, preventing him from moving. He turned his head and saw a white-haired old man with a kind face standing on his left. He was tall and had a white jade hairpin in his hair. The old man smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "Little guy, from your accent you must be a foreigner, right? It's good to be kind, but in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you must remember not to cause trouble for others, especially yourself." The old man pointed in the direction where the little girl had fallen off the cliff. "This hidden official doesn't need you to save her. She is the sword cultivator who has killed the most demons in the middle 5 realms in the past 1,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If we were to talk about the people the demons hate the most, hidden official would definitely be in the top 3. If you were to touch the corner of her clothes, you would probably die unless Sword Immortal boss is willing to fight with hidden official." Qin Pingon cupped his fists in gratitude. The old man smiled and said, "My surname is Qi. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Qi or Senior Qi. There are some strange movements in the south today. I happen to be patrolling the city wall with a good friend. I think hidden official is also interested and can't wait for the enemy to attack." The old man suddenly remembered something and added, "Don't call me Grandpa Qi. Senior Qi will do. Otherwise it will feel like I'm taking advantage of Sword Immortal boss. That can't be done." Just as he finished speaking, a dull sound came from below the city wall. It was probably the hidden official with the goat-horned ponytail who had fallen to the ground and caused a tremor. The old man smiled and reminded, "Although Sword Immortal boss is watching and hidden official is also here, you still have to be careful. There are no rules in war. The demonic race may launch their next attack at any time. Alright, you can continue with your work." Without seeing the old man step out, he appeared on the city wall dozens of feet away. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, the old man's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Pingon jumped down from the city wall and turned to return to the thatched cottage. The old man's surname was Qi. He was the hidden official who had killed countless demonic races of the middle 5 realms. Qin Pingon heard an indescribable sound coming from the south. It was not the kind of uncomfortable sound that pierced the eardrums, but the kind that was not loud but disgusting. Qin Pingon hurried to the side of the city wall and looked up. Then in the endless valley outside the city something appeared. In Qin Pingon's view, standing on the city wall and looking at that thing was like looking down at an earthworm in the mud not far away. Qin Pingon could completely imagine that the true size of that earthworm must be extremely terrifying. Then Qin Pingon saw that on the city wall in the direction where hidden official had fallen, an enormous ball of snow-white light exploded. It rolled like a pearl towards that great demonic beast. Then in the valley dust flew. The battle had turned the world upside down. After about 30 minutes, the black-robed little girl, with the goat horn braids, returned to the city wall. Not far from Qin Pingon, she stood on the city wall and opened her mouth wide. She extended 2 fingers and shook a tooth. In the end, it seemed like she could not bear to pull it out. She only spat out a mouthful of blood on the horse path. Somewhat angry, she swaggered on the city wall, causing the horse path to tremble with each step she took. The old sword immortal guarding the city wall had unknowingly come to Qin Pingon's side. He smiled and explained, to her, not killing her opponent means that she has lost. So she is rather angry. At this time, no one should pay attention to her, or else it will be very troublesome. In the past, only Alliance was willing to nag at her. He liked to add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Anyway, he could withstand her beating. Now that Alliance has left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she is probably a little bored. Actually, that unlucky great demonic beast is only here to symbolically show its face. The old sword immortal brought Qin Pingon to the cottage. He suddenly said, "Because of certain reasons, you are an exception. So I will nag a little more with you." Qin Pingon nodded and did not say anything. When night fell, Qin Pingon left the little cottage that Zhou Xian had built. He sat on the northern city wall and drank, gazing at the huge city that was brightly lit. He looked in the direction of Ning Yao's house. Then he felt a tap on his left shoulder. When he looked to the left, Ning Yao was already sitting on his right. This time she walked to the city wall and brought some food. She placed it at the cottage and brought a jar of wine. Qin Pingon handed over the blade strengthening gourd. Ning Yao helped to pour the wine into the blade strengthening gourd. After the wine jar was empty, Ning Yao casually threw it out of the city wall. It did not make a sound when it fell to the ground. After all, it was a small wine jar and not the hidden official from before. Ning Yao drank a mouthful of wine and started to daydream. Qin Pingon stayed in a daze with her. Ning Yao said softly, "Whether one is reasonable or not has nothing to do with how well one lives." Ning Yao stretched out her arm and pointed at the city. "Over there, some people are too talented. So as long as they kill the innocent within the rules, no one can do anything about them. On the battlefield to the south of the city wall, such people are still famous heroes. Their sword auras soar into the sky and they cut through the demon army with an invincible stance. Even those who hate them have to admit that with or without them it's a big difference." Ning Yao shook the wine jar. "I've been to many places in the vast world and seen all kinds of people. Some people are just born into a good family and live a life of luxury. They don't have to worry about food or clothing. Every day they just complain that life is boring and that they have suffered too much." She returned the blade-strengthening gourd to Qin Pingon and asked, "Bullshit. It's quite boring, isn't it?" Qin Pingon thought about it. "It's all right. How others live their lives is not necessarily wrong. If it's not to our liking, it's not necessarily wrong. As long as they don't like to be reasonable, they won't live well. I think it's fine." Ning Yao said unhappily, "Unfortunately, they really won't live well." Qin Pingon began to think carefully about this problem. Ning Yao turned her head and looked at Qin Pingon, who was thinking carefully. She couldn't help but laugh. "I just made it up. You really fell for it?" Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine. "Is there something bothering you?" Ning Yao nodded. "Someone wants to buy my family's beheading dragon platform. I don't want to sell it, so they offered a sky-high price. They talked about reason, righteousness, friendship and everything. It's annoying." Qin Pingon didn't say anything to comfort her. He just gently held one of Ning Yao's hands. Ning Yao couldn't help but laugh. "But when I think of the bitter days when you were young, when you were hungry and secretly cried in Mud Bottle Alley, I feel that it's actually nothing." Qin Pingon smiled and looked into the distance. The breeze was no longer as bone-chilling as it was in the beginning. It was like a breeze in the mountains of his hometown. He said softly, "I see." It was a quiet night. In the end, Ning Yao leaned on Qin Pingon's shoulder and slept soundly until dawn. Qin Pingon didn't move at all. He quietly kept watch. He had once seen a very moving poem. It was carved on a clay statue in the Immortal tomb in his hometown. He didn't know who carved it. Qin Pingon hoped that it could be anyone as long as it wasn't Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. "Since childhood I have been alone, taking care of the stars of the past. 279. The moon was still hidden and the sun rose as usual. It was a new day. Ning Yao rarely slept so soundly. When she woke up, she wiped her mouth, stood up and stretched. She rode her sword down the city wall and headed towards the city in the north. Qin Pingon had seen many immortal masters riding the wind to travel the world. The first was Ning Yao, then the Wind Snow Temple Wei Jin Lu Baqiao, and even more times when he rode on the Kun boat. However, Ning Yao riding her sword was still fresh and refreshing. Qin Pingon returned to the cottage and had breakfast. Then he began to walk along the northern city wall. From left to right he practiced his martial arts. He was already familiar with the path and could close his eyes all the way. Ning Yao said that she might not come to the city wall to see him today, so Qin Pingon brought some food with him and planned to walk further. Qin Pingon only saw the old man with the surname Qi and the hidden official who had killed the most demons in the middle 5 realms. When Qin Pingon walked to the right side to practice his martial arts, he saw more sword cultivators. There were old and young, male and female. Some of them were here to absorb the sword will and sharpen their swordsmanship. They often practiced their swordsmanship alone or silently comprehended the Tao. There were also groups of sword cultivators who were patrolling the city wall. When they saw Qin Pingon practicing his martial arts with a sword case on his back, no one greeted him. Their eyes were indifferent. Qin Pingon finally understood the words of the old man with the surname Qi. Here sword cultivators did not want to trouble others, much less themselves. At noon, Qin Pingon sat on the city wall and ate the dried meat and snacks that Ning Yao sent over. He chewed slowly. In the distance, a group of young men and women walked forward. There were more than 20 of them. Their swords were sharp and neat. Their movements were sharp and simple. Their sword will lean towards killing and gloomy. A one-armed middle-aged sword cultivator followed the group with light footsteps. He was probably a young disciple of the same surname and was cultivating here. Qin Pingon didn't dare to stare too long, lest he be mistaken as a rash person who had stolen another family's ancestral sword technique. The one-armed sword cultivator glanced at Qin Pingon, who was eating. He thought for a moment and made a gesture. The young sword cultivators cheered and quickly stopped cultivating. They sat on the ground in twos and threes. There was a group of men and women who were far behind the sword formation. They immediately took off their bags and brought out lunch for the young men and women. They were respectful and natural. Ning Yao had said before that here at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the hierarchy was very strict. They paid great attention to clan inheritance and actual battle achievements. For example, the hidden official. The hidden official wasn't his name. It was a strange official position with a long history that no one could explain. In short, the title of hidden official was passed down from generation to generation. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was in charge of overseeing the military, convicting people and executing people. There were many family heads who didn't accomplish much in the past, just like the shadow in the north of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were often reduced to being the echo of the big families in the city. However, the hidden official of this generation was different. He was recognized as the fourth in command of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The second person to fight in the Battle of 13 was this bad-tempered little girl. The great monster with extraordinary combat strength directly admitted defeat and left. She was so angry that she stood alone on the battlefield and smashed her fists for an entire quarter of an hour. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the monster race watched as she vented her anger. Both sides had long since become accustomed to this. After listening to Ning Yao's general description of the Battle of 13, Qin Pingon not only remembered the peak combat strength of both sides, he also remembered the Yinyang Lu clan, who was known as the One School Half the World. Both sides only revealed the order of battle at the last moment. It was likely that this was another silent battle with hidden undercurrents. This hidden official made a good start for the human race. However, the Great Wall of Sword Qi collapsed in the middle and was almost completely defeated. Fortunately, Alliance appeared out of nowhere and ended the battle well. After Qin Pingon finished his lunch, he stood up and continued to practice his martial arts. During this time he saw the old man with the surname Qi again. However, this time the old man was accompanied by a handsome middle-aged man. The old man with the surname Qi had a restrained aura, while the middle-aged man's aura was at its peak. It looked like he was a head above the old man. Qin Pingon didn't go up to talk to him. He just stopped walking, lowered his head slightly and clasped his fists in greeting. The old man smiled and nodded in greeting. He also didn't exchange any pleasantries with this foreign youth. After that, Qin Pingon met two strong young swordsmen sitting on the city wall drinking wine. There was also a one-armed girl standing on the city wall holding a huge sword. When Qin Pingon saw them, he silently jumped down from the city wall and went around them. When he was far away, he jumped back onto the city wall and continued walking. In the evening, Qin Pingon also saw a few swordsmen flying up from the south side of the city. They crossed the horse path and flew north on their swords. Qin Pingon looked at the sky, ate a careless dinner and turned to return. It was late at night when he returned to the cottage. In the end, when he pushed open the door under the bright moonlight, Qin Pingon saw that the hidden official was secretly eating his food. When Qin Pingon stood motionless at the door, the little girl with ponytails slowly turned her head. Her cheeks were puffed up. She didn't have the slightest awareness that she had been caught as a thief. Instead, she looked at Qin Pingon with a reproachful and wary expression, as if asking who he was and what he was doing in her house. This was not a burglar, but a bandit who came down from the mountains to take advantage of the autumn wind. Qin Pingon could only silently leave the cottage and close the door. He was afraid that if they didn't agree, he would be stabbed to death by the hidden official, who had outstanding military achievements and a perverse personality. Qin Pingon went to the north wall behind the cottage and sat down to drink. Suddenly he heard a clapping sound behind him. Qin Pingon turned his head and saw her withdraw her hand. Then she pointed to the cottage and left. "Is she reminding me that I can go back and clean up the mess?" Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. For safety's sake he still sat where he was. When the little girl in the large robe was far away, he went back to the cottage to take a look. The food that Ningyao had brought was almost gone. Qin Pingon sighed. He cleaned up the messy cottage and returned to the city wall. He began to practice the swordsmanship manual that Jing Dafeng had given him. He was still holding an empty sword. There was no real sword in his hand. He mainly practiced the opening moves, avalanche style and God subduing head. Today Ningyao did not come to the city wall to visit Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon returned to the cottage in the middle of the night to lie down and sleep peacefully. The next morning, Qin Pingon had just woken up and walked out of the cottage when he saw the hidden official, with a few young boys and girls behind her, striding over. After entering the cottage very quickly, the ponytailed girl angrily walked out of the cottage. She widened her eyes and tried to make a fierce expression. She was probably asking why there was nothing to steal from the cottage today. The young boys and girls behind her with an imposing manner were somewhat gloating. Qin Pingon's expression was awkward. He could only pretend to be stupid. If not for the title of the hidden official, Qin Pingon really wanted to pinch her cheeks. The ponytailed girl was really angry this time. The great wall of sword chi beneath her feet suddenly shook. She wore a loose black robe and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ningyao came to the great wall of sword chi in the afternoon. When she heard Qin Pingon tell her about his experience, she smiled and said there was no need to worry. The hidden official had such a temper. There were countless sword cultivators who had suffered at her hands. But in truth she was a very easy person to deal with. She liked to hear good words from others and would accept all beautiful things. However, after she finished eating and accepted the food, she would at most show a smile. He would never be sentimental. If she offended the hidden official, there was a solution. Those unlucky people from the Great Wall of Sword Chi would decisively play dead before she could make a move. She would feel that killing such trash would dirty her hands, so she would often forget about it. Furthermore, she did not hold grudges. It was also possible that she did not remember those people at all. Ningyao recalled something. She said that she had heard from a friend that the hidden official had a good relationship with the person in the thatched cottage. It was an unprecedented scene. Someone once saw the person with the surname Chao put the hidden official on his neck. Then he walked on the city wall while practicing martial arts. At that time the passers-by were almost scared out of their wits. Qin Pingon was amazed by Chao Ci's ability. Ningyao smiled and said, "I wasn't familiar with her in the past. Recently I asked around more about Chao Ci and came to a conclusion. Those pure martial artists who walk on the same path as Chao Ci are actually quite pitiful, especially those so-called martial arts geniuses." Ningyao took Qin Pingon's wine flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Her face was flushed. Compared to chi cultivators, if we don't talk about a continent but the entire world, it is very difficult to be recognized as the number one in the same realm. This is because the life source flying swords, magic treasures and immortal weapons are not considered as external objects. In many life and death battles, these things happen to be the deciding factor. Therefore, opportunities and blessings can change many established facts. Martial artists are different. They don't rely too much on these things. In fact, they even dislike these things. When he accidentally saw this scene, he smiled and said, "So it's just a hothead who doesn't understand." Qin Pingon drank the wine, put away the sword-nurturing gourd, and got up to practice the sword furnace stance. The moonlight entered his arms and shone on his shoulders. It was a peaceful night. When the sky was slightly brighter, Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes. He found that he had been standing motionless for half the night. Qin Pingon was a little scared. If he didn't pay attention and fell off the city wall, hidden official would be unharmed, but he would definitely be a pile of meat paste at the foot of the wall. Qin Pingon did a few stretches and jumped off the city wall. He went back to the cottage to eat the breakfast that Ningyao had prepared last night. Then he continued to walk along the city wall to the right. Then along the way Qin Pingon met a fat young man with a wicked smile but a murderous aura. As usual, he jumped off the city wall and circled around him. When he returned to the city wall, he saw a handsome and slightly feminine young man standing on the city wall. Then there was a swarthy young man with a face full of scars. Finally, there was a one-armed girl with a huge sword on her back. But today there were a few more young women beside her. It was as if they were taking the city wall for an outing. Exquisite snacks were placed on a beautiful silk cloth. When Qin Pingon jumped off the city wall and returned to the horse path, they all looked at him. When Qin Pingon brushed past them from afar, they were still pointing at him and gossiping. Qin Pingon's scalp went numb. In fact, he knew very well that these guys must be the friends that Ning Yao had described before. And they were all companions who had fought side by side in life and death. This was the second time that Qin Pingon complained about the straw sandals on his feet. The first time was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He was afraid that he would embarrass Li Baoping and Li Huai, so he went to buy brand new boots. But because he didn't go to the Cliff Academy in Dongshan, he left the capital with the young man Cui Dong. After wearing them for a while, he took them off and changed into the straw sandals that he was most used to. Qin Pingon hoped that he could tidy himself up even better. Even if he did not dress up like Chao Xiai and Cui Shi, who had a celestial aura that complemented their clothes, he had to be clean and tidy. Like Lin Shui, it would be best if he had a scholarly aura, even if it was only temporary. He would also pin a jade hairpin on his hair bun. He would not need to return the blade's strengthening gourd and the sword case at his waist. Qin Pingon continued walking. He sighed in his heart and felt a little regretful. But as he walked, Qin Pingon smiled to himself. He lifted his feet and looked down at the straw sandals on his feet. Old man, it's not that I don't like you. I'm very grateful for your hard work. Look at those pairs of companions who died on the journey. I've kept them well and didn't throw them away. They're all in Sherwu's belly. Well, the books say that this is called enjoying one's old age. It's hard for me to enjoy my grandchildren. Qin Pingon, who was talking to himself, didn't notice that those fellows who came to join in the fun were panicking. They were like dumplings that fell off the city walls one by one. It turned out that Ning Yao was flying over the city walls on her sword. The fat youth, Dong Haitan, and the handsome youth all fled in panic. The women held back their laughter as they randomly packed up their bags and left the city walls on their swords. Qin Pingon turned his head and saw Ning Yao arrive on her sword. She suddenly stopped high in the sky outside the city walls and then slowly flew over. Her speed was about the same as Qin Pingon's walking stance. Ning Yao helplessly said, "Don't worry about them." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Ning Yao drew a beautiful arc in the air with her sword and said, "I have something to do. I'll look for you tomorrow." For this round trip, Qin Pingon still returned to the vicinity of the two thatched cottages late at night. This time the old sword Immortal was standing on the northern city walls for some unknown reason. It was as though he was looking at the city without city walls. Qin Pingon quickly ran over and shouted, "Grandpa Qin." The old man retracted his gaze and nodded. Then he pointed to the north. "It's just this small number of people. They might not even be on the scale of a state city in vast heaven. Even I find it strange that they have been able to fend off the demons for so many years." Qin Pingon didn't know how to answer, so he didn't say anything. The old sword Immortal turned his head and smiled at Qin Pingon. "Qin Pingon, we get along quite well, right?" Qin Pingon nodded. The old man smiled and asked, "But what if I say that I get along better with Chao Xiai and have higher expectations for him?" Qin Pingon still didn't know how to answer. The old man wasn't in a hurry to answer. He only looked into Qin Pingon's eyes and observed Qin Pingon's state of mind. The old man sighed. This time, the great sword Immortal, that Alliance spoke of, even used a swordsmanship ability to reach the depths of one's heart and soul. So that's how it is. Originally, he was quite a good cultivator. If everything went smoothly and he was lucky, it wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate into an earth immortal in vast heaven on the other side of the inverted mountain. Unfortunately, he was smashed into pieces early on like porcelain broken into pieces. Before the longevity bridge was broken, he had already suffered an even greater calamity. The state of mind, the mirror of the heart. The mirror fragments were of different sizes. The old man saw the largest ones, and the images they carried were all different. Therefore, if the scholarly sage saw the scenes of Qin Pingon's state of mind with profound cultivation, it might appear more bizarre at the same time. As a result, the old sword Immortal discovered more clues. To put it bluntly, this was a process similar to raising venomous insects. Not only did the weak bow down to the strong, but it was completely gone. The young man should have been trying his best to piece together the broken pieces all these years, and he didn't even know it. To put it nicely, it was a bit ingenious. This was the vigorous movement of heaven and self-improvement. The stronger the strong, the more dazzling one or two fragments would be, like the sun and moon hanging in the sky and the stars dimming. The battle of the state of mind had little to do with the level of cultivation, so it was extremely dangerous. Qi cultivators had a lot of sayings and secret techniques, such as self-examination, heart-knocking self-examination, and breaking the heart's demonic barrier. Therefore, there would be unorthodox and unorthodox methods, and many inferior and unorthodox visualization methods to take shortcuts. In the eyes of the Celestials, it was not the right way. In short, there was a lot of knowledge and it was very complicated. Like the ups and downs of a mountain range, the peaks would be high and low. And Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism were three independent schools. This was the so-called founding of a school. The military school was a mountain range and it was only a step away from success. As one of the four prominent schools, Moism was a bit similar. Like a river, no matter how long and wide it was, it couldn't reach the sea. It was only a step away from becoming a great blasphemy. Qin Pingon still didn't give an answer. The old sword Immortal had already gotten an answer. The old man smiled and said, "When you were talking about principles with Ning Yao, I happened to overhear it. Do you want to hear my opinion as an experienced person?" Qin Pingon nodded decisively. The old man smiled and said, "I can tell you a trick. You can be reasonable and live a good life. You definitely won't suffocate yourself to death in the future." Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. "Senior, please tell me." The old man smiled softly and said, "Listen well, it's like living like this. You should tell yourself this." The old man paused for a moment and then continued, Well, for example, if I say, "I'm Qin Pingon," you have to say, "I'm Qin Pingon." At this point, the old man laughed to himself. Qin Pingon also laughed. Finally, the old man put his hands behind his back. His body was stooped, and his eyes were calm as he looked at the quiet and peaceful city. "In this life, I have been reasonable in everything. I have a clear conscience. But in the end, you are still like this. I'm sorry, but this time I won't be reasonable with you." Qin Pingon just quietly listened to the old man speak. The old man narrowed his eyes. "Of course you can't do it too often. Once or twice in 100 years, it definitely won't be a problem. For example, like this." The old man slowly stretched out his hand towards the north. It was just a casual movement, but the huge curtain of night above the great wall of sword energy was torn apart like a black cloth. For a moment there was a bright light, but in the end only an extremely slender but extremely bright light fell from the sky and smashed into a certain place in the city. Then on the ground countless golden lights burst apart, as if the golden body of a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms had collapsed at this moment. Qin Pingon's jaw dropped. The old man chuckled and said, "Drink some wine to calm your nerves." Qin Pingon foolishly took off the wine gourd and handed it to the old sword immortal. The old man Qin Qingdo, who originally wanted to tease the young man beside him, didn't reach out to take the gourd. He turned around, shook his head and slowly walked forward. He gently jumped off the city wall and said to himself, "Silly girl found a silly boy, what a perfect match." Sigh. A sigh came from somewhere in the great wall of sword aura. It seemed that the person did not approve of the old celestial of swords killing, but was unwilling to speak out. Beside the person who sighed, an old voice sounded, "It's just the unpolished jade realm. Moreover, Qin Qingdo has his reasons. Just bear with it." The person who sighed again. The old voice laughed helplessly and tried to persuade, "What's the point of talking to Qin Qingdo about your Confucian rules? It's like a chicken talking to a duck. Moreover, your Confucian teachings are close to the people. You don't seek to become Buddha or immortality. The Great Way is not high nor far. Why do you have to criticize Qin Qingdo for following the rules? Isn't he a perfect sage? As long as you don't judge Qin Qingdo by the standards of a sage, it's very simple." The person said indifferently, "The impact of Qin Qingdo's unreasonableness is probably not comparable to that of an ordinary person's unreasonableness 10,000 times." The old man laughed. "Qin Qingdo is a swordsman. You are a Confucian. It's different." The Confucian was silent for a long time. Finally he murmured, What is the headmaster of the academy? The old man who failed to persuade him also sighed. In the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, someone shouted, Qin Qingdou. A long rainbow rose from the ground and rushed to the top of the city wall with an unstoppable force. The hunchbacked old man who had already jumped down from the top of the city wall frowned. He waved his sleeve gently and pulled Qin Pingon, who was standing on the top of the city wall, behind him. He happened to be standing at Qin Pingon's original position, facing the aggressive swordsman. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, What's wrong? There's a demon spy in your family and you still think you're in the right? The swordsman hovered 4 to 5 feet away from the top of the city wall. He was a tall old man with snow-white hair and beard. His aura was extremely majestic. Even in the face of the most senior swordsman in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, this old man showed no fear. He asked angrily, My Dong family has its own rules to punish traitors. At the very least, the hidden official has not judged the severity of my grandson's crime. What right do you have to punish Dong Guanpu? The old man, who was dressed in white from head to toe, suddenly raised his voice. Do you think I, Dong Sanging, am dead? Qin Qingdu's face was filled with ridicule. Before Dong Guanpu died under my sword, I indeed thought that you, Dong Sanging, had died. It took your Dong clan a month to investigate a confirmed spy of the demon clan. Do you believe that if you were to change your surname such as Qin, you wouldn't even be able to complete one day's investigation? The old man surnamed Dong, who had rushed over from the city, was furious. Isn't a pure Jade Realm sword immortal who is willing to repent and make amends for his mistakes better than a corpse? Qin Qingdu didn't even bother to say yes or no. Instead he sneered and said, There's actually a corpse under my sword? Could it be that this little bastard has secretly ascended to the immortal realm? The tall old man who called himself Dong Sanging was so angry that his eyes were wide open. The sword intent on his body surged violently, like raging waves slapping the top of the city wall, and the sound of waves could be heard. Qin Qingdu raised an eyebrow. What? You want to fight? Dong Sanging took a step forward and laughed in anger. Everyone else is afraid of you, Qin Qingdu, but I am not. Let's fight. What's wrong with that? A childish voice sounded from the top of the city wall in the distance. It sounded a little aggrieved. Alright, it's all my fault. I didn't want Dong Guanpu to die so quickly. After all, Dong Guanpu was one of my favorite guys. How much I like Chao Xiai now is how much I liked Dong Guanpu back then. Since he's already dead, let him die. The person who spoke was the little girl in a big black robe with pigtails. She was the hidden official of this generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Invisibly, more than 10 top sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had appeared around the top of the city wall. They were either the family heads of the big families or sword immortals with outstanding combat strength. Only the 2 sages who were qualified to be on equal footing with Qin Qingdu were missing. A handsome middle-aged man said sternly, Dong Sanging, you were wrong in this matter. You were wrong from the beginning. All these years you have placed too much hope on Dong Guanpu. That's why Dong Guanpu's sword heart became so extreme. He insisted on going to the hinterland of the demon race alone to train. That's why this disaster happened. He thought that with Dong Sanging and Alliance the Great Wall of Sword Qi could have another Dong Guanpu. I don't think so. It's fine if he doesn't listen. He's young and impetuous. What about you? Don't you know the danger? Dong Sangjing's face was cold. The sons of the Dong family should have such ambition. Why should I persuade him? I can't wait for the descendants of the Dong family to have a better sword Dao than me. At this point, Dong Sanging sneered and said, Our Dong family is not like the Qin, Qi and Nalan families. We don't have so many tricks up our sleeves. The domineering old man's strike almost destroyed half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The handsome man snorted and didn't speak anymore. Qin Pingon realized that the old man with the surname Qi also had a place. At this moment he slowly said, What else can we do? The enemy is right in front of us. Are we still going to fight among ourselves? A thin old man in a long robe with a sword on his back nodded slightly. No matter what, the most important thing now is to deal with the demon race's attack. We can't fall into disarray and let those bastards in the south take advantage of us. The old sword immortal completely ignored these 2 well-intentioned troublemakers. He didn't have any intention of calming things down. He stared at Dong Sanging and smiled. If meritorious deeds can atone for your sins, then can I kill you today and let the hidden officer tear up a few pages of the merit book? Then everything will be fine. Dong Sanging was speechless. The atmosphere was awkward and heavy. Qin Pingon watched this scene from behind the old sword Immortal. He felt that the sword qi on the city wall had become heavier after these people appeared. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe. Dong Sanging suddenly looked around and shouted angrily, "You want to watch a good show? You want to join in the fun? Get lost." The dozen or so mainstays of the Great Wall of Sword Qi knew that Dong Sanging was giving them a way out. Since they couldn't fight today, they all dissipated and returned to the city in the north. When the crowd dispersed, Qin Pingon saw that Ning Yao was among them. She slowly approached the city wall on her sword. Dong Sanging glanced at the little girl and said unhappily, "Little Ning, don't learn from your useless parents. I still like you very much." Ning Yao was expressionless. Dong Sanging didn't care. He turned around and strode back to the city. The hidden officer standing on the city wall was the most carefree one. She had been secretly yawning. At this moment she suddenly frowned and hesitated for a moment. She opened her mouth and stuck out her thumb to touch the restless tooth. She shook it gently, but in the end she couldn't bear to pull it out. After closing her mouth, she turned around and walked away while muttering. The old sword Immortal, Qin Qingdu, didn't seem to be surprised by tonight's disturbance. He smiled at Ning Yao, flew down the city wall and walked towards the old thatched cottage. Qin Pingon leaped back up the city wall and stood side by side with Ning Yao. Ning Yao didn't show much emotion. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has always been like this. Fortunately, the rule left behind by our ancestors hasn't changed much. Qin Pingon looked at Ning Yao curiously. Ning Yao said slowly, "The tip of the sword faces the south." These simple words caused Qin Pingon, who had just started learning the sword, to feel his heart sway and agitated. Qin Pingon couldn't help but turn his head and look to the south. Ning Yao took the initiative to take off Qin Pingon's blade-strengthening gourd and started drinking. Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and asked softly, "Is the traitor Dong Guanpu the kind of person you mentioned? He used to be a hero on the battlefield, but he's unreasonable in the city?" Ning Yao shook her head and said, "On the contrary, Grandpa Xiaodong has always been a good person. In the north of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he has always lived in seclusion and doesn't like to interact with people. When I met him occasionally when I was young, Grandpa Xiaodong would be very polite. Although he's not good with words, he would always smile at me just like an elder in the family." Ning Yao sat cross-legged and said helplessly, "No one knows why Grandpa Xiaodong wants to side with the demon race. Perhaps there was a huge problem during that dangerous training trip back in the day. Actually, there are many sword cultivators who left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and went to the wilderness alone to train their swordsmanship. That's because the demons in the middle 5 realms like to take pride in cultivating their human appearance. Usually they're no different from us. Only during critical moments on the battlefield will they reveal their true forms and use their innately strong physique to resist flying swords. Therefore, as long as a sword cultivator is careful and concealed, it's not easy to see through their identity. The reason why humans are the leader of all creatures is because their acupoints and chi abodes are the most mysterious paradise in the world. That's why the demon race worked tirelessly to cultivate their human form. After that, their cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink from Luapa Mountain were the same." Ning Yao continued, "Of course, there are some special cases in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that have been secretly recorded by the peak great demons. Then they are recorded in a book with a secret technique. It's harder for them to travel the wilderness. However, I heard that the number of people in that book is limited. There won't be many sword cultivators who have their names written in it. Usually, a sword cultivator from my hometown who dies in battle will be added. Logically speaking, when Grandpa Xiaodong left for his travels, he was just an ordinary nascent soul sword cultivator. His name shouldn't be in the book. The Dong family has a deep foundation and has a unique secret technique to conceal their aura. It's very difficult to be discovered." Ning Yao did not mention one thing. She was one of the sword cultivators in that strange book. Furthermore, she was one of the youngest sword cultivators in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao's name had been recorded in the book before she was 10 years old. As for the proud sons of heaven in history who received such treatment, without exception, they were all killed on the battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi before the age of 30. The monster race had never cared about the price. Often, the life or death of a proud son of heaven would involve the life or death of one or even several great demons or sword immortals. This was because the monster race felt that having Qin Qingdou on the city wall was enough. If another Ning Qingdou or Yao Qingdou were to appear, then it wouldn't be a matter of just one or two great demons of the upper 5 realms dying. The helpless aspect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was that if these proud sons of heaven didn't temper themselves on the battlefield early on and didn't rapidly rise between life and death, they would only be raised north of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if several sword immortals carefully taught them, they still wouldn't have the slightest chance of growing into the next Qin Qingdou, Alliance or Dong Sanging. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "If I stay here, will I distract you and drag down your cultivation?" Ning Yao nodded. She didn't deny it and didn't hesitate at all. However, she said straightforwardly, "But I'll be very happy if you're here. When I'm cultivating at the dragon beheading platform at home, I often can't help but think of you. I'll be in a daze and after I'm done I'll run straight to you. After I go back I'll hurriedly deal with some family affairs and then the day will pass just like that. Before I go to bed I'll wait to see you the next day." This was Ning Yao. Qi Jingchun once warned Zhao Yao, a disciple of the school who fell in love with her at first sight, that it was best not to fall in love with Ning Yao. This was because she was a sword without a scabbard. If she revealed her sharpness, it would be easy for her to hurt others and even herself. Ning Yao's view of the world had always been very clear. She was almost ruthless. However, there was now Qin Pingon. Therefore Qin Pingon said resolutely, "I'll leave here in 3 days at most. Then I'll go to the North Continent, which is like the Great Wall of Sword Qi the most. I'll practice my fist and sword and strive to reach the 7th realm of martial arts as soon as possible so that I'll be qualified to participate in the war here. Then I'll come to you." Ning Yao was silent. She knew that this was the right thing to do. However, she was unwilling to speak or nod her head. On the contrary, she would complain about this fellow beside her. Why could he make up his mind so quickly? Qin Pingon wanted to drink, but the blade-strengthening gourd was held tightly in Ning Yao's hand. She even seemed to have deliberately switched her hand so that she was further away from Qin Pingon. Ning Yao suddenly said, "Historically, when the demon race attacked the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would last for 20 to 30 years. I'll give you 10 years to reach the 7th realm. Is that enough?" Ning Yao scowled. 10 years it is. No more." Qin Pingon shifted his butt and sat facing her. He smiled and said, "All right. However, you must wait for me." Ning Yao coyly turned her body sideways and sat facing him. She handed the blade-strengthening gourd back to him and then nodded. "All right." Qin Pingon took the wine gourd and tilted his head back to drink a mouthful of wine. Ning Yao said softly, "I have a lot of problems." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's all right. I like you." Ning Yao's eyes reddened. Qin Pingon stretched out a trembling hand and gently caressed Ning Yao's cheek. Ning Yao blushed slightly but did not refuse. She only closed her eyes and did not dare to look at him. Just when the world was so silent that it seemed like only the two of them were left, an untimely cough sounded. Qin Pingon quickly retracted his hand and drank to hide his awkwardness. Ning Yao turned her head and looked. Her long and narrow eyebrows were filled with killing intent. The uninvited guest was the old sword immortal, Grandpa Chen. He stood not far away from the two of them with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. "I suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid I'll forget about it later. I have to tell Qin Pingon quickly." "Just tell me." Ning Yao took the wine gourd and sat facing the city with her back facing the old sword immortal. Qin Pingon jumped down from the city wall and asked, "Grandpa Chen, what's the matter?" The old man smiled and said, "The painting of the old blind man in the south is beautiful. The chicken soup of the old bald donkey in the west is delicious. The calligraphy of the scholar in the central plains is charming. I feel that all of these people are very interesting. But the most interesting thing is that all of these old fellows are extremely hard to kill." Ning Yao could not help but turn and ask, "Grandpa Chen, according to what you said in the past, isn't there a smelly cow-nosed Daoist in the Eastern Ocean?" The old sword immortal nodded his head and said, "It's because I thought of him that I wanted to tell Qin Pingon." Ning Yao did not understand. The old sword Immortal pointed at Qin Pingon. Your longevity bridge, whether you repair it or not, it doesn't mean much. Why not find another path? So you have to find this Daoist. But there is a high chance that you will be rejected. But I feel that since you are able to reach here, you might be an exception. Qin Pingon's heart trembled and asked, Grandpa Qin, how do I find this expert? Do I go to the Eastern Ocean? It seems like our Aquarius continent is in the Eastern Ocean. The old sword Immortal shook his head and said, Go to the southeast Tongyi continent and find a Daoist temple. Qin Pingon was startled and hesitated. This was not in line with his original intention, but since the old sword Immortal said so, there must be a deeper meaning. But Qin Pingon was still worried about the promise of 10 years. The difficulty of reaching the fourth realm made Qin Pingon not dare to be optimistic about the next 5, 6, and 7 breakthroughs. The old sword Immortal said, Your scholar tree sword case has a long history. Why don't you lend it to me for 10 years? I can use a sword to exchange for it, and after 10 years I will return it. After that, this sword will point you in the general direction when you reach the Tongyi continent, to find that old Daoist from the Eastern Ocean. As for whether he is willing to help you or not, that will depend on Qin Pingon's luck. Qin Pingon nodded his head and said, All right. Qin Pingon took down the scholar tree sword case and took out the scholar tree sword. Ning Yao asked, Can you leave the scholar tree sword to me? I can also exchange a sword with you. Qin Pingon scratched his head and said, The scholar tree sword was given to me by Mr. Qi. I can't give it to you, but you can keep it by your side. Also, you don't have to give me a sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura lacks swords and I don't need it for the time being. Ning Yao waved her hand and Qin Pingon gently threw the scholar tree sword to her. Then he handed the scholar tree sword case to the old sword Immortal. The talisman that was originally placed in the sword box had already been placed into Flying Sword 15 by Qin Pingon before entering the inverted hanging mountain. Otherwise, the female withered skeleton ghost would have already been reduced to ashes in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The moment the old man's finger touched the scholar tree sword case, it disappeared into thin air. Finally, the old sword Immortal put one hand behind his back and put 2 fingers together in front of him. A sheathed sword was revealed between the old man and Qin Pingon. The old sword Immortal signaled Qin Pingon to catch the sword with his eyes. Qin Pingon stretched out his hands and the sword fell. Qin Pingon thought he could easily catch the sword, but he staggered and almost fell flat on his face. The old sword Immortal looked indifferent. The sword's name is Long Qi. The scabbard and the body are only 7 kilograms, but the sword's qi is 80 kilograms. The person who carries the sword can temper his soul day and night. Without the scholar tree sword case, Qin Pingon couldn't carry the long qi for the time being. He could only stand with the sword in his hands. The old sword Immortal sized up Qin Pingon and nodded. You finally look like a sword cultivator. Ning Yao suddenly turned her head to the south. The old man smiled. Now you know why I disturbed the 2 of you. Ning Yao's eyes were sharp and she flew up on her sword in an instant. The old man turned to Qin Pingon and said, Quickly say goodbye to Ning Yao. I'll send you back to the inverted mountain. Qin Pingon hugged his sword and looked up at Ning Yao. However, he was momentarily speechless. Ning Yao also looked down. She hurriedly threw the blade strengthening calabash to Qin Pingon. The old man said with a smile, Love is not inferior to the sword's qi. Then let's leave it at that. We can talk about it the next time we meet. The old man flicked his finger and Qin Pingon, who had just caught the blade strengthening calabash, fell backward. At the next moment, when Qin Pingon found his footing, he realized that he was no longer on the city wall. Instead, he was at the square at the foot of the inverted mountain. Only the sun hung high in the sky. It wasn't the phenomenon of 3 moons hanging in the sky. The sword-hugging man sitting on the hitching post looked at the sword-wielding youth holding the calabash. It was just a parting. However, it made Qin Pingon forget that he had wine to drown his sorrows. On the southern city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a young lady with ponytails sat at the edge. She swung her legs and muttered to herself, I want to become a tree. When I'm happy I bloom in autumn. When I'm sad I fall in spring. The poem at the end of yesterday's chapter came from By Helen's Solitude. The end of today's chapter seems to have been written by a child. I've only slightly modified it. I like both poems very much. It's the kind of love at first sight. "281. Good." The little Daoist boy stood up and walked out of the futon. He rolled up the Daoist book and patted it gently on his palm. Looking at the dazed young man, this heavenly lord who was good at fighting but not famous in the vast world felt a little happy. Most likely he broke up with that annoying girl. The little Daoist boy rarely comforted someone. He tried his best to put on a kind and sincere face and said with a smile, "That brat has a bad temper and a cold personality. She's just a little better in terms of looks, family background, talent, and future. Why do you like her? That's why it's okay to break up. Look at this inverted mountain. You can walk on the streets and grab a bunch of gentle girls. Look at their thin waists, they're like pickled cabbages. They're not rare at all. Which one do you like? I'll help you." Qin Pingon smiled helplessly and did not agree. It was better not to provoke such a powerful person. Qin Pingon bid farewell to the little Daoist boy with a smile. As for the man holding the sword, as long as it was daytime he would still doze off. Qin Pingon did not disturb his daydreams. Ning Yao had mentioned this man before. In the Battle of 13 this man fought in the 9th round and lost. He lost to a great demon of the 12th realm who was less than 100 years old. It was a pity that he lost. The young demon with the immortal weapon appeared out of nowhere and became famous in one battle. His name spread throughout the world south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The man holding the sword came here to be punished and was imprisoned in the inverted mountain. The man holding the sword was an itinerant sword immortal. He was 500 years old and did not have any children in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that he had a Daoist companion with average cultivation at the beginning of the middle 5 realms. After she died on the battlefield, this sword immortal did not marry any other woman in his long life. He had a good relationship with everyone but not the best relationship with anyone. For cultivators, especially Qi cultivators in the upper 5 realms, having children was a big and mysterious matter. Especially for women who wanted to ascend to immortality, they had to kill the red dragon early. Therefore it was difficult to have children. Qi cultivators outside of the military school were not willing to be contaminated with worldly karma. Unless they were very confident and could give birth to a talented cultivator, they would put aside the matter of having children and wait for the opportunity. Otherwise, how would the immortal families on the mountain settle down the descendants of the ordinary teachers? Would they raise chickens and dogs? If these poor people with poor potential but high vision were willing to wait for death, it would be fine. But in fact, in history they had caused many disasters. Moreover, even if the cultivators were willing to be patient and show affection to their descendants, it was still a sad thing to see them bid farewell to their children one after another, just like how a white-haired person had to send off a black-haired person. And inheritance, it was their own family's business. To ascend to immortality, it was their own business. Even though the pearl abode in the sky above the Aquarius continent's Dali dynasty was the smallest abode amongst the 36 minor abodes, and it only occupied an area of 500 kilometers, the reason it drew the attention of others was because the natural endowments of the people in this minor abode were so good that it was beyond imagination. When an ordinary man and woman got married and gave birth to a child, they would have a chance to give birth to a child outside the abode, and this was the result of the painstaking efforts of 2 earthly immortal realm companions. For example, there were Xie Shi from the Jiulu continent, Chao Shi from the Hassa continent, and the twin jade annulus of Dali who helped the Song family to continue the dynasty. Qin Pingon returned to the Stork Inn and learned that the Osmanthus Island had returned to the old dragon city. Qin Pingon asked the young shopkeeper about the ferry to the central part of the Tongye continent. He roughly knew which ferry to board at the inverted hanging mountain. The young shopkeeper had been living in the inverted hanging mountain for generations. He was very familiar with it. The sea in the Tongye continent was turbulent and high. It was not suitable for ferry navigation, especially in the southern part of the Tongye continent. It was extremely isolated. The ferry ports across the continent were almost all in the north. The northern Tongye sect could surpass the Yugui sect because of this. In the end, the young shopkeeper recommended Qin Pingon a treasure-swallowing whale ferry. It could be boarded from the incense ferry on the inverted hanging mountain to the central part of the Tongye sect. 10 days after the treasure-swallowing whale, Qin Pingon booked a room in the Stork Inn. The young shopkeeper sat behind the counter and calculated on his abacus. He glanced at the young man's back and was confused. The sword was still on his back. Why was the wooden box gone and an unfamiliar long sword? He shook his head and did not think too much about it. In the inverted hanging mountain, strange things were not strange. Not long ago, there was a young man from the central divine continent who found an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his martial arts. When he stepped into the inverted mountain from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he attracted an unprecedented phenomenon of heaven and earth, which caused the mirror door to shake violently. Even the lonely peak Great Heavenly Lord had to show up. It was said that he even personally took action to suppress the shocking movement of the door. There was also a group of female immortal masters from the Sweet Rain sect who brought countless flood dragon corpses to the inverted hanging mountain and made a fortune. True monarch Flood Dragon was the one who spent the most money. He bought a large amount of gold and silver flood dragon whiskers, so much so that he bought on credit. However, no one thought that this true monarch inverted hanging mountain was a fool. Because of this, the horsetail whisk, which was already one of the best among the half-immortal weapons, was close to the quality of an immortal weapon. A young man among the female Qi refinement warriors from the Sweet Rain sect was immediately seen as a hot figure. It turned out that this lucky guy who had just been recruited into the Sweet Rain sect was not only chosen as a Dao companion by the famous fairy Tantuo of the Sweet Rain sect, but he was also found to have excellent cultivation potential by the founder of the Sweet Rain sect. After that, he was favored by the famous fairy Yulin of the South Sea and they became husband and wife. The two golden core fairies who had the potential to become earth immortals served the same husband. Such a good marriage was envied by others. On the path of cultivation, the difference between a good and bad life was like heaven and earth. Qin Pingon went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and did not move from the city wall. When he was there, he felt that there were many things that could be said slowly. When he was thrown back to the inverted hanging mountain, he realized that it was already too late. However, although he was worried, he was not very sad. Instead, he was very worried. Qin Pingon brought the key to his room. Actually, he did not have anything to store. He just had a sword on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd. There was nothing else. Previously, under the advice of the young shopkeeper, Qin Pingon quickly left his room and went to a shop near the inn to buy some necessities. There was a book that described the general situation of the world, the annals of the mountains and seas. Of course, it was an immortal book. Otherwise, it would be a waste to buy it. On one page there were dozens of pictures and 3,000 to 4,000 words. The pictures and words were like water and clouds flowing slowly. There was a book that introduced the elegant music of the Tongyi continent. There was also a book about the elegant music of the Middle Plains. Qin Pingon did not wish to not be able to communicate with others when he arrived at the Tongyi continent. Although the situation of the Tongyi continent was similar to that of the Aquarius continent, there were many official languages and dialects between the vassal states. However, it was necessary to learn the elegant language of the immortal sects in the imperial court. The items in the inverted hanging mountain, especially the magic treasures and spirit weapons, were almost impossible to find by luck. The Qi refinement warriors here had high cultivation levels and sharp eyes. Moreover, the prices were often very expensive, much higher than those in the continent. However, there was one good thing about it. It was that there were almost no fake goods. Those who had the ability to open a shop here were almost all old and established with thousands of years of history. There was no one-off business. Therefore, they especially cherished their reputation. As long as 1 grain rain coin was not compared to the gold essence copper coin used in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, it was extremely valuable. It was the same even in the inverted hanging mountain where immortals gathered. Since he had money in his pocket and did not have any way to make money at the moment, he could not just leave it to rot. Qin Pingon wanted to buy a practical spirit weapon for Lin Shui and Xiaoyu respectively. It was not a big deal if it was a little more expensive. Li Huai and Yu Lu did not need a small treasure bottle. The two of them were not considered cultivators and were still young. Yu Lu was a pure martial artist like him. As for selling things, he definitely did not know how to do it. Qin Pingon did not lack money now. After Qin Pingon bought the books at the Stork Inn, he went to the Lingji shop. This was the first time he came here for a tour with Jinsu. They did not look at the flowers in detail and mostly admired them as if they were immortal treasures. This time Qin Pingon had a purpose and was even more specific. He did not even need to look at the priceless magic treasures that were the threshold for the Qi refinement warrior realm. Qin Pingon hoped to find a Daoist book or spirit weapon that was suitable for the cultivation of the Thunder Dharma. Otherwise it would be the sweet dew bowl that Zhang Shanfeng obtained by chance back then. It could accumulate over time and help the cultivators to gather the spirit Qi of heaven and earth. Even though he had narrowed down the scope, Qin Pingon was still dazzled. He walked back and forth in the Lingji shop carefully. After walking around for a long time, he had a rough idea in his heart. He chose more than 10 items before returning to the Stork Inn. He would think about it at night and should be able to start tomorrow. There was a Thunder Dharma Daoist book with a side note. There were 2 superior-grade elixirs that could cleanse one's marrow and bones. One came from the Xuanxia sect of the Fuyao continent and the other from the Xianglu mountain of the Hassa continent. They were both famous sects of the Daoist sect's cauldron lineage. There were 7 to 8 spirit weapons. During this period, Qin Pingon inadvertently saw 3 military armor pills placed side by side in a wooden box. According to the text beside the box, it was the deity's dew armor that the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom wore. However, the quality was much better. Furthermore, the 3 armor pills could be worn at the same time and the person wearing the armor would not feel burdened at all. One could imagine how high the defense was. However, the price was too shocking. 30,000 pieces of snow money. A piece of snow money was roughly equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. A piece of small heat money was equivalent to 100 pieces of snow money. A piece of grain rain money was equivalent to 10 pieces of small heat money. This was the 1,110 rule of the Immortals on the mountain. Qin Pingon remembered that back when he was on the Kuan ship of Diao Mountain, the treasure of the ship was not even worth this price. Furthermore, this was because 2 of the armor pills were slightly damaged and had not been repaired completely. They could not be called flawless. However, this was far from the most expensive magic treasure of Lingji shop. Many of the magic treasures of the Immortals did not even need to be priced with snow money or small heat money. Instead, they used grain rain money. In a glass cabinet, a golden feather with flames floated. There were no side notes and it was priced at 100 pieces of grain rain money. As for some items that were overflowing with treasure or looked extremely inconspicuous, they did not even have a price tag and only had the words face to face written on them. Qin Pingon felt his teeth ache. That night, Qin Pingon decided on the final 2 items he wanted to buy. The Thunder Magic Daoist book that Lingji shop dared to claim was the only copy in the world. It's a pity that it's missing dozens of pages, otherwise it would be priceless. He would give it to Lin Shi. Also, there was the deity's dew armor that could not be restored to its armor pill state. In fact, the prices of these 2 items greatly exceeded Qin Pingon's expectations. They were almost equivalent to the price of magic treasures. After Qin Pingon thought it through, he no longer hesitated. His face slightly pale, Qin Pingon began to walk and practice his boxing. It was not because he was distressed over the money that his complexion was so bad. It was because he was carrying the long qi that the old sword Immortal had temporarily borrowed for 10 years. Qin Pingon suffered from strands of sword qi that constantly infiltrated his soul. For a short while his breathing and breathing were absolutely not affected too much. But when he carried this sword for a long time he would suffer greatly. It was a bit similar to Old Man Chui's deity's drum beating technique. The emphasis was on accumulation. However, Qin Pingon discovered that compared to the breathing and breathing technique taught by Old Yang, the 18 halts qi circulation technique could help him to contend against these freezing hearts and cleansing souls, sword qi to a greater extent. However, it would still be very difficult to endure. But this very familiar feeling of pain instead made Qin Pingon feel at ease. The next day Qin Pingon went to Lingji shop to buy these 2 items. One hand exchanged the money, the other the goods. There were no accidents. The only accident was that after the money and goods were settled, Lingji shop gave an additional small carving of fine mutton fat jade. The carving was of a white ox holding a Ganoderma. According to Lingji Zhai, today was the birthday of a sect leader. On every auspicious day Lingji Zhai would give a small gift to some distinguished guests who spent enough money. It was the cheapest acquired spiritual tool and belonged to the rich and powerful families. It was just something they could play with casually. Qin Pingon also discovered that there were obviously more guests today than yesterday. Some of the children who left Lingji shop under the escort of their elders did indeed have something similar to the white jade Ganoderma Rui in their hands. He felt relieved. After Qin Pingon returned to the Stork Inn, the night was dark. Qin Pingon heard a light knock on the door while he was taking a rest. He turned his head and asked softly, "Who is it?" Outside the door, a man laughed in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and said, "The one who is guarding the door on the hitching post. Little Ning wants me to help you pass a message and bring you something." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before going to open the door. Then he quietly took a few steps back. Fortunately, it was indeed the man holding the sword. His appearance could be disguised, but the unique feeling of the sword Qi could not be faked. This time the man did not come with a sword. Seeing Qin Pingon's puzzled expression, he laughed and said, "Since my duty is to guard the door, I have to leave something there. So I came and left my sword on the hitching post." The man had a straightforward personality. He threw a small package slightly bigger than a fist to Qin Pingon. "Little Ning wants to give this to you. Apart from this, I want you to wait at Inverted Hanging Mountain for a while. Don't you have 2 golden dragon whiskers? I can find someone to make a good demon binding rope for you. If you don't want to wait, I'll save you a favor." The man sat at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. "Also, Little Ning has asked someone. The golden robe is a golden robe. It's an extremely high-grade robe. Even ordinary land immortals can't get their hands on it. It's called golden wine. It's a precious relic left behind by a celestial master of Mount Longhu. After he broke off with his family, he isolated himself from the world and passed away on a lonely island in the south. It was luckily obtained by an itinerant cultivator. In the end, it was snatched away by the old dragon at Flood Dragon Gully. It will fit you well when you wear it. After all, it's a real robe. The size can vary from person to person. Take it out. I'll cast a little spell for you. It's golden and dazzling. It's too eye-catching." Qin Pingon did not hesitate this time. He directly took out the golden robe from the core object. The sword immortal who participated in the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi snapped his fingers and gave a rough explanation. The camouflage that the man used was similar to the blade strengthening gourd that Wei Pai gave to Qin Pingon. Qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal level would not be able to see through it. Of course, if it was a battle of life and death, the robe would naturally protect Qin Pingon. No one was a fool. Of course, no one would be able to see through it. When the man left, he took the 2 golden dragon whiskers with him. After Qin Pingon closed the door, he gently opened the small cotton package. Inside was a long dragon-slaying platform that was about the size of a palm. The key was that there were 2 words carved on both sides: Naive Ning Yao. This was naturally a masterpiece that only the great sword immortal could create. It was most likely made by Ning Yao's parents as a gift for their daughter when she was young. Then when Ning Yao grew up, she met a young man she liked and gave it to him. "282. Sorry for the long wait, everyone." Qin Pingon waited quietly at the Stork Inn. After leaving the lawless Great Wall of Sword Qi, his punching had become relaxed again. Before he knew it, he had already completed the last 8,000 punches. On this day, Qin Pingon stopped his last punching stance and sat quietly at the table. He took out a small, green and cute bamboo slip. Unlike other bamboo slips, it was not engraved with profound and beautiful words. Instead, it was a small tool that Qin Pingon used to calculate. When 100,000 punches, 200,000 punches, 500,000 punches, he would engrave the rough progress on it. Qin Pingon stretched out his finger and carefully stroked the engravings on it. Occasionally, there would be engravings that recorded 1,000 punches or even hundreds of punches. Those were the times when Qin Pingon was the most frustrated. For example, after he parted ways with Mr. Qi in that dilapidated ancient temple, or during the early days after the catastrophe on Osmanthus Island, and so on. There were also many moments that no one knew about. In short, when he practiced punching when his heart was not calm, no matter how many punches he performed, Qin Pingon would not count them as 1,000,000 punches. Just like that, he had punched 1,000,000 times. It was plain and simple. Level 4 was still level 4 and Qin Pingon was still Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon put away the bamboo slip. This old fellow could be considered to have retired. He picked out a brand new bamboo slip from the green Immortal mountain and planned to engrave the next 1,000,000 punches on it. The sunlight outside the window slipped into the room like a group of children who did not like to laugh. After they were tired, they sprawled on the table, the ground, and the young man's shoulders. Languid. Qin Pingon sat quietly where he was and did not think about anything. Or rather, he thought about something but did not have to remember it. It was quite good. A familiar knock on the door sounded. Qin Pingon immediately came back to his senses. This time he did not ask who it was. Qin Pingon remembered everything about the sword immortal who was guarding the door very clearly. The emphasis on his words, the expression on his face, the spirit of his sword. Qin Pingon remembered it deeply. Even if it was an insignificant detail like the knocking on the door, Qin Pingon did not let go of it. When outside, it was better to be safe than sorry. The importance of this caution was not at all inferior to the fist technique. Qin Pingon did not ask who it was this time. He directly got up and opened the door. As expected, it was the sword immortal who liked to doze off. He entered the room and placed a thin and soft golden rope on the table. He smiled and said, "This demon binding rope is made from the long whiskers of an old dragon. It is worthy of its name. I found a Daoist talisman from the inverted hanging mountain." He cut off 2 dragon whiskers the length of a thumb as a symbolic reward. In fact, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he used to make this rope must be much more than this loss. Just the 3 cloud patterns he carefully peeled off from a memorial to the green immortal are not inferior to the 2 dragon whiskers. The reason why I said this is not to take credit for it. It is just a matter of fact. In the end, it is because of little Ning's face. This is absolutely incomparable. Qin Pingon did not sit down. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Sword Immortal Senior." The man who still had his sword on the hitching post waved his hand and pointed to the golden demon binding rope. After roughly refining it, the demons of the middle 5 realms will not be able to escape from it. It is just that when facing the Jindan and Yuanying realms, they will not be able to hold on for long. However, those below the Jindan realm may not be able to break free. The reason why the demon binding rope is popular in the world, especially the high-quality demon binding rope, is that it is most loved by the wandering chi refinement warriors. It is similar to the Dragon King's basket. Can defeat the enemy with one move. It is a superior magical weapon that can be said to be one move to conquer the world. The man suddenly noticed that Qin Pingon's expression was strange. He asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Pingon blushed with shame and said, "I don't know how to refine a magical weapon." The man laughed angrily and said, "Qin Pingon, are you joking or do you think that I am easy to fool? The 2 flying swords in your blade strengthening gourd if you did not refine them perfectly." The man was indeed one of the few sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His expression became serious and he took another look at the blade strengthening gourd on Qin Pingon's waist. He nodded and did not pursue the matter further. He said straightforwardly, "Then I will teach you a common formula to refine a magical weapon. Don't worry, you don't need to owe me a favor. This formula is common in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. You can treat it as a buy one get one free deal. The advantage of using this formula to refine a magical weapon is that it is easy to get started. The disadvantage is that once the demon binding rope is forcibly taken away by an earth immortal, the restriction you set up can be easily removed." The man smiled and said, "Therefore in the future if you encounter powerful demons in the world, if it is not necessary, run away if you can. Don't take out this thing. Don't think about using it to repel the enemy. Otherwise you will become a gift boy. Well, I can't stay any longer. I will teach you the formula and some things you need to pay attention to. If you can't remember it once, I can repeat it twice." Qin Pingon nodded. On the lake in his heart there were ripples. The sword immortal's mellow voice slowly sounded in his heart. Qin Pingon silently remembered it. The sword immortal asked, "How much do you remember?" Qin Pingon said honestly, "I remember all of it. But I beg the sword immortal senior to repeat it again." The sword immortal smiled and said, "You are quite straightforward." The sword immortal did not find it troublesome at all. Instead, he admired Qin Pingon's straightforwardness. He repeated the incantation again. Compared to the first time, he even talked about his own experiences. Naturally, it was an extremely high level of understanding. Qin Pingon would definitely not be able to understand it at the moment and could only memorize it. The man was not a sloppy person. After saying the formula, he stood up and left. But before he walked out of the room, he said to Qin Pingon, "The talent of little Ning's generation is too good. It is so good that it makes all the old men smile in their dreams. And it is not just 3 or 5 but more than 30 people. So, that world will definitely not sit still and wait for death." Also, the young greater demon that defeated me is very famous. He might not be the strongest genius in the past 100 years. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is welcoming a great year that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. After several hundred years of attacks by the demons, I have discovered something strange. That is, even the cultivation geniuses that are slightly inferior to Little Ning all seem to be hiding. This is very illogical. So I am a little worried. I have a feeling that the wilderness is planning something big. The Battle of 13 is just a prelude. Seeing Qin Pingon listening seriously, the man said self-mockingly, "It seems that telling you all this is useless. If you have heard it, then forget it." Qin Pingon insisted on sending this senior sword immortal to the entrance of the Stork Tavern. When they reached the alley outside the tavern, the sword immortal said helplessly, "I just said that you won't be polite. Since you are being polite now, then I won't be polite either." The sword immortal turned into a beam of light and flew towards the foot of the lone peak. The majestic sword Qi instantly disappeared into the distance. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, at the tavern several guests were looking at each other. The young innkeeper was standing behind the counter, calculating on his abacus. He looked indifferent, but in fact there was a smile on his face. The guests of his tavern had extraordinary backgrounds. It was definitely not a bad thing. They brought light to his tavern and he would be able to gain face. When Qin Pingon returned to the tavern, the few mountain immortals who were no longer outstanding on the inverted mountain would not have stayed in a small stork tavern. Even though the tavern's lobby was spacious enough, those people still subconsciously made way for him. Qin Pingon could only pretend that he did not see anything. He returned to his room and began to refine the demon binding rope according to the sword immortal's incantation. It was like drawing a talisman, but he still could not control this superior-grade Dharma treasure for long. Everything depended on the pure qi of a martial artist. The longer the breath, the greater the strength. However, unlike the creation of a talisman, the demon binding rope was more troublesome to use for Qin Pingon, whose longevity bridge had collapsed. Fortunately, after reaching the 4th realm, his qi exchange was more concealed and faster. It was much faster than the previous 3 realms. Therefore, the demon binding rope could be used against the demons of the Cave Abode, Sea Viewing and Dragon Gate realms in the middle 5 realms. It could be used as a trump card. After catching the opponent off guard, it could be used to deal the greatest damage to the enemy in the shortest time possible. Of course, the demon binding rope was useful against all qi refinement warriors. It was just that it was more effective against the demons. If this demon binding rope could be paired with a few talisman that varied from person to person and a fist technique to kill the enemy, Qin Pingon felt much more confident. Qin Pingon spent a total of 6 hours refining the demon binding rope bit by bit. When he was done, he was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, there was the filth dispelling and dust cleansing talisman in the room, which saved him a lot of trouble. After that, Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and placed it on the table. He stared at it in a daze. Ning Yao did not hide anything about the Battle of the 13. However, Ning Yao was willing to talk about it in detail and in a casual manner. Qin Pingon listened to her and did not dare to ask anything. He even pretended that he was listening to a heart-wrenching story. Ning Yao would even tell him in person, "I'm very sad that my parents are gone. However, I killed the enemy with my own hands and took revenge. I won't think too much about it." You don't have to think too much about it either. After saying this, Ning Yao tilted her head back and drank her wine. She gently covered her chest with one hand. In Qin Pingon's heart, Ning Yao's sharpness was far more straightforward at that moment than the first time he saw her sword kinesis. The only thing that could compare was in his hometown town. Ning Yao pressed 2 fingers against her glabella as though she was opening her heavenly eye. She threatened to open up the world of Black Pearl Grotto heaven. A trace of golden color seeped out and she nearly conjured her intrinsic flying sword. Therefore Qin Pingon decided to practice swordsmanship. He wanted to become a great sword immortal. One day he wanted to carve words on the southern rampart of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and put away the blade's strengthening gourd. He pinned it to his waist. Recently Qin Pingon had stopped drinking. Since he had decided to practice swordsmanship, he already had the sword art's proper sutra. He also carried the Xianxia that the old sword immortal lent him. Qin Pingon began to seriously consider this matter. It was even more serious than when he decided to practice the mountain-quaking fist, 1,000,000 punches. Qin Pingon stood up and closed his eyes. He slowly paced around the table. Swordsmen used swords. Swordsmen of the pugilistic world also used swords. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Wei Jin of the Windy Snow Temple, who led the donkey away, was a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. However, Qin Pingon still remembered the elegance of his swordsmanship. Regardless of whether it was the sword sage song of the Shu Shui nation or the sword deity of the Tsai nation who died at the hands of Ma Kushuan, no matter how high their swordsmanship was or how famous they were in the pugilistic world, it was difficult for them to contend against the Qi cultivators, especially swordsmen. Previously, Qin Pingon wanted to go to the Julu continent to gain experience because he heard that the swordsmen of the pugilistic world in the Julu continent had much higher attainments in swordsmanship than the Aquarius continent. Over there, swordsmen were as common as clouds. Even if they were pure martial artists at the foot of the mountain, they could still wrestle with the Qi cultivators. To become a sword immortal, one had to become a swordsman. First, one had to have a longevity bridge. An old bridge could not be repaired. Moreover, even if it was repaired, one's achievements would be limited. Then one had to build a new one. How could he start? He had to go to the Eastern Sea Monastery in the Tongyi continent. He had to find an old Daoist whose name he did not even know. Since the old Daoist was mentioned by the old sword deity, he must be a rather impressive old Daoist. It was still uncertain whether he would meet him or not. Qin Pingon circled the table again and again. Once he unknowingly took off the blade's strengthening gourd and almost drank. Fortunately, the fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. It reminded Qin Pingon to quickly put it back on his waist. The old sword deity's long qi could point out a general direction after reaching the Tongyi continent. Therefore, Qin Pingon chose to disembark in the middle of the Tongyi continent. He had to first determine the north and south before continuing his search. While Qin Pingon was thinking about the details of his trip to the Tongyi continent, a couple came to the Stork Tavern. They said that they were looking for Qin Pingon and that he was an old acquaintance of the young man. The rule of hanging upside down on the mountain was very effective. Although there were many profound secret techniques that could be used to deceive the heavens, once it was discovered, even if it was an old case from decades or centuries ago, the master of the hanging upside-down mountain Daoist priest Dao, and even true monarch Flood Dragon would personally investigate. Therefore, the hanging upside-down mountain had always been a rare peaceful place. The young tavern owner led the couple to the corridor of Qin Pingon's house. He pointed in the direction and did not continue to follow. The woman thanked him and the young tavern owner smiled and said that it was nothing. Then they left in peace. However, when they turned the corner, the young tavern owner could not help but look back. The couple had ordinary looks and a gentle temperament. However, the young tavern owner felt that something was wrong. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. If the Stork Tavern wanted to regain the glory of its ancestors, it would be a long way to go. There were many trivial matters that required his attention every day. Outside Qin Pingon's house, the man complained, "Why don't you just appear in this kid's house? Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" The woman glared at him and said, "How can you be so impolite? Our daughter is already like that. If I were still the same, do you really think that Qin Pingon is a clay Buddha? Who can bully him? Why, just because our daughter was lucky and found such a good child, you think that everything is right?" The man said angrily, "You're the only one who likes him the most. He found our precious daughter, so isn't his luck even better? If there's an ancestral hall, it wouldn't be too much to burn 100 incense sticks." The woman was also stubborn. When she heard the man's words, she stopped knocking on the door and decided to argue with her man. Otherwise, it would be harder to clean up after she entered the house. After all, the righteous world was not the great wall of sword chi that was used to life and death. Outside the inverted mountain, words hurt, especially unintentional words, and were very serious. Her man was rough and did not like to pay attention to such things. However, as a woman, how could she not care? The man quickly admitted his mistake and said, all right, I'll listen to you. The woman glared at her man. The latter said helplessly, you really know your mistake. Only then did the woman gently knock on the door and ask softly, Qin Pin gone? In the house, Qin Pin gone immediately paced back and forth. He was so nervous that sweat seeped out of his forehead. He immediately shouted, wait a moment, I'll be right out. A moment later, the young man opened the door. He changed his clothes and put on the golden robe. Anyone below the earth immortal realm would think that it was a snow-white robe. Finally, he took off his never-changing straw sandals and changed into a new pair of boots, which were also white. The long breath that he carried on his back was already on the table. The ginger pot that was missing from his waist was also not on the table. The young man had actually hidden it. The woman and the man looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that they had guessed their true identity. The couple stepped over the threshold. Qin Pin gone gently closed the door and asked, would you like some tea? After the woman sat down, she smiled and shook her head. Then she pointed to a stool and said, Qin Pin gone, you sit too. Previously we had to cover our faces at the Jingjian Pavilion. After all, the inverted mountain is not the Great Wall of Sword Qi. We have our own rules. I hope you can understand. Qin Pin gone sat upright and still on the opposite side of the table. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He nodded vigorously. The man glanced at the extremely reserved young man. The more he looked, the angrier he became. So ungenerous and unrestrained. No matter how he looked at it, he was not worthy of his daughter. In the end, the man was ruthlessly stepped on by the woman. He could only lower his head and leave everything to the woman. After the woman removed the concealment spell, the man did the same. The two of them revealed their true faces. The woman was stunning and the man was handsome. This was probably a true immortal couple. Only then would they have such a beautiful daughter like Ningyao. The woman introduced herself in a seemingly superfluous manner. You should already know that I am Ningyao's mother. As for him, he is Ningyao's father. The two of us had actually died in battle in the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, our remnant souls were retained by the sword Immortal. Although it went against the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we are already dead. What's the point of caring about these things? We have been fighting and killing for our entire lives. After all, Ningyao was still young then. At this point, the woman could not continue. The man could only follow her words and continued. When Ningyao ran away from home for the first time, we knew that there was a problem when she came back. The woman coughed softly. The man could only change his words. I knew it was you. At that time, our daughter had not thought it through. Later, when she knew that you were going to help send the sword to the inverted mountain, she would wait for you whenever she was free. He sat alone on the dragon-slaying platform. Seeing this, the man's heart ached. The man hesitated for a moment. His expression was not warm at all. Can you really not let Ningyao down? You should know that Ningyao is very different from ordinary girls. She is different in all aspects. Although Qin Pin gone was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, he still said seriously, I have thought about it. The worst outcome is that Ningyao will regret it in the future and fall in love with someone else. If that person treats her better than I do, I will never see Ningyao again. If Ningyao continues to like me, I will work hard. The next time we meet, I will not be like this. I will only be a burden to her. No matter if she is in the city in the north, on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or on the battlefield in the south, I will always be by her side. I will do my best to protect her. Qin Pingan's sweat blurred his vision. He hurriedly wiped it and continued, if it has nothing to do with the war and it is just the two of us getting along, you might think that everything about her is good. However, when you are together in the future, you will have to learn to like her bad points. I'm well aware of this. When I was very young, my parents would also quarrel, but they would never quarrel in front of me. After quarreling, my father would also be bored in the courtyard. However, the next day they would be fine. Although I have always felt that my parents are the best people in the world, there is no such thing as a perfect person in the world. That is definitely not the case. However, I will work hard to know what is right and wrong, what is good and what is bad. Then I will leave the best for Ningyao. The man's face was blank. Kid, you have already said everything. What else can I say? Also, how old are you, Qin Pingon? How can you understand all these principles? The woman raised her hand and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Then she smiled gently and said, Qin Pingon, you must have had a hard time when you were young, right? Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before nodding and not saying a word. However, after holding it in for a long time, Qin Pingon frowned again. Both sides of his mouth were pressed down. He said in a trembling voice, when mother left, it was so hard. I was too young at that time. There were too few things I could do. Mother still left. Going up the mountain to pick herbs, pawning things at home, cooking, fetching water, decocting medicine, secretly praying in the Immortal's tomb, putting a handful of wild fruits in the basket on his back, covering his mother's back in the middle of the night, and asking her if she was better today. It was useless. It was all useless. However, Qin Pingon only said this one sentence and did not say anything else. That was a conclusion that denied his own coffin. He was too young and did too little. The woman lowered her head and raised her sleeve again. The man sighed. There were so many suffering in the world. What was so strange about it? Which child with a rough background would lack this? However, what was strange was the way to eat the word, suffering. There was no need to talk about the sufferings of the world. The woman gently exhaled. She looked up and squeezed out a smile. Qin Pingon, I'll leave Ningyao in your care in the future. If she does something wrong, you're a man. You must bear with it. Qin Pingon said in a trembling voice, Are you leaving? If you leave, what will Ningyao do? The woman stood up and smiled. Ningyao knows. He knows everything. So you don't have to worry about this. I'm not talking about Ningyao's good because of her mother. It's because you, Qin Pingon, like her. She's really good. Qin Pingon could only nod. The woman turned to look at the man who stood up with her. Do you have something to say? The man nodded. The woman said considerately, Then I'll wait for you outside? The man grunted. The woman walked out of the house and stood at the corner of the corridor. The man looked at the youth and said in a deep voice, Qin Pingon. The man who had always been indifferent to Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. He walked around the table, stretched out his wide palm and heavily patted the young man's shoulder. Then he withdrew his hand and took a step back. His palm was still raised and his palm was facing Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. He quickly reached out his hand and knocked. The man held the youth's hand tightly. Qin Pingon, my daughter Ningyao will be in the future. I'll leave her in your care. Can you take good care of her? Qin Pingon choked. Even if I die. The man released his hand and smiled. What death? Just live well. The man sized up Qin Pingon and said with satisfaction, Well, you're worthy of my daughter. The man turned around and strode away. Qin Pingon wanted to send him off, but the man had already raised his hand, indicating that Qin Pingon did not need to follow. The man did not turn around. He slowly walked to the door and smiled. The next time you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, get Ningyao to bring you to visit our graves and give us a toast. After the man crossed the threshold, he suddenly turned his head and smiled. What's wrong with drinking? Why hide a wine pot? The world's most carefree sword immortals all love to drink. The man stretched out his fist and raised his thumb, pointing at himself, like your father-in-law. Qin Pingon remained standing in the same spot. At the ferry port near Xianxia restaurant, a treasure-swallowing whale ferry to Tongye continent would set sail today. Before Qin Pingon headed to the ferry port, he first went to the foot of Lone Peak. As he did not have the jade token to enter the inverted mountain, he could only look at the gate from afar. His lips moved slightly as though he was muttering to himself. The sword-hugging man sitting on the hitching post was still dozing off in the middle of the day. He muttered to himself and said 3 more words. Compared to the first time, he changed the word near to far. When the youth approached the gate, the sword aura would be near. When the youth was far away from the inverted mountain, the sword aura would be far away. The youth from Mud Bottle Alley today was dressed in a snow-white robe. He carried a long sword on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. The youth was innocent and the most moving. "283. 10,000 words to make up for my leave of absence on the 19th. Old Dragon City. A storm was brewing. Especially the Ding family, which was one of the big families, they were facing a great enemy. Because it seemed that a family member who could not do anything right had harmed a young girl in the marketplace. Originally, this kind of matter was not considered a big deal. It was not that one had to be evil to the end after doing something evil, such as eliminating the source of the problem. It was just that the Ding clan was rich and willing to spend money. If money could solve the problem, then no matter how big or small the problem was, it would not be a problem. But the problem was that the young girl who died suddenly had something to do with the dusty medicine shop. The medicine shop was the property of the Fan family. The bigger problem was that such a weak relationship was taken seriously by someone. And this person was a very important guest of the Fan family. The Ho family and the Fong family, who had been on good terms with the Ding family for generations, had been in close contact recently. And the Fu family of Old Dragon City, who had married a girl from the Jiang family of Yunlin, was very busy and could not be bothered with this kind of trivial matter. As for the young son Jiashu, who was the head of the Sun family, they did not do anything. They probably wanted to watch the fire burn across the river. In the Sun family's ancestral home, son Jiashu had just received a secret letter. The cultivator from the Tongye sect who had helped the Ding family prolong their life had returned to Old Dragon City today with the girl from the Ding family. Because this person had a noble status in the Tongye sect, among his retinue, there was a nascent soul realm immortal, not to mention that this person was one of the Earth Immortals. So almost everyone felt that the situation was settled. Son Jiashu now liked fishing. It was the place where the Dali young man fished. As long as there were not too important family matters, son Jiashu would often take a break from work and come here to sit. He was a little hesitant. He did not know if he should gamble this time. If he did, how much should he gamble? Son Jiashu had recently met an unworldly expert who came and went without a trace. With just one sentence, not only did his slightly flawed state of mind recover, but he also went one step further. That person just asked with a smile, "Son Jiashu, how can you be sure that you are wrong?" It was like a Buddhist roar. But the premise was that only a person with wisdom and accumulation could be enlightened. Otherwise, even 1,000 roars would be useless. Son Jiashu put away the fishing rod and poured all the fish in the basket back into the river. Son Jiashu finally decided not to gamble this time. Above the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City, a woman in a green dress was lightly jumping on a square. When she landed, clouds would splash. Occasionally she would take out a fist-sized glass bead and throw it here and there. In the end, she aimed at a certain place in the sea of clouds and flew over. She placed her hands on the outside of her thighs and closed her legs together. Her entire body fell straight down and landed somewhere in the inner city of Old Dragon City. It was as if a green onion had fallen from the sky. Her speed was extremely fast. A moment before she hit the ground, the woman named Fan Junmao floated to the ground. It was the backyard of the dusty drugstore. Shopkeeper Jing Dafeng was squatting on the steps, smoking a pipe. Fan Junmao asked, "What do you mean?" Jing Dafeng's expression could not be seen clearly due to the lingering smoke. He could only hear the man slowly say, "A debt must be repaid with money, a life for a life. I'm different from Li Er. He only looks for the old. I'm looking for both the young and the old." Fan Junmao looked at the man who used to laugh all day long with a playful look in his eyes. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. So many years had passed, but his personality was still the same. It was as if he had not been serious his entire life, just for that one time of seriousness. Far away in the 4 heavenly gates, the 3 divine generals had given up their duties for various reasons and made way for the unstoppable rebel army. Only the one in the south, who was regarded as the most cowardly and sloppy, was unwilling to give way. He refused to retreat even if he had to die. Of course, the result of refusing to retreat even if he had to die was death. He was nailed to the pillar of the heavenly gate with a sword. Regardless of whether it was friend or foe, everyone was baffled. No one could find any reason for this divine general to court death. Fan Junmao sighed in her heart. She did not want to know, but unfortunately she knew. Saint Wan Ting had officially established a sect in the mountains in the west. There were only 3 official disciples for the time being. The sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River was still open. It was not closed. Wan Ting left one of his disciples, a young girl. She was missing the thumb of the hand that held the sword, so she hung the sword on the right side of her waist and held the sword in her left hand. When Miss Xiaoxiu, the only daughter of Wan Ting, moved to the Spiritual Beauty Mountain, it was said that she carried a chicken coop with her. She just carried it in her hand, which made all the immortals look at her and mistakenly think that it was some great spiritual bird or strange beast. Later, some chi cultivators who had been to the Spiritual Beauty Mountain thought it was funny when they mentioned it. It turned out that the nest of old hens and chicken chicks was just a common thing in the market. Therefore, some immortal sects in the surrounding mountains felt that Miss Xiaoxia was still a child. This was the real Daoist heart. They were very serious. Therefore, some young cultivators who moved to a new mansion also began to ponder about the knowledge inside and felt that it was very meaningful. Miss Xiaoxia was indeed a genius cultivator who was once placed high hopes on by the Wind Snow Temple. Indeed, everything she did was mysterious and in accordance with the Great Tao. After the long-browed young man with the surname Xia heard about it, he felt that it was interesting and told Sister Xiaoxiu about it as a joke. At that time, Wan Xiao was sitting on a small green bamboo chair and looking at the arrogant old hen leading a group of chicks to peck for food. She just said that it was like that and didn't say anything else. The young man with the surname Xia, who was very lucky, looked at the absent-minded Sister Xiaoxiu and frowned. This action made his eyebrows look even longer. Wan Ting was a cultivator in the pure jade realm and had the backing of the Wind Snow Temple. Moreover, because he was good at sword forging and had a wide range of friends, he could use the word sect as a suffix and named it the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Initially, Wan Ting only wanted to use the two words, sword sect, to stand tall in the world. It was very bold. However, there were already sword sects in the Central Divine Continent and it was not in line with the rules set by the Confucians. Secondly, a close friend who came to congratulate him privately advised Wan Ting that establishing a sect in the Dali dynasty was already enough to attract the wind. There was no need to put too much effort into this matter. Although Wan Ting finally decided on the name, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, he still felt a little uncomfortable. When going up and down the mountain, he didn't like to pass by the plaque hanging at the foot of the mountain. He let the Dali officials lead the Liu family felons to open up a small path, which attracted a lot of discussion. They felt that this wasn't a good sign. Wasn't this deliberately avoiding the Great Tao and taking an unorthodox path? However, Wan Xiao and the three founding disciples all knew the reason. Wan Ting said to the four of them that whoever could legitimately remove the two words in front of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect would be the next sect master. The Dragon Spring Sword Sect was now in the limelight in the Dali dynasty. In addition to the mountain that the Song clan gave as a gift as the main mountain of the sect, Qin Pingon rented the three surrounding mountains, Baolu Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain, to Saint Wan Ting for 300 years. It could be said that they had been included in the territory of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. This was a good deal. Other people couldn't find a temple even if they carried a pig's head. It was difficult to really burn incense after entering the sect. Therefore, Qin Pingon, whose cultivation was not worth mentioning, was a big landlord in the Longquan County. This was a very good deal. In addition, the newly conferred god of the northern mountains, Wei Pai, had once brought Qin Pingon to tour the world. This was another golden amulet. It was said that the two servants had peace tokens on their waists that were issued by the Dali imperial court for meritorious chi refinement warriors. This was also a protective amulet. With these three protective amulets, not to mention walking sideways in the Longquan County, the lucky one, Qin Pingon, would not have a problem walking backward. It was a pity that the young man had disappeared. It was said that he had traveled far away. He was most likely someone who did not know how to enjoy life. There was a huge cliff on one side of the Divine Grace Mountain. It stood tall and had no one to rely on. There were 4 words carved on the ancient cliff: Heaven Opening Divine Grace. After Wan Ting opened the sect, chi refinement warriors would arrive almost every day to admire the glory of the 4 words. They felt that Wan Ting might have chosen the Divine Grace Mountain as the main mountain of the sect because of the mysterious will of the heavens. However, Wan Xiao never went to the cliff to join in the fun. It seemed that she had never been there even once. Wan Xiao, who did not like to move, seemed to have grown taller, fatter and rounder. Wan Ting felt that it was quite good. In fact, most fathers in the world treated their daughters well. Occasionally, Wan Xiao would go to the pavilion at the peak of the Divine Grace Mountain. She would choose a sunny day and look into the distance. She would look at the winding streams that eventually converged to become the Dragon Whisker River and then the Tiefu River with torrential water. It was not that Wuxia liked to look at these streams and rivers. On the contrary, she felt that they were an eyesore. Hebo and Granny He, the god of river water, the lord of rain and mother cloud, etc. As long as they were gods related to water, she did not like them since she was young. Hearing these titles would annoy her. She wanted to deal with it like how she dealt with a freshly baked sword. She wanted to smash it with a hammer and end it once and for all. Today Wuxia leaned lazily on the railing and yawned. There was a series of light footsteps outside the pavilion. Wuxia turned her head and looked over. A group of 4 people walked over from afar. They were all dressed in scholarly robes. Wuxia took a glance and recognized all of them. It was the prefect Wu Yuan. He was a young man who had been promoted rather quickly. He was the favorite student of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. One of them had the surname of Chao, the current supervisor of kills, and the other had the surname of Yuan. Both the surnames of Yuan and Chao were surnames of the Pillar Nation. The people who were worshipping the 2 temples that were built at the old porcelain mountain and the Immortal graveyard were the 2 old ancestors of these 2 people. The last person was a deputy headmaster of the Deer Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. He was an old assistant minister of the Huangting Nation. His alias was Qing Shuidong, but he was actually an old flood dragon. Wuxia stood up and walked out of the pavilion, giving them the best spot to enjoy the scenery. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. No one was overly fawning over her. After all, Wuxia was a lady who appeared alone. It was not good for them to be too friendly with her. If it were other Qi refinement warriors, they would definitely at least thank Wuxia and introduce themselves to her so that she would know them. The 4 of them had agreed to play chess here. Wu Yuan was going to play chess with Headmaster Qing. Wu Yuan's teacher, Cui Dong, was the undisputed #1 national player in Dali. When Wu Yuan was learning from Cui Dong, his chess skills improved tremendously. He was a famous expert in the capital. Chao and Yuan were only here to watch the game. Chao and Yuan's ancestors were best friends. They were the twin jade annulus of Dali. However, hundreds of years later, the 2 surnames were like fire and water. Chao and Yuan, who sat opposite each other, did not even exchange glances. Today the Great Sui Kingdom and Dali had formed an alliance. Both parties had signed their respective mountain treaties at the Cloud Mountain of Dali and the East Mountain of the Great Sui Kingdom. Dali was the only powerful family in the entire northern part of the Aquarius continent. Including the Huangting Nation, several vassal states of the Great Sui Kingdom had started to pay tribute to the Song clan. Of course, there were some twists and turns in the process. Many aristocratic families felt that this was treachery. Then the hoofbeats of Dali's armored cavalry started to sound. After the hoofbeats stopped, many heads that were originally wearing official hats or laurel titles fell off. The entire imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom in the mountains and in the pugilistic world fell into a treacherous silence. The dignified Great Sui Kingdom, the rightful ruler of the northern part of the Aquarius continent, the country's power, actually surrendered without a fight and ceded land for peace. A famous literary scholar was drunk and singing, climbing the mountain to write poems. Before he committed suicide, he left behind his last words. Since the founding of the Great Sui Kingdom, the scholars have been humiliated to this extent. Only death can prove their innocence. A famous chess player of the Great Sui Kingdom chopped up his most beloved chess piece and used it as firewood to burn. The Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court had people resigning, from the high-ranking officials to the minister-counselor. There were more than 100 of them. It was rumored that half of the imperial court's 6 departments were empty. Regardless, the Dali armored cavalry had started to move south. The Aquarius continent was in chaos. From the pavilion came the crisp sound of chess pieces landing. Wuxia came to an ancient pine tree at the edge of the cliff. She picked up stones from the ground and lightly threw them out of the cliff. The clouds flowed like a river, the sky was vast. She suddenly threw away the remaining stones in her hands. I still have to help my father forge. It's over, it's too late. I will not be able to eat salted meat stewed with bamboo shoots tonight. There was a family of 3 that took a ferry from the south to the north and finally reached their destination in the North Continent, a celestial sect called the Lion Peak. Among the group there was a young master and servant. One of them was a scholarly young master, and the young servant was helping to lead a horse. On the back of the horse was a unique official gold and silver saddle of the Hualing dynasty. The servant was not too happy and did not have a good expression along the way, but since his young master wanted to lead the way, he could not say anything. That family of three was uncouth. Most importantly, they didn't have the slightest bit of discernment. Although that extremely vulgar man and woman gave birth to a pretty good daughter, no matter how pretty she was, how could she be worthy of their young master? The Hualing dynasty was one of the few great dynasties in the North Continent, although the emperor's surname was Han, but who did not know that all the officials in the imperial court had the same surname as his young master. And although the young master was not the only son of the family, but in this generation, there was only the young master and his elder brother. The elder brother was a concubine, and the young master was the son of the first wife, so even if the young master married a princess, he would be wronged. Why bother with a blind mountain girl? A family that came from a small place like the Aquarius continent, they were not worthy of the young master's attention. The servant was so angry that he cried a few times, but the young master only consoled him and continued to follow the three to the Lion Peak. The owner of the Lion Peak, although he was a famous celestial family, but so what? When he met the young master's grandfather, he still had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. As for the land sword immortals who came and went in the wind, he was just a servant. Over the years, thanks to the young master, he had seen a few of them. It was true that this young servant, who had seen a few genuine sword immortals, had seen a few of them, but he had underestimated the owner of the Lion Peak. Although he was only a nascent soul earth immortal of the 10th realm, the earth immortals of the North Continent were valuable. If one did not have any real ability, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold, unless he was a free and unfettered mountain rogue immortal. Especially this person from Lion's Peak, he was a genuine outsider, yet in a short period of 200 years he'd practically relied on his own strength to defeat a clan of the Hualing dynasty, and it was sufficient to prove that this person's combat strength was extraordinary. Moreover, the Zhou continent was full of experts, eccentrics, unreasonable people, and a combination of all three. Therefore, it was easy for unexpected disasters to come when one was overseeing the mountain in the Zhou continent. Often there would be great cultivators who did not like the mountain gate, and they would hammer the mountain gate. If they could not win, they would run away, and if they could win, they would tear down the plaque. This was the Zhou continent that had snatched away the north name of the White Jade continent. The people there were tough and martial arts were respected. The cultivators were good at fighting, and there were many disciples of celestial families who liked to travel alone. After leaving the mountain, they deliberately pretended to be rogue cultivators so that they could fight happily. Here sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Some of the top swordsmen who were famous in the Jianghu could even compete with the celestial swordsmen on the mountain. Therefore, compared to other continents, the three Confucian academies in the Zhou continent had always been scholars with extremely high combat power. As for whether they were knowledgeable or not, they could give way, otherwise they would not be able to suppress them. In the eyes of the native cultivators and monarchs of the Zhou continent, this person liked to drop books, so he was not particularly likable. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a sage who was given the 2 words, anger control, by his teacher before he left the Central Earth Academy. As a result, he became angry one day, and there was someone who openly said that the moral knowledge taught by this sage was nonsense. At that time, this person was only a short distance away from the Zhou continent, and then he swaggered away. There were many celestial families in the Zhou continent who agreed with him. The academy was gloomy for a long time. Finally, one day the sage left the academy, and in a month he beat up 2 nascent soul cultivators and a jade primitive realm cultivator. It was said that in the end, this Confucian sage would knock the other party's head while loudly questioning them. Do you understand now? Of course, the 3 of them could only say that they understood, but the sage would always reply, you understand now. It was a joke. The master of the Lion Peak was one of the rare earth immortals that the sage of the Zhou continent liked. However, the little errand boy could not come into contact with these top-level secrets. When they arrived at the mountain gate at the foot of the Lion Peak, the errand boy thought that since they were already here, they should at least ask for a cup of tea. However, the young master was annoyed again. He said to the couple and the young lady that they had to bid farewell in the end, and then turned around and left with the errand boy. The little errand boy felt so wrong that his face was almost full of tears. After wandering outside for half a year, it was a good thing to go home, but it was not heroic at all. After climbing the mountain, the woman and her daughter whispered for a long time. They felt that this rich family's son was not bad. He treated people kindly and had a good appearance. At first glance they could tell that he was a scholar. Compared to Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, who were half a bucket of knowledge, he looked more knowledgeable. Unfortunately, her daughter neither nodded nor shook her head. The woman was so angry that she poked her daughter with her finger and scolded her with a smile. "Stupid girl who doesn't understand. She probably could not be considered a young girl anymore." She smiled softly. She had always been like this since she was young. She never got angry or laughed. Except for her younger brother Li Huai, she did not care about anyone else. The woman often said that she was a soft dough that could be kneaded by anyone. When she got married in the future, she would suffer a lot. Of course, the woman's main meaning was that her daughter was so soft. When she got married in the future, she would definitely not be able to manage the family and control her husband's family. How could she support her younger brother then? The woman never hid her favoritism. Fortunately, the woman's husband, a boorish man named Li Er, never favored boys over girls. He doted on both his son and daughter. It was a pity that his status was the lowest in the family and his words were the most useless. Li Lu was probably born to be submissive and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. This time, when the woman heard that the head of the Lion's Peak had some relationship with her husband's good-for-nothing master, her husband promised that the family of 3 would not have to worry about food and drink when they came here. The woman, who had been homeless all the way across continents and seas, scolded old Yang less. She felt that Li Er was finally useful after being her disciple for so many years. Otherwise, the next time she returned to her hometown and saw old Yang, she would block the entrance of the medicine shop every day and scold that old thing until he did not have to wash his face every day. As the woman walked, she suddenly thought of her precious son who had no one to take care of him and was definitely suffering. She became angry and pinched her daughter's arm. "What's wrong with that young master with a strange surname? Haven't you thought about marrying him so that we don't have to look at people's faces in this Lion's Peak? Let that Situ guy marry you first, then we can openly move into their house. Then quickly bring Li Huai over and our family of 4 will be reunited." Li Lu smiled and her eyes curved as if she was admitting her mistake and begging for mercy, but also seemed like she was acting coquettishly. The woman could not stand her daughter acting like this. She calmed down and pinched Li Lu's arm again, but this time she used less strength. "You have no conscience. You don't even know how to care for your younger brother. I've raised you for so many years in vain." At this point, the fickle woman smiled happily again. She reached out and gently pinched her daughter's cheeks. "This brat's appearance is really like mine. Look, this little face is so pretty that water can be squeezed out." Li Er, who was carrying a large luggage bag, grinned. However, the woman was a little sad. "It wasn't easy for me to endure until that old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley died and that vixen in Clay Bottle Alley moved away. If only I didn't have to leave the town. No one can argue with me anymore." The journey to the north was filled with trepidation. The woman only felt that it was a pity that she had good martial arts skills but could not display them at all. Li Lu's delicate appearance might not necessarily be like her mother. However, Li Huai must have taken after his mother to be a tyrant in his nest. At the top of Lion Peak, the peak master was accompanying an old man who looked like a rich man. The latter had an oily face. If he did not appear here and was not respectfully accompanied by an earth immortal cultivator, he would most likely be mistaken as a shopkeeper of a small shop at the foot of the mountain, or a country gentleman in a fish and meat village. The fat old man had a green rope tied around his wrist. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Mr. Yang is really open-minded. If it were me, I would have been reincarnated 1,000 times over by this talkative woman." The old man beside the rich man had a sage-like demeanor. He was in line with the image of an immortal in the hearts of the common people. When he heard the guests teasing, he did not reply and only smiled politely. The fat old man smiled and asked, "Let's not talk about that useless Jean Dan. How many earth immortals like you have come out of Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past 1,000 years? Now that you and I are allies, you don't have to hide such a small matter, right?" The old immortal master bowed slightly and said apologetically, "Great sword fairy Chao, forgive me for not being able to say too much." It turned out that this rich man was Chao Shi, the sword fairy of Hassa continent who came to be Li Lu's protector according to the contract. Chao Shi asked again, "Why is Li Lu unwilling to cultivate? What is the reason for this?" As the peak master of Lion Peak, the old immortal master said helplessly, "Sword fairy, you can ask my ancestor yourself." Chao Shi was stunned. "She is the reincarnation of your ancestor? Lion Peak has only been passed down for a few years. How can you find her?" The old immortal master hesitated for a moment. He seemed to have been instructed. After weighing the pros and cons, he said carefully, "We have our own secret method and it is not just my ancestor." Chao Shi asked the most important question, "Does Li Lu know?" The old immortal master smiled and said nothing. It was already the answer. Chao Shi said, "You have found a treasure." After that, Li Er and his family stayed in Lion Peak. They were received by an old steward of Lion Peak. Nominally, he was a distant relative of old Yang of the medicine shop. He was in charge of some chores in Lion Peak. He gave the three of them an ordinary residence and did not give the woman any work for the time being. He only said that he would have to wait for a few days. The rules of Lion Peak were strict. No one was allowed to disturb the immortal master's cultivation. The woman always felt that these words were directed at her, so she was very nervous. Of course, she did not know that after leaving the house, the disciplinary elder of Lion Peak hurriedly wiped off his cold sweat. The peak master gave him such a difficult task. It was really creepy. The old man did not even dare to look at the woman named Li Lu. After a few days, the woman couldn't stay any longer. She said that she wanted to find something to do in the small town next to Leo Peak. Li Er borrowed money from someone and planned to open a shop there. Later, a master from Leo Peak coincidentally discovered that Li Lu had the aptitude for cultivation. Li Lu stayed on the mountain to cultivate alone. The woman was short-sighted. She always felt that Li Lu was lucky to have married a rich man. In fact, she was not very happy. If she really became an immortal cultivator, she would not be able to see her for years or decades. How could she give Li Huai any benefits? But in the end, the woman still followed Li Er to the small town. They rented a house and wandered around looking for a suitable shop. At that time, Li Lu sent her parents off at the foot of the mountain. When the two figures disappeared on the road, all the Yuanying and Jindan cultivators, including the Lion Peak master, appeared behind the woman. They were all respectful and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Under the lead of the mountain master, everyone said in unison, "Welcome back to the mountain, ancestor." Li Lu did not pay attention to them. She did not allow them to follow her and went up the mountain alone. She came to a cave on Lion Peak that had been sealed for a long time and strode into it. Li Lu did not care about the layers of restrictions that even Earth immortals could not break. In other words, it did not hinder her at all. When she walked out of the cave, there was a golden lion seal hanging on her waist. Chao Shi had been waiting at the door for a long time. She held a dagger-sized short sword in her hand. She raised her arm that was tied with a small green rope and smiled. "Before refining a river water to be your natal flying sword, this short sword followed me in battle for 300 years. After that, the sword aura was constantly nourished and accumulated. When you reach the middle 5 states, you can use it at will. You can use it 10 times and its power is comparable to the full blow of a Jade Roar Realm Sword Immortal. When you reach Jindan or Yuanying, you can use all the sword aura at once. That will be the sword of a Celestial Realm Sword Immortal." Li Lu smiled gently. She raised her hand and the short sword was in her hand. She casually pulled the sword out of its sheath and gently slashed towards the outside of the mountain. A long rainbow of sword aura slashed out. It had the power to split heaven and earth. The cultivators on Lion Peak were shocked into silence. Li Lu, who had inexplicably reached the middle 5 states in one step, nodded, as expected. Chao Shi sighed, "I've seen a ghost." It was rare for Chao Shi to think of that unfilial descendant of his, Chao Jun, who was now mingling in Dali's army. "Sai, look at other people's children and then look at my own. It's so infuriating." Martial Mountain. As one of the 2 ancestral halls of the militarists in Aquarius continent, Martial Mountain had more rangers than Wind Snow Temple. There were many more militarists who joined the army. In the past year, more and more cultivators left the mountain. Half of them went to Dali in the north, while the other half chose to join the countries in the central region of Aquarius continent. The somewhat deserted Martial Mountain had recently become lively. Ma Kuxuan, that domineering newcomer who had only ascended the mountain for a few years, had caused a huge disturbance. He had killed a sea-viewing cultivator. Martial Mountain didn't announce the specific reason, but it wasn't a life-and-death feud. That old cultivator had never interacted with Ma Kuxuan, so even if they had a conflict, it was at most a battle of words. The vicious and merciless Ma Kuxuan must have purposely killed him. Even with 2 ancestors pleading for mercy, Ma Kuxuan was still imprisoned in the Divine Martial Hall behind the mountain. He couldn't leave for a year. The Hall of Divine Martial Arts worshipped the ancestors of Martial Arts Mountain and more than 10 nameless gods. It was said that there had been a catastrophe in the history of Martial Arts Mountain. During the crisis, the master of that generation of Martial Arts Mountain had used a secret art to invite the golden-bodied god, who had enjoyed thousands of years of incense in the hall, to go down the mountain to kill the enemy. They were so powerful that they finally destroyed more than 10 immortal families in one breath. However, being imprisoned in the Divine Martial Hall wasn't a comfortable thing. Only cultivators who had committed serious crimes would be imprisoned here. In the end, less than 1 in 10 would walk out alive. It was said that the gods enshrined in the Divine Martial Hall would wake up, on some ancient fast days when their inheritance had been lost. They would interrogate, whip, and even devour the souls of cultivators. In an immortal mansion surrounded by immortal chi on Martial Mountain, an extremely senior military ancestor shouted, "Isn't it too harsh to punish Ma Kuxuan like this?" The person sitting opposite him was young and handsome. His fingers were as slender and fair as a woman's. He was playing chess by himself. Faced with this junior martial brother's rude questioning, the man was indifferent. He didn't even want to say a word. The old man slapped the table. "Ma Kuxuan is a rare genius I've seen in my life. A true genius. If you destroy him, I'll never let you off." The man had just picked up a chess piece. After hearing the old man's words, he silently put it back into the box. He frowned and said, "Many sects with the word sect in their name have been destroyed in the hands of amazing geniuses." The old man sneered. "But there are many more who can revitalize a sect because of one person." The man shook his head and said, "When it comes to cultivation, the most important thing is to not make mistakes. Otherwise, breaking the rules of our ancestors and gaining temporary prosperity because of 1 or 2 people is just a pavilion in the sky. Besides, Martial Mountain is running smoothly now. It doesn't need anyone to save it. Junior Martial Brother Lu, let me give you a piece of advice. You value Ma Kuxuan so much that you're willing to give him all your treasures and even secretly help him win that fortune. In the end, it's your own business. I won't interfere because it doesn't break the rules of Martial Mountain." The old man looked at the young man, whose expression was getting colder and colder. The aggressive military ancestor felt a little guilty. He snorted and said, "Ma Kuxuan is worthy of Martial Mountain breaking some rules for him. Wind Snow Temple has the immortal platform Wei Jin. Who do we have?" The man smiled and said, "You have me." The old man choked on his words and couldn't say a word for a long time. The man seemed to feel that the atmosphere was too stiff. He finally smiled and said, "Okay, your children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. Besides, Ma Kuxuan isn't your descendant. What's the hurry? For the sake of the sect? Alright, do you think I know what kind of person you are? In the end, you just want Ma Kuxuan to go to Wind Snow Temple to avenge you in the future." The military ancestor, who was known for his bad temper, said frankly, "That's my original intention. However, after getting along with him for a long time, I find Ma Kuxuan more and more pleasing to the eye. Even 10,000 of my useless descendants can't compare to Ma Kuxuan." The man agreed with the old man for the first time. He nodded and said, "Yes, you shouldn't have given birth to those bastards in your family. However, in the end, it's your fault for not being able to control the bird in your pants." The old man said angrily, "You're the sect master of Martial Mountain. Aren't you ashamed to say such things?" The man laughed and joked, "I heard that you didn't tighten your belt recently. Did you find a beautiful mortal concubine?" The old man's anger suddenly subsided. He said in a low voice, "I really like that woman. He's cute and innocent. Those stupid fairies on the mountain are really boring. The man said indifferently, as long as you like her. The old man was suddenly filled with resentment. Martial Mountain really needs to change, especially the disciples we've recruited in the past 100 years. Their temperament is extremely bad. Just one Makushuan is enough to throw them into chaos. Their Dao hearts are in chaos and they're all talking behind their backs. They're worse than gossips. The man waved his hand. It's not that their Dao hearts are chaotic. It's just that their Dao hearts have always been this bad. The old man was puzzled. You're not going to do anything? The man asked. Then should I take care of their eating, drinking, and pooping? Take care of your belt? The old man rolled his eyes. Don't worry, Makushuan won't die. The man waved his hand and started writing again. The military ancestor laughed and suddenly stood up. Senior brother, you should have said this earlier. I wouldn't have wasted so much time with you. The man didn't even raise his head. Your belt is loose. The old man chuckled. Senior brother, you still like to joke. I-oh. The old man was flustered. He hurriedly used a divine ability and disappeared in a flash. It turned out that the man had shattered the belt of a nascent soul realm cultivator with a wave of his hand, and the latter didn't even notice. What if he wanted to kill someone? In the eyes of the Aquarius continent, Martial Mountain's influence in the secular dynasties was much stronger. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, the military ancestors of the Wind Snow Temple were much stronger than Martial Mountain. Someone once joked that if the two ancestral courts of the military school each sent 10 people to fight, the Wind Snow Temple, which was filled with experts, would be able to beat Martial Mountain, which was extremely experienced in the ways of the world. The man put down the old chess record that he had long since memorized by heart. The chess record was called Collection of Officials and recorded many famous chess games in history. The game that the man was currently playing was also called the Rosy Clouds game. The two sides of the game were the city lord of White Emperor City and the former head disciple of the Sage of Literature. The man sighed softly. In the divine martial palace at the back of the mountain. Makushuan sat cross-legged on the head of a tall statue, and a black cat sat on his head. A man, a cat, and a statue. The black cat stretched out a paw and gently scratched Makushuan's head. Makushuan didn't mind. He had been relying on the black cat since he was young, and it was even more so after his grandmother passed away. The eyes of the golden wooden statue on his left suddenly glowed with golden light and moved. The giant statue slowly walked down the altar and looked around. Finally, it saw Makushuan on the head of the statue in the middle. The statue walked to the center of the hall and turned to face the young man and the cat. The 3-foot-tall statue knelt on one knee. Makushuan seemed to be used to this. He reminded the black cat as usual, remember to keep your mouth shut when you go back. The wooden statue nodded slightly, got up and strode forward. It stepped onto the altar and stood still. Its golden eyes quickly lost their color and became silent. The doors and windows of the hall were extremely high. Light shone through the gaps in the windows and scattered inside the hall. Therefore the dust could be seen. Makushuan suddenly mocked himself. Too many treasures and too many blessings. It's quite annoying. The black cat lifted one of its legs and licked the sole of its foot gently. Makushuan lay down. The black cat jumped and landed on Makushuan's chest after he lay down. It curled up and quickly fell asleep. The black cat occasionally changed to a more comfortable position. Makushuan crossed his legs and stroked the black cat's soft fur with one hand. Thinking of the eccentric and fawning people on Martial Mountain, he felt a bit bored. So what if you don't like me? I don't like you either. The hall was empty. There was only the slight snoring of the man and the cat. The golden statues of the gods were lined up in order, as if they were loyally guarding the high and mighty king. Year after year, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Zhou, the sage of Lakeview Academy, didn't follow his teacher to meet the Daoist heavenly lord of the Zhu continent. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and speak rudely to Xianxia, which would only make things difficult for his teacher. If his teacher left the academy, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the heavenly lord Xianxia. He couldn't just watch Zhou get slapped to death by Xianxia. Was he going to apologize to an outsider on behalf of his student? Therefore Zhou came to a mountain not far from where the Kun ship crashed. According to the records, The soaring sword aura came from there and destroyed the Kun ship heading south to Old Dragon City. There were many casualties and almost none of the passengers below the middle 5 realms were spared. Zhou searched the mountain to no avail. It was reasonable that he couldn't find any clues. Because even a blind person could see that this disaster was planned by someone behind the scenes to frame the most powerful dynasty in the Aquarius continent. But Zhou couldn't understand one thing. Why would the Daoist master of the Julu continent be willing to lower himself and get involved in this mess? He even didn't hesitate to fight with the Lakeview Academy. If this continued, Heavenly Lord Xianxia would most likely become the public enemy of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Aquarius continent. Did Xianxia really think that he was the second disciple of the Dao ancestor? Zhou didn't think that the Song clan could invite a heavenly lord from another continent. After eating and sleeping in the open these days, Zhou decided to go down the mountain. Mr. casually mentioned something. In the past 6 months, many long-lost magic treasures without owners had appeared in the Hassa continent, the Tongye continent and the Fuyao continent. There were even a few half-immortal weapons among them which caused a huge shock. Countless cultivators from the mountains and lakes swarmed over. The deep-rooted immortal families and magnates would not give up on these great opportunities. For a time all kinds of people were mixed together. Zhou wasn't interested in these. He was even less interested in the way of the world. Because it was more difficult for a scholar to study in peace. This wasn't good. Zhou raised his head and looked at the sky. I Zhou and the little sage of the Lakeview Academy Zhou Yuan can find clues. What about you who are in a higher position than my mister? Zhou went down the mountain and wandered lazily. He either rode the wind or walked. In the end he came to a lively market and drank a bowl of hot and sour soup. Zhou's face immediately lit up with joy and all his worries disappeared. The vendor's daughter was in the prime of her youth. Her skin was slightly tanned but had a healthy glow. She stole a few glances at Zhou. There weren't many scholars in her hometown, and there were even fewer good-looking scholars. She felt that it was good to be able to take a look. Hence Zhou ordered another bowl of hot and sour soup. There was also an item that was unique to the Fuyao continent according to the annals of the mountains and seas. It was a small mountain shaded by green trees. He did not know if it was the Feilai Mountain or the Feilai Peak. It was said that the roots of the mountain were formed by the condensation of spiritual energy. It was a great tonic for the dragons of the world. In ancient times, after the dragons of the land had chosen a certain route to the sea, they would ask people to move the Feilai Mountain and the Feilai Peak to the river bank. This was so that they could eat in time and prevent exhaustion. Qin Pingon had just started to learn the language of the Central Plains. When it came to asking for directions, it was destined that he could not speak the same language. If he could not, he could only take out a bamboo scroll to ask for directions. Fortunately, Qin Pingon found a few passengers on the same type of ferry. He followed them silently. After walking for a while, they arrived at a crowded place. Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. However, someone tapped his left shoulder lightly. Qin Pingon turned his head to the right and saw a familiar face. The person saw that Qin Pingon did not fall for his trick and felt a little bored. Languid, he said, "Why, are you also going to the Fuyao sect of the Tongye continent? What a coincidence. Don't tell me you are plotting something against me? Are you drooling over my beauty?" The villain was complaining first. Qin Pingon did not have a good impression of this person. This person was wearing a pearl hairpin, a pink dress, and a ribbon around his waist. A beautiful man. If it was fate that brought them from Old Dragon City to the inverted hanging mountain on Osmanthus Island, then going to the Fuyao sect from the inverted hanging mountain on the same day was very likely a trap. This disciple with the surname Lu, who had been chased out of the fragrant inn by the little Daoist boy, clearly saw Qin Pingon's wariness. He patted the jade token on his waist that was given to him by the treasure-swallowing whale and laughed. "As you thought, I am going to the Fuyao sect this time to wait for you." What kind of honesty was this? Qin Pingon was a little confused. However, he made up his mind to keep a respectful distance from this person. Not only was this person as beautiful as a woman, but his voice was also clear and melodious. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. Previously, when they unintentionally toured the capture pavilion together, his words and actions showed that he was someone who did not act according to common sense. Although Qin Pingon did not dislike this person's attire, temperament and hobbies, he did not wish for someone to disturb his peaceful life. My surname is Liu and my name is Tai. I am a descendant of the Liu clan from the Central Plains Divine Continent. I am not very well liked in the clan, so I came out to travel the world and have visited 5 of the 9 great continents. Originally, I did not intend to go to the Tongyi continent, but now that I am embarrassingly short of money, I want to find a good person who does not covet my beauty. I feel that you are the right person. Since I already owe you a Guyu coin, I don't mind owing you another one. Who knows, when I reach the Tongyi continent, I might step on dog poop on the road and be able to return the money to you. At the same time, I can also earn money for my journey home. The self-proclaimed Lu Tai looked at Qin Pingon's expressionless face. Clearly he was not willing to believe his nonsense. It's true that I don't have any money in my pocket, but it's also a lie that I can't earn any money. However, after I owed you a grain of grain rain money, I did a divination for myself. It's that I'll devour treasures in the east and be conferred the title of Marquis in Tongye. The meaning of this divination is very shallow, but to prevent any accidents, I still stayed here for a full 20 years. This is the reason why I said that I'll wait for the heir to come. When I finally saw you, I knew that if I didn't go on this trip to Tongye continent blessed by the elder ancestor, I would be struck by lightning. Qin Pingon did not speak ill of him, nor did he show any impatience. Instead, he used a kind tone to ask, "Young Master Liu, if you follow the divination to the Tongye continent, I will not stop you, nor can I stop you. However, can the 2 of us go our separate ways? If young Master Liu is in urgent need of money, I can lend you some money." He suddenly interrupted Qin Pingon's words. His tone and expression were naturally charming. "What, young Master Liu? To avoid trouble, you can just call me Miss Liu. Otherwise, the way people look at me will be very strange." Qin Pingon's scalp went numb. "Since you mind the way people look at you, why don't you mind how I look at you?" Lu Tai actually started to act coquettishly. "Qin Pingon, can you do me a favor? Can you give me a ride? I can swear to the heavens that if I have any bad intentions towards you, I will be struck by lightning, thrown into the Thunder Lake for a bath, suppressed under Sway Mountain, imprisoned in the furnace of the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace, and exiled to a desolate secret realm thousands of miles away." His mouth was full of lies. He even reached out a hand that was slender and fairer than a woman's, trying to grab Qin Pingon's arm. Qin Pingon had goosebumps all over his body. He did not care whether he was polite or not. He slapped away Lu Tai's hand and said sternly, "Young master. Miss Liu, please have some self-respect." Lu Tai retracted his hand resentfully. He stood where he was, biting his lips. His eyes were full of resentment and he was about to cry. Qin Pingon turned around and left. Lu Tai followed him like a shadow. When Qin Pingon stopped, he stopped. When Qin Pingon turned his head, he turned his head. Out of nowhere, he took out an exquisite small bronze mirror. There was even an opened rouge box between his fingers. He looked like a beauty grooming herself in front of the mirror. This scene made Qin Pingon, who knew him very well, feel a chill down his spine. On the other hand, many male Qi refinement warriors around had ripples in their eyes. Some of the older Golden Core and nascent Soul Realm cultivators had seen through Lu Tai's camouflage and knew that he was a man. However, their eyes were still burning with passion. The path of cultivation was long and immortal. There were no taboos. Lu Tai was like a pitiful abandoned wife. He did not dare to complain to the heartless man. He only dared to follow him reluctantly. The surrounding gazes were full of playfulness. Qin Pingon had never experienced such a disgusting scene. He was full of anger, but he could not do anything to Lu Tai. As more and more people disappeared into thin air in front of the ferry, Qin Pingon realized that the place where the treasure-swallowing whale boarded the ferry was the beautiful lichens on the ground. When he bought the fairy jade tokens, there were 3 kinds of tokens: Clouds in the Peak, Enchanting Garden, and Blue Water Lake. The prices were different. Qin Pingon chose the Blue Water Lake in the middle. At this time, looking at the three lichens, the scenery was very different. There was a lone peak with clouds and mist, vast blue waves, houses on the lake scattered like stars in the sky, and courtyards and pavilions full of flowers. Miss Lu, who was not far behind him, explained timidly, "You can't board the ferry through the mouth of the treasure-swallowing whale. This treasure-swallowing whale is very large. It is second to none in the gold armor continent. There are 4 small secret realms inside the treasure-swallowing whale. 3 of them are built as accommodation for passengers. The treasure-swallowing whale in Old Dragon City only has 1 secret realm. Compared to this one, it is simply shabby. These 3 lichens are actually 3 high-quality land contraction talismans. They can help passengers reach the 3 places directly." Qin Pingon was suddenly enlightened. There were detailed records about the secret realms in the all-encompassing Immortal book, Annals of the Mountains and Seas. After Qin Pingon read it, he was especially concerned about it because it involved the Blessed Enclave and even the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. He even specially went to the young shopkeeper of the Stork Inn to ask for some knowledge that was not in the book. The people who were born and raised in the inverted hanging mountain, regardless of their cultivation level or family background, were usually very arrogant and knowledgeable. They were all sages, heavenly monarchs, and earth immortals. They did not hold back at all. However, what they saw and heard was heterogeneous and broad. It was indeed better than any other place outside of the inverted hanging mountain. The young shopkeeper did not like to talk much. Perhaps because he regarded Qin Pingon as a benefactor, it was rare for him to have a good chat with him. Many blessed enclaves that aged and decayed on their own or were destroyed by external forces would often leave behind some lands of different sizes after they were destroyed. Therefore they were called secret realms. In fact, the shop that sold Forget Worries wine on the inverted hanging mountain was the only remaining secret realm of the Golden Millet Blessed Enclave. The many opportunities of cultivators were often inseparable from secret realms. Secret realms could be the icing on the cake and could also provide help in times of need. It could be said that the existence of secret realms of various sizes filled Qi refinement warriors with longing and anticipation. Almost half of the itinerant cultivators were able to rise because of their gains in secret realms. If one accidentally entered an unoccupied secret realm, it could be a paradise with the essence of plants, a barbarian land filled with miasma, or a cave where immortals were killed. If one was lucky, one could soar into the sky and soar into the sky. If one was unlucky, one might die of old age or meet with unexpected misfortune. After death, one's belongings would become one of the opportunities of the later generations. Qin Pingon wanted to know if there were any secret realms left in the world after the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven fell. He could ask Wei Pai later. At this time, Qin Pingon walked towards the lichen that led to the treasure-swallowing whale Jade Lake. Lu Tai sighed and quickened his pace. He walked slowly and blocked Qin Pingon's path. He stretched out his hand and said, "I was originally going to the Jade Lake. Since you hate me so much, I won't be an eyesore to you. I can change my residence, add some money, find someone to change my residence and go to the famous enchanting garden. Let's part ways like this. Qin Pingon, you said earlier that you could lend me some money. Does it still count? Otherwise, I can't go to the enchanting garden." This pitiful man looked awkward no matter how one looked at him. Qin Pingon directly took out a large amount of money to avoid disasters. He took a few steps forward and quickly handed it to Lu Tai. Qin Pingon was willing to spend the money as long as Lu Tai would not pester him and let him practice his fist and sword skills. After Lu Tai took the money, he stared at Qin Pingon in a daze. His limpid eyes were full of grievances. Finally, he turned around sadly and most likely went to find someone to discuss changing his residence. When Qin Pingon walked on the strange land shrinking talisman, he saw Lu Tai's joyful face. He winked at him and raised a new jade plate in his hand. The words Jade Lake were engraved on it. It turned out that Lu Tai was really short on money. That was why he could only buy the cheapest jade token of the cloud above peak. Then Qin Pingon gave him a bunch of extravagant lies. Qin Pingon gave him a small sum of money. Lu Tai walked briskly and playfully to Qin Pingon's lichen. He was proud and his face became more beautiful. Before Qin Pingon's figure disappeared, he couldn't help but curse at that girl. 285. Qin Pingon came to a platform in the middle of the lake and looked around. The Jade Lake was vast and boundless, with clouds and mist rising from it. There were over 100 pavilions suspended above the lake, and between the pavilions there were small paths connecting them. Each pavilion had 2 or 3 small boats floating on the lake to enjoy the scenery. Around the high platform there were slim and graceful girls in green dresses. Most of them were in their budding years and were very beautiful. They were guiding the guest. The loft that Qin Pingon was staying in was called Shadow Moon Loft. When he had purchased the jade token, the other party had suggested that this loft was 3 stories high and could be shared with several people. It was more affordable, but Qin Pingon had thought about it and tactfully declined. The treasure-swallowing whale fairy did not find it strange. It was normal for cultivators to like to be alone. However, if it was a mountain cultivator who was used to saving money and was willing to share a pavilion with strangers, it might be possible to build a relationship. On the path of cultivation, it was not a bad thing to have more friends, even if they were just acquaintances. Maybe one day it would be a great fated chance. After being pointed out by a maid in green dress, Qin Pingon walked down the platform in the middle of the lake and walked slowly along a small path on the lake. On both sides or above his head, there were immortal masters riding on swords or riding the wind from time to time. Not long after Qin Pingon walked out, there was a beauty behind him. She lifted the hem of her dress and walked with small steps. She was very charming. Qin Pingon was a person who was not afraid of trouble. From being a hard-working apprentice in the Dragon Kiln to escorting Li Baoping and Li Huai to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, everything was taken care of by Qin Pingon. However, Qin Pingon was not afraid of this kind of trouble. He was afraid of another kind of trouble. For example, this yin-yang sorcerer named Lu Tai. Although Qin Pingon did not feel uncomfortable instinctively, he was not depressed and gloomy like when he faced Fu Nanhua and Cui Dong. However, when he was not sure whether something was good or bad, Qin Pingon was used to making sure that something was not bad first. On the inverted mountain, how many people dreamt of taking a step into the Lu clan of Yuan Sua Manor? After Qin Pingon heard about Jingjian Pavilion next to Yuanzhua Mansion, he roughly determined the importance of Lu Yuzhou of the White Jade Continent. The first thing he did was to draw a clear line with Lu Yuzhou, who had a good impression of him. Perhaps deep in his heart, Qin Pingon still preferred to live alone in the Pearl Grotto heaven. The feeling of living alone had long been etched in his heart. The disciple of the Lu clan of the Central Plains, who called himself Lu Tai, walked alongside Qin Pingon. He turned to look at the side of Qin Pingon's face and smiled sweetly. Angry? How can a man be so stingy? Be more magnanimous, and you will be able to accommodate more fortune. You should have heard of the Confucian saying that a gentleman is not a tool, right? Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at this strange fellow. Why are you following me around? Your auspicious divination has nothing to do with me. Lu Tai smiled and said, Why not? I used the Guyu money you gave me for divination. You have a lot to do with it. You are the one in this chess game of chance. This time it was Qin Pingon who interrupted him. Guyu money is not given, it is borrowed. Lu Tai wrinkled her slender and charming eyebrows. She thought for a moment and asked softly, Always talking about money hurts feelings. Why don't we make a small business deal? I'll use my favorite magic weapon to exchange for more Guyu money. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, Then I will owe you first. Lu Tai felt wronged and said, Why are you so afraid of me? Do you see me as a scourge? Think about it. On the path of cultivation we hit it off the moment we met. We can travel hand in hand and see the mountains and rivers. How beautiful is that? Qin Pingon had a headache. It turned out that there were things in the world that could not be explained. He did not know how to explain it. The two walked in silence. Qin Pingon could not explain. Lu Tai looked left and right and said, This secret realm was once part of the small cave of Chuehua. It was occupied by a female immortal who liked to collect the spring water of the world. Unfortunately, she failed to ascend. Not only did she die, but she was also counterattacked by the natural law. The whole cave of Chuehua was fragmented and most of it dissipated between heaven and earth. This lake of azure water is one of the more famous ones because the 300 miles of lake water is one of the famous springs collected by the female immortal. As long as you can catch the essence of the spring water, it is most suitable to make tea. Qin Pingon did not say a word. After walking for 4 or 5 miles, he saw the 3-story Yuan Mountain Tower. The tower was surrounded by corridors under the eaves and surrounded by white jade railings. There was also a small ferry where 2 small boats were docked. Not far from the Yuan Mountain Tower, there was a large lotus field. A lotus girl was rowing a boat humming a folk song, soft and moving. Qin Pingon stopped and reminded, "I am here." Lu Tai nodded. Qin Pingon saw that he was pretending to be stupid and asked directly, "I will not invite you in today. I am free, I will find you. Which building do you live in?" Lu Tai pointed at the Yuan Mountain Tower. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly, "Young Master Lu, please don't joke." Lu Tai raised his hands and held a big handful of small money. "Just now at the lake platform I was forced to make a living. I thought that since we are so close, there would be a place for me to stay. So I sold my place to an extremely rich immortal." Qin Pingon's face was a little ugly. Lu Tai quickly said, "Don't worry, I won't disturb your cultivation. Just lend me a small boat and I'll sleep on it every day. If there's nothing urgent, I promise I won't enter Shadow Moon Pavilion. I brought some food to fill my stomach so you don't have to worry about me. As a cultivator we have to go through hardships. You don't have to feel guilty, suffering is also a kind of cultivation." Qin Pingon's face darkened. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Lu Tai suddenly smiled. Alright, I'll be honest with you. Other than calculating that this trip to the Tongya continent is the best one for me to be conferred the title of Marquis, I've also calculated that the opportunity this time is not in the treasure, but in the words to observe Dao on the balcony. Traveling with you and borrowing your state of mind, no matter how good or bad it is, it can sharpen my Dao heart. This is called borrowing other people's stones to improve jade. At this point Lu Tai laughed and corrected himself. Wrong, it is using other people's jade to attack stone. Qin Pingon did not care about the wording of Lu Tai, but when Lu Tai said the words to observe Dao, Qin Pingon was both worried and relieved. He was relieved because Lu Tai was most likely not spouting nonsense, so it was not a conspiracy against Qin Pingon. He was worried that he would find the Daoist temple and the old Daoist. If there was an additional Lu Tai with an unknown background, what was it if it was not a new problem? Lu Tai hesitated for a moment as if he had made a big decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you are so wary of me, it will definitely affect my chance of being conferred the title of Marquis. I can tell your fortune seriously once. As long as it doesn't involve too powerful a big shot, my divination will be accurate. But if it involves the immortals of the upper 5 realms, I will suffer a lot. Compared to sleeping on a small boat, I will suffer 1,000 times more. Qin Pingon, this is a rare opportunity, do not miss it." Lu Tai seemed to be afraid that Qin Pingon would not believe him, so he stared at Qin Pingon. "I am not lying to you." Qin Pingon sighed and waved his hand, rejecting Lu Tai's proposal. He only said, "You can stay in Yuan Mountain Tower, but after that you and I will cultivate separately and mind our own business." Lu Tai looked at Qin Pingon's back with a strange expression. He was in a daze for a while, then suddenly came back to his senses. He looked relieved and quickly followed. In the end, Qin Pingon stayed on the 1st floor and Lu Tai chose the 3rd floor, so there was an invisible 2nd floor. Lu Tai lay comfortably on the bed on the 3rd floor, his face full of laziness and satisfaction. He laughed. Men and women should not touch each other. Since I am here, I will take it as it comes." Qin Pingon no longer cared about the yin-yang disciple surrounded by clouds and mist. Other than the long sword on his back and the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist, he had nothing else. He was all alone and very relaxed. Of course, the only fly in the ointment was the inexplicable Lu Tai. Qin Pingon sat at the table by the window and took out a stack of books from Square Inch Object 15. The Immortal book, Annals of the Mountains and Seas, 2 books on the Central Divine Continent and the Tongya continent, and a few travel books on mountains and rivers obtained from the Tsai Kingdom. He placed them neatly on the table, then took out some precious bamboo slips from the green immortal mountain of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, intending to carve some words while reading. Every day he practiced the mountain quaking fist in the morning, the swordsmanship classics in the afternoon, and read books at night to learn about the 2 continents. It was very strange. Although it was only a broken secret realm, The jade water lake still had the strange scene of the sun and moon rising and setting on the lake water. Was it a superior trick of the immortals, or was it a unique rule after the grotto heaven was broken? Qin Pingon practiced his punches and stances in the corridor around the Yuan Mountain building. The cool breeze blew gently, and the fragrance of the lotus flowers drifted slowly. In the faintly audible ballad of the lotus-picking girl, the young man in white leisurely punched. In the afternoon, Qin Pingon practiced his swordsmanship only on the spacious first floor, and did not go to the corridor outside the building. He still held the sword in the air. Because carrying the long sword qi on his back could temper the soul, it was in itself a practice. Even when Qin Pingon went to bed at night, he would not take off the long sword and would choose to sleep on his side. The blade-strengthening gourd was hung high in front of the bed. Now that he did not drink often, he did not need to hang it around his waist. He was connected with the two little ancestors, Qi and 15. After traveling thousands of miles and spending time together, they became more and more connected and their communication became smoother. It seemed that the intelligence of the two natal flying swords was becoming more and more mature. After Qin Pingon went to sleep, he asked them to guard the house. Qi did not agree but also did not refuse. The more docile 15 nodded happily in the blade-strengthening gourd. When reading at night, Qin Pingon would temporarily take out the authentic alchemy works from the Fengtsuan item. After reaching the fourth realm of martial arts, he found that he could draw two more kinds of talisman. The first one was the Mountain River Sword Talisman. However, the book did not explain in detail what the three mountains were. The word river in the talisman was also very vague. It only said that there was once a deity who guarded the river and was in charge of killing evil spirits, and liked to devour thousands of ghosts. The Sword Edict Talisman was a kind of amulet. As for the second one, the Rain-Praying Talisman, it could make heaven and earth dark and rain flood. As the name suggested, it was a kind of altar talisman. Most of the Taoist masters were good at it. Qin Pingon was not very interested. Compared to the Yang Light-Lighting Talisman, the Filth-Dispelling Talisman and the Demon-Suppressing Pagoda Talisman, the two talisman were of a higher grade. Qin Pingon was especially interested in the Sword Edict Talisman. He wrote one on the most common yellow paper, which was a little difficult. After Qin Pingon reached the Qi refining realm, his soul became more stable and vigorous. He could often hear the faint sound of water dripping when the three souls passed through the heart lake. Therefore, Qin Pingon could already see that the Sword Edict Talisman did not have enough spiritual will. However, he did not find a chance to verify its power because Lu Tai was still upstairs. After 10 days, he could occasionally hear light footsteps from the second floor, but not many. Lu Tai did not come downstairs to disturb Qin Pingon even once. Qin Pingon was slightly relieved. A fate that came to him for no reason, it was fine as long as it was not an evil fate. There was no need to deliberately pursue good fate. That night, Qin Pingon had just finished writing the second Sword Edict Talisman, but he was still not satisfied. It was like burning porcelain and drawing a blank. If an expert looked carefully, they could see the difference between the two blanks that looked similar. Could it be that he really had to find the ruins of an ancient battlefield and find the souls of the heroes of the battlefield to fight continuously in order to reach perfection in the fourth realm of martial arts? Only then would he be able to skillfully control the Sword Edict Talisman? Qin Pingon frowned and pondered. Suddenly he turned his head and saw Lu Tai walking down the stairs. He stopped and reached out to knock on the wall like a guest knocking on the door. Then he smiled and sat on the steps, still not going to the first floor. Qin Pingon was just about to pick up the Annals of Mountains and Seas, to cover the Sword Edict Talisman when Lu Tai could not help laughing. "Why are you hiding it? It's just a lost ancient talisman. Its rank is not high, but it's pure and simple. I accidentally glanced at it just now and my heart trembled in pain. It's still hurting now." Qin Pingon asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Tai pointed at the Sword Edict Talisman on the table. "This talisman is very old. In the entire Lu family, I don't think you can find a second person as young as me who can recognize its origin. The reason why I'm distressed is that you, a pure martial artist, wrote such a terrible ancient talisman. It's really embarrassing." Qin Pingon could not help but interrupt. Isn't it unreasonable for a martial artist to write a talisman? Lu Tai's mouth twitched. Oh, is that so? Then it seems that the records in my Lu family's library are wrong. Otherwise my knowledge is shallow. However, Lu Tai did not want to delve too deeply into this topic. He continued, second, when you draw a talisman you rely more on that brush. It's not that you have a deep understanding of the art of talisman drawing. Yes, you may have seen the right scenery, but the route you took to get there is crooked. So the talisman you drew can be used, but it's not very useful. Third, the quality of the talisman paper is good, but you made a one-time deal with it. It's even more of a waste. On this point you can't even say that you're using an unorthodox method but a crooked one. If the masters of the Daoist talisman sect saw this, they would want to kill you with one punch. Qin Pingon frowned and carefully digested Lu Tai's words. He had to distinguish between the truth and the falsehood before deciding whether it was good or bad. However, Lu Tai was too mysterious. Qin Pingon found it hard to come to a conclusion. Lu Tai smiled and asked, "Can you pick up that talisman? I'll take a closer look at the material. I only caught a glimpse of it before, so I'm not too sure." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the Sword Edict talisman. However, he only gave the back of the talisman to Lu Tai. Lu Tai smiled. He did not mind Qin Pingon's caution. After a moment, he nodded and said, "It's indeed the precious material of the rejuvenation talisman. You can draw talismans on it and use it repeatedly. A successful talisman's quality and power, as well as the quality of the talisman paper, are very important. Most of the truly good talisman in the world, except for those who pursue power to the extreme, can be used repeatedly. As for you, according to the joking words of an ancestor of the talisman sect, you're called Zhu Yan Ci Jing Hua Ci Tree. Well, in the final analysis, it can't be kept. Qin Pingon, don't you think it's a pity? Talisman papers, especially the rejuvenation talisman, burn a lot of money. Alas, I feel sorry for you. Anyway, you, Qin Pingon, have a big family business. You don't have to care about this small amount of money." Qin Pingon looked at Lu Tai and then looked at the Sword Edict talisman on the table again. Lu Tai was a little curious. He rested his chin on his hands and looked at the somewhat vexed youth at the table. He smiled and asked, "Didn't the person who gave you these precious talismans say anything? Didn't the person who taught you how to draw talismans tell you that a half-baked talisman master like you must save as much as possible?" Qin Pingon sighed heavily. Lu Tai said gloatingly, "A pure martial artist of the 7th realm can probably draw a pretty good talisman with just one breath of vital energy. It's a pity that martial artists of this level have walked step by step to the top of the mountain. Their minds are already as hard as iron. Who would run to draw talismans? You were lucky to have such precious talisman papers and talisman brushes. That's why you were able to draw a pretty good talisman. Otherwise, every talisman you draw is equivalent to burning a large stack of silver notes. Yes, you're slightly better. It's only equivalent to burning half a stack of silver notes." Qin Pingon glared fiercely at the guy who was rubbing salt into his wound. Lu Tai chuckled and said, "Qin Pingon, you're really interesting. A martial artist who draws talismans has a blade-strengthening gourd and a flying sword. The worst thing is that you have to study hard every day. Aren't you afraid of not doing proper work and delaying your martial cultivation? You'll end up neither a donkey nor a horse and everything will come to an end?" Qin Pingon ignored his sarcasm. He put away the Sword Edict talisman and started to flip through the annals of the mountains and seas. Lu Tai quietly got up and returned to his residence on the 3rd floor. After that, Lu Tai began to leave the shadow of Shadow Mountain Tower. He either toured the Lake of Jade by boat or visited the treasure house that every treasure-swallowing whale had. The treasure-swallowing whale had such a name because, over the years, it would swallow the wrecked ships that sank to the bottom of the sea into its stomach. And the ferries that could cross continents were often worthy of being called treasure ships. Therefore, an adult treasure-swallowing whale's stomach must be filled with all kinds of strange and rare treasures. It might even contain the golden body slough left behind by the Immortals after they were killed. One afternoon, Lu Tai began to take out a tedious tea set from the Fengtsuan object. He used a secret technique to extract the essence of the spring water from the Lake of Jade and began to brew tea leisurely in the corridor on the 1st floor. The fragrance of the tea was pleasant. Qin Pingon did not ask for a cup of tea. He just practiced his swordsmanship in the room. Later Lu Tai would brew tea every day. He would drink tea alone and enjoy the scenery. Often he would sit for an entire afternoon. One day when it was close to noon, Qin Pingon was about to finish practicing his kung fu. He saw Lu Tai rowing a small boat back from afar. After fastening the boat, Lu Tai jumped onto the corridor and stood in place. When Qin Pingon passed by him practicing his kung fu, he raised his hand high. There were several boxes of rouge and face powder in his palm. He was probably showing off to Qin Pingon his harvest that day. Not far from the platform in the middle of the Lake of Jade, there were several buildings where the fairies sold their goods. Qin Pingon had only been there once. He felt that it was too black-hearted. He picked up a few similar items and found that the prices were even more exaggerated than the inverted mountain. He completely lost interest in buying anything. Lu Tai tiptoed and jumped back lightly. He sat on the white jade railing and opened one of the boxes of rouge. He took out a small bronze mirror and began to purse his lips. Then he raised a finger and wiped his long eyebrows with the pad of his finger. His movements were gentle and delicate. Qin Pingon continued to practice his kung fu along the corridor. From beginning to end he did not look sideways. When Qin Pingon passed by him again, Lu Tai, who was sitting on the railing and carefully drawing his eyebrows, slightly moved the small bronze mirror away. He smiled and asked, "Does it look good?" Qin Pingon did not look at Lu Tai, who was wearing rouge and face powder, nor did he reply. Then every time Qin Pingon passed by, Lu Tai would ask a different question. "Qin Pingon, don't you think the blush is a bit too bright? The eyebrows here, shouldn't they be drawn a bit thinner? Using the thin hairpin from the flower dew house and picking out the rouge from the box will indeed make it more symmetrical and natural. What do you think?" Qin Pingon only practiced his kung fu in silence. According to his original plan, he only stopped when it was time to practice. For the last time, Lu Tai did not ask Qin Pingon anything. She only placed the small bronze mirror, hairpin and several rouge boxes on the railing beside her. She turned her head to look at the large expanse of lotus leaves. Her makeup was exquisite and her eyes were unfocused. Qin Pingon was just about to walk back to the main entrance of the first floor when Lu Tai did not withdraw her gaze. She spoke again. "Do you think that a man like me is very laughable? That you even feel a bit disgusted?" Qin Pingon stopped and turned to walk toward Lu Tai. About 5 or 6 steps away from Lu Tai, he faced the lake and the corridor and sat on the railing. Lu Tai, who did not receive an answer, was not angry. She smiled sweetly to herself and picked out a box of rouge. She felt that the color was not good and did not live up to its name. She would not use it in the future and was about to throw it into the Jade Lake. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "How much is this box of rouge?" Lu Tai was stunned for a moment. She also turned around and sat down facing the lake together. She smiled and said, "It's not too expensive. It's just 1 rouge per box. It's new this year and is very famous. Many famous fairies of the Central Divine Continent love to use it. Alas, it's most likely a trick of those greedy merchants. I was fooled by them." Qin Pingon sighed emotionally. 1 rouge is worth the same as 100 rouges of snow. 100,000 taels of silver, I think. After a pause, Qin Pingon softly said, 1,000 taels of gold cannot buy what one loves. If you buy it, it may not be expensive, but some people will be stunned when they hear the price. Even if you beat them to death, they will not believe that there is such a good rouge powder in the world." Lu Tai was somewhat puzzled. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon, dressed in a snow-white robe, folded his hands on his knees and told Lu Tai the story of the sissy man in the dragon kiln in his hometown. Qin Pingon's words were not heavy, his tone was not heavy, and his expression was not heavy. He told the pitiful life of a dead man to the man beside him. Beside him, he wore a ribbon around his waist and was in high spirits. He was an immortal, more beautiful than the real women in the world. On the other hand, the man in her hometown was just a little skinnier and he even had stubble. He didn't look any better than a woman on the streets. Even if he cleaned himself up every morning, his fingernails would still be full of mud when he finished work. Therefore, when that man twirled his fingers like an orchid, he didn't look the least bit attractive. Moreover, he did not know anything about flying clouds or peach blossom makeup. He also did not know how to differentiate the lips, cheeks and eyebrows of rouge powder. Qin Pingon finally looked into the distance and was somewhat sad. In the end, I still felt that he was a very strange person. He was obviously a man, but why did he like to dress up like a woman? But that day, before he stabbed himself to death with a piece of porcelain and covered himself with a quilt, he asked me for a favor. I did not agree. Until today I still regret it. If I knew that he would do that, I would definitely agree. That day he talked a lot with me. In the end, he said with a smile that he did not want to be like a woman anymore, so he hoped that I could help him keep that box of rouge in case he could not help himself. At that time, how could I agree to such a thing? I would rather die than agree. He persuaded me twice and then stopped. After he died, no one saw that box of rouge. In fact, no one cared. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the beautiful Lu Tai with a smile. Why throw away such an expensive rouge? Lu Tai tilted her head, and the exquisite pearl hairpin also tilted. She smiled and said, "Why don't I give it to you? In the future, when you return to your hometown, take this box of rouge to that guy's grave and tell him that there is such a good rouge powder in the world. Tell him that in his next life he should be reincarnated into a good family and be a girl. Then he can put it on his face as much as he wants. You don't have to worry about money anymore." Qin Pingon turned his head and looked into the distance. He gently shook his head. "I can't even find his grave. How can I show this to him? How can I tell him these things?" The handsome and clean young man in white held the back of his head with his hands and did not say anything. (286) It was just a story. When a jar of old wine was unsealed, it could only be drunk until it was empty. This jar of old wine, such a small matter, seemed to have been brewing in Qin Pingon's stomach for many years. Once it was unsealed and met the right person, the wine would smell. Moreover, Qin Pingon would only drink with the right person when he met him. Lu Tai was the person who drank with him. Even though Qin Pingon liked and respected people close to him such as Ning Yao, Alliance, Lu Xianyang, Guqin Taoist Zhang Shanfeng and the others, Qin Pingon did not mention this matter. Unfortunately, after listening to this story, Lu Tai did not seem to feel much. In the end, she teased Qin Pingon, telling me this, "Are you saying that a man who goes against reason like me will not have a good ending? In the end, I won't even have a burial mound?" Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. He had no choice but to jump off the railing and return to the first floor. For some reason, after chatting with Lu Tai and talking about this old story, Qin Pingon felt much more comfortable, as if the knot in his heart had been untied. That afternoon, the sword practice was still the avalanche style, but it felt less stagnant and more smooth. After that day, Lu Tai changed her clothes. She wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe and held a yellow bamboo folding fan in her hand. She changed from a beautiful woman to an elegant young master. This made Qin Pingon feel relieved. Therefore, even when Lu Tai came to the first floor from time to time, either casually flipping through his collection of books or making a pot of tea to watch him practice swordsmanship, Qin Pingon did not say anything. Lu Tai was worthy of being called the most knowledgeable disciple of the school of Yinyang. He told Qin Pingon many things he had never heard of before. For example, the boxing stance was divided into internal and external, and the sword stance was divided into qi. She also gave some advice and things to pay attention to when polishing the fourth realm. After a pure martial artist entered the qi refining realm, there were many things to pay attention to. The human body had 3 souls. The fetal light was the yang qi of Tai Ching. When a martial artist refined this soul, it was best to pick the time when the sun rose from the east and the morning clouds were dazzling. He did not slack off in his boxing practice. Sincerity could move metal and stone. When Lu Tai mentioned this, Qin Pingon blushed with shame and felt guilty. When he first broke through the 3 realms at the Sun Clan's ancestral residence in Old Dragon City, there was a golden Jiao dragon that pounced down from the sea of clouds, but it was punched back by him. Not once but twice. At that time, Lu Tai was kneeling by the window. After changing his attire and makeup, he was wearing a high hat and wide belt with long sleeves, looking like a scholar. He was drinking the tea that he brewed with the essence of the Jade Lake's famous spring water. He was very quick-witted and immediately saw the clue. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. When it came to martial art cultivation, Qin Pingon told him everything. Lu Tai spurted out a mouthful of tea on the spot. He gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up, saying, "The master who taught you Qin Pingan's talisman and fist technique is probably a person who does not care about trifles." Qin Pingan asked if there was any way to remedy the situation. Lu Tai thought about it and drank a cup of tea. He told Qin Pingan that he could try his luck in the Tongyi continent. He told Qin Pingan that he could try his luck and visit some of the temples of the martial saints that still had deities patrolling the world of the living. Throughout history, there were many stunning martial prodigies who had stumbled upon great fortunes in the martial saints' temples. Speaking of this, Lu Tai sighed. He said that before he left home to travel, he heard from his master that there was a young martial artist from the great Duan dynasty who was shockingly talented. He was so powerful that several deities from the warrior sage temples came to him and wanted to give him a martial arts fate. However, that guy was even more outrageous than Qin Pingan. He actually beat back those deities from the warrior sage temples who took the initiative to show their goodwill. Qin Pingan guessed that it was most likely Zhou Xian who cultivated on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Tai casually mentioned it. He seemed to be warning Qin Pingan, but also seemed to be reflecting on himself. It didn't matter if he was purely a martial artist or a cultivator on the mountain. On the path of cultivation, luck was very important, but whether one could catch it or not was even more important. Fortune and misfortune were interdependent. There were countless examples of geniuses dying young. Qin Pingan agreed. However, Lu Tai immediately changed the topic. He said that Qin Pingan lived in seclusion and was afraid of all the troubles. He never took the initiative to pursue opportunities and only wanted to avoid them, which was not good. The reason why Lu Tai had such complaints was not only that Qin Pingan did not want to have anything to do with him, but also because this treasure-swallowing whale had opened the restriction of the secret realm of the fourth broken blessed land some time ago. It allowed passengers to enter and explore. As long as the passengers paid a grain rain money, they could enter and cultivate. The ferry would not take any of the gains, but if someone was willing to sell it at a discount, the treasure-swallowing whale would certainly welcome it. This treasure-swallowing whale was a unique possession of the Five Weapons sect of the Gold Armor continent. This secret realm contained many remnants of ancient techniques, making it extremely difficult to open, and the price to pay was extremely high. After obtaining this secret realm, the Five Weapons sect followed the usual practice of monopolizing it for a full 100 years. In the end, they realized that the gains did not make up for the losses. Therefore, the Five Weapons sect simply named this ascending true immortal realm to the public. They imitated the Pearl Cave paradise of the Aquarius continent and collected a toll. In the realm of true immortal, the territory was as large as the entire Pearl Cave. It was only a broken land, but its size was already comparable to the entire Pearl Cave. Could be listed as one of the 72 blessed lands. Its vastness was indeed far greater than the 36 blessed lands. This secret realm was opened once every 10 years. Only Qi cultivators below the Jindan or Yuanying level could enter it. For those who were purely martial artists, there was no threshold requirement. 200 years ago there was a lucky man in the Fuyao continent. Lu Tai did not sell these two opportunities. But even if Lu Tai really proved that Qin Pingan missed out on a great fortune, Qin Pingan still did not have too many emotional fluctuations. He just put the grain rain coin he earned on the table. Occasionally, when he was tired from reading, he would flip the grain rain coin with his fingers and let it roll around on the back of his hand. For Qin Pingan, this was a good way to relieve tiredness. The results were immediate. This made Lu Tai very depressed. Said a lot of earnest and well-meaning words, but Qin Pingan remained unmoved from beginning to end. Therefore, every time Lu Tai made tea, he did not have the intention to invite Qin Pingan to drink together. Of course, Qin Pingan himself probably did not have the intention. Lu Tai was a person who was fastidious to the core. It was not deliberate, but because he was born in a 1,000-year-old rich family. Moreover, it was the family of an immortal. It was not comparable to the ordinary families in the human world. Therefore, Lu Tai's temperament was completely natural. He was not only intelligent but also influenced by what he saw and heard. The tea for the tea competition had to be new. The technique in tea set had to be ancient. The spring water for brewing tea had to be clear and heavy. The person who drank the tea had to be clear and spiritual. Lu Tai and Qin Pingon had been together for a long time. He always felt that Qin Pingon was too rigid. Therefore the tea was clear but not spiritual. It would still fail to live up to his good tea. Just like today, Lu Tai took the opportunity to mention the painful matter of money fell from the sky like rain, but you Qin Pingon went under the eaves to hide from the rain. Qin Pingon just kept silent and did not speak. Lu Tai felt that he really could not wake up this blockhead. He probably had to give up persuading Qin Pingon. Therefore he casually said a big but empty sentence. But the world was so unpredictable. Qin Pingon not only listened but was also extremely serious. Qin Pingon, you practice boxing and sword, your heart is very calm. This is your strong point. But you have to be careful. A calm heart does not mean a dead heart. Your state of mind is as calm as still water. You must avoid a pool of stagnant water. Lu Tai said this casually. Even he himself felt that it was nonsense. But for the first time, Qin Pingon actually took the initiative to stop the boring sword stand. He sat in front of him and imitated Lu Tai's posture of kneeling and drinking tea. It was a little awkward. Compared to Lu Tai's natural and unrestrained style, it was like an old farmer in the field. He only knew how to shake his head and put on an act when imitating the old master in the field to discuss Tao. Lu Tai felt that Qin Pingon's posture was quite amusing. Among the younger generation of the Central Divine Continent, the Lu family's talent, who was known as the Invincible in tea fights, looked at the uncomfortable Qin Pingon from the corner of his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, he found it interesting. Being looked at like this, Qin Pingon naturally became more reserved. Qin Pingon still yearned to be a real scholar. Because there was Mr. Qi Li Shixing and the city god of Tsai Nation Shunwen. Even if it was just Zhang Shanfeng's impromptu poetry recital, Qin Pingon still yearned for it. Qin Pingon overcame the discomfort in his heart and asked, "Are you saying that my temperament has gone to the extreme?" Lu Tai was stunned. He was extremely talented and intelligent. He did not answer half-heartedly, nor did he dare to jump to conclusions. If it was an ordinary person, Lu Tai could casually talk nonsense or say something that was not right. But not today. The two of them sat facing each other. Qin Pingon's expression was serious. Lu Tai smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was trapped in a circle. But Lu Tai's intuition stirred. He was a little dazed. Came so early? He had thought that only by setting foot on the land of the Tongya continent, traveling together and experiencing all kinds of ups and downs, would the signs of an opportunity appear. He had not thought that he would be so unprepared. Lu Tai stabilized his state of mind and began to hold his breath. He solemnly handed a cup of tea to Qin Pingon. "Drink slowly. After you finish drinking, I'll tell you some of my opinions." Qin Pingon did not know the meaning behind it. He just thought that it was an ordinary question and answer. He nodded, took the teacup and took a small sip. After the incident on Osmanthus Island, Qin Pingon met the old boatman who had admired Lady Osmanthus for 100 years. He was not only the first boatman on Osmanthus Island, but also the only servant before Lu Qin ascended. They traveled the world together. At that time Qin Pingon had a strange dream. He entered a book and read, "A Night of Reading." In the small world that the old boatman created with a wave of his hand, he had a question and answer with the old boatman. The old boatman actually said, "Don't destroy my Tao." At that time Qin Pingon was roughly talking about the two sides of the same rule. He thought that the old boatman's reasoning had gone to the extreme. It seemed reasonable but was actually unreasonable. Because it was not perfect, it was not as moderate as described in the book. And the root of Taoism was the 4 words, Tao follows nature. Therefore, during the reading in the dream, Qin Pingon vaguely remembered someone saying that Confucianism's reasoning was not about the height, not about how high it was, but whether the reasoning landed on the ground. That person even joked that our Confucian teacher's knowledge was profound and profound. But once, after Tao seeking, he secretly sighed to a disciple, and even felt a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He said that a certain person's Tao was really high, but, unfortunately, Qin Pingon could no longer remember the content after the but. He could not remember a single word. It was possible that there was no such person or that the book did not mention it at all. Today Qin Pingon asked this question, but of course it was not to Lu Tai. Qin Pingon did not think too much about it. Ever since Qin Pingon started practicing martial arts, he had read books. Did he really not think about his future? Of course not. He had a 60-year agreement with the Sword Spirit Immortal sister, and now he had a 10-year agreement with Ningyao. Qin Pingon's 2 sightseeing trips had even changed from "my punch must be the fastest" to "my punch can be faster, but it must be the most reasonable." One of Qin Pingon's most important words. Perhaps no one who heard it at the time paid attention to it. At that time in an inn back home, he said to the girl in the pink dress and the boy in green, "If I do something wrong, you must tell me." Qin Pingon's thoughts, no matter how many times the old man in the bamboo house punched his body and soul, unknowingly Qin Pingon always doubted himself. But this was a step that had to be taken. As for his previous state of mind, or perhaps it could be said that his illusory heart, Qin Pingon's unintentional words had already revealed the secrets of heaven. This was what he had said to Ningyao's parents on the inverted mountain. That meant that Qin Pingon had always been denying himself. I didn't do it well enough. Not doing it well enough was wrong. How many people in the world would be so harsh on themselves? However, this state of mind was not formed for no reason. It was an unintentional and necessary action that forced Qin Pingon to piece together a complete state of mind after the natal porcelain was broken, as well as the hardships that followed, as well as the various coincidences that followed. Success. The sun and moon gathered in the sky and the stars dimmed. Failure. It was probably all kinds of broken promises and disappointment. If a person had nothing to eat, they would starve to death. But if their heart was dry, they would also seek death. It was just that they were unaware of it. If they did not die today, they would die next year. Desperate to survive in the face of despair, they would rise up in anger and strive to improve. But quietly seeking death, overeating, not knowing self-control, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the mind was restless. All kinds of shortcomings were the eccentricities of the human heart. The human heart was so complex that even saints and immortals did not dare to think that they could see through it. Why Cui Dong lost in the small town was an example. Following this path of mind, Qin Pingon's state of mind was very clear. It was Qin Pingon's fault that he almost killed Zhou Xian. So if he died, then so be it. After he finished talking about his reasons that the other party was not willing to listen to, everything would be over. Even if the sissy man in the dragon kiln died, Qin Pingon only accepted the rouge box because he did not agree to that man's request. Qin Pingon still felt that he was wrong. When a person truly began to understand the world, after seeing the towering mountains, the winding rivers, and the magnificent scenery that was incomparably high and far away, perhaps even the romance of those scholars, the yamen and official uniforms that symbolized the majesty of a country, the impermanence of life, the seemingly heroic but actually cold-blooded cavalry, a person would suddenly feel that he was very small at a certain moment. This feeling was probably loneliness. It was difficult to empathize with sadness, and the sharing of happiness was always fleeting. Life was just one farewell after another. Qin Pingon was actually filled with fear of this world. Lu Xianyang, Li Baoping and Guqin would not be like Qin Pingon. Guqin would only think about revenge. Li Baoping would feel that there were always such interesting things in the world. She would be immersed in her rich and colorful inner world and would almost never doubt herself, let alone easily deny herself. That was why she could say, "How can there be a martial uncle who doesn't like Li Baoping?" Lu Xianyang would say from the bottom of his heart, "I want to see taller mountains and bigger rivers. I must not die of old age in this small place." However, Qin Pingon would not. He might do many things such as taking Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom, but Qin Pingon's mental image would hide. Qin Pingon's mind and thoughts were generally unmoving. For many years he had been making porcelain in the dragon kiln. The young man had always been seeking stability. In fact, he was stubbornly pursuing a calm heart. If his heart was not calm, he would hate Song Jisun's money and be jealous that he had someone to rely on and that he could study. This was the reason why Ruan Tai never treated Qin Pingon as a kindred spirit and was unwilling to accept him as a disciple, even if he did not have any prejudice against Qin Pingon. This was also the reason why Lu Tai felt that Qin Pingon did not have enough spiritual energy. Therefore, the young man's mental state that the sword spirit saw was a young child guarding a grave and a mountain. It was a straw sandal. The only movement was that he was chasing someone's figure in the south. That figure was actually Ning Yao, who had left on her sword. Therefore, Qin Pingon chose to give the sword to his beloved girl. Compared to treading on thin ice when he went to the Great Sui Kingdom, he finally had more freedom. It's me who wants to go to Jianghu. I, Qin Pingon, want to do something for myself. Therefore, even if he was envious of Li Air in Old Dragon City, even if Qin Pingon had an additional burden on his shoulders after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon's mental state was more relaxed than before. Therefore, Qin Pingon changed out of his straw sandals and put on a long robe. He wanted to become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal who could carve words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From the time he only dared to buy 5 mountains and quickly rented out 3. He wanted to give all his belongings to Lu Xianyang, who had left his hometown. Before the spring festival, he gave the girl in the pink dress and the boy in green. He gave almost half of his top-grade snake gall stones. From the time he thought, since I can't keep it, I'll give it to someone I care about, to the present Qin Pingon. All of this did not come easily. Previously, when the old scholar was drunk, he patted Qin Pingon's head and said that the young man should be careful. It was because the old man saw through the young man's mental state at a glance. The young man should not be like this. When he is quiet, he should put down his burdens and do the beautiful things that a young man should do. However, the truth of the world, whether one heard of it or not, whether one knew it or not, was one thing. How to do it was another. How to put the truth in the book into practice was even more difficult. Qin Pingon drank his tea. Before Lu Tai could say his answer, Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Even if I am not familiar with you, even if I have to lend you money again and again, I am not willing to come into contact with you. I am even more unwilling to ascend to the realm of true immortals. It is actually very simple. It is because I am afraid of death." In his hometown town, after facing Kai Qinqian, Fu Nanhua and the mountain-moving ape, Qin Pingon felt that he had almost died once. In the Flood Dragon Ravine, it was the second time.